What is up, everybody? My name is James D. Fiore, and this is Casual Friday. It's been a crazy week, in a good way. I interviewed a bunch of people that aren't members of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church, but have nibbled the edges of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church. And I also realized something, that when it comes to trusting people to house sit, it's best just to not do it, or to make sure that it is a woman that house sits for you. And I'm not trying to be a misandrist, okay? I'm not trying to say that I hate all men or anything like that. I'm just saying, if you're gonna have someone house sit your place when you're away on business or on vacation or whatever it is that you're doing, and you want someone to house sit who will take care of your place, just make sure it's not a guy. It's the best I can say. It looked like I had not left and was still reeling over, mental health issues or something like that. I have tried, not successfully yet, to sort of turn the page since my separation and since I largely live alone, to a page of neatness, but I don't have the strength to actually turn the page. So that is kind of the problem right now. I've never been a really neat person. And even though I know that if you maintain a tidy house and like a neat, clean kitchen and bathroom and all that kind of stuff, you will have a happier life. It's like the feng shui of the mind or something like that. So you have this battle with yourself because these are lifelong habits. This is not a neural pathway of not being neat. This is like a neuro tunnel. Like it's like the chunnel, right? And it's such a wide space from years of painstakingly carving out this neural tunnel so that I'm not used to just feeling like, I'd love to clean right now. It feels so great. So I'm trying, not very successfully. So what I do is this. I'll clean the kitchen and I'll feel good about myself. But then instead of extending that need to clean other parts of the house, I'll just bask in the glory of knowing that I have a clean kitchen. And Stone Child Creation says, "Let the page turn you." Yeah, I didn't know we had a life coach in our studio audience. No, I'm just kidding. But I really disagree with that in a sense. I think you're just kidding. But because I think that you have to just do the same thing that you do when you work out, but you haven't worked out in a long time and you want to work out on a regular basis. And you got to get through the period of time where you're dealing with muscular atrophy or whatever that's called. And you realize, I used to work, believe it or not, I used to work construction. Not because I was good at anything, but because sometimes they need people that have no experience that do things like shovel gravel into a wheelbarrow and then drop it over there and then come back and shovel more gravel into the wheelbarrow and then put it over, and then you just do that for 10 hours. And that was fine. But the first few days that I had that job, I realized how out of shape I was. And then someone on the crew, in fact, my friend Greg, who told me, if you can get through the first week, you'll be fine. And he was right. But I feel like it's probably the same way for cleaning. And I'm one of those guys that if I walk into a kitchen, do you remember that scene in Dazed and Confused where that guy's gonna have a keg party at his house and his parents are going out of town, and the guy that drives the kegs over came too quickly, so the parents never left, and that really awkward guy, the one that threw the first punch in the fight, walks up to the house. They knock on the door and the parents answer and he's like, "No." And he just walks away. I feel like that when I walk into a dirty kitchen sometimes. I'm just repelled. I end up going in, pacing a little bit, and then Plus, I had a really weird thing. My faucet, for the last, I guess, 4.5 years, it's a really unique kind of faucet, but the handle or whatever you call it that turns on the faucet came off. And so we had to like finagle it in there and wrap it with towels because it would leak. And it just kind of made doing dishes like you had to turn on the water by going under the sink and turning the valves. And it just made doing dishes really awful. But now I got the plumber to come over and fix that. And now I'm utilizing the fact that the faucet doesn't do that. And we don't have to, and I keep on saying we, and I don't have to wrap it in towels as a way for me to think to myself, oh, not as much stress, not as much work. I can do this. So my dishwashing frequency has increased, but I'm still not neat. I dare not turn the camera over to the other parts of my house because it is pretty messy. Plus, it is 87 degrees in my house right now because I haven't hooked up my air conditioning yet. I don't know if this is like normal. I thought the temperature peaked at like between like 1 and 3. But lately, it's been like 74 degrees in my house at like 4 o'clock. And then between 4 and 7, it just goes up an alarming amount of degrees, which is weird because the temperature is supposed to go down. So, Douglas Connors is back today on Casual Friday. He's not here yet because he's casually late, which is fine. Douglas is allowed to be late. It is Casual Friday, and I can't wait to talk to him because he hasn't been here for a while. I want to see how his play went. Also, there was some interesting news that broke today. Or it didn't really break, actually. Do you guys remember Phil Demers? Phil was the guy who was like the whistleblower at Marineland. And he's the guy that's responsible for sort of unveiling the fact that Marineland tortured their animals, basically. And he had to go to court and all that. He tweeted something today saying that Marineland has sold, the people that own Marineland have sold it. And he didn't say to who. And I tried to do a little bit of digging. And I got somebody who is familiar with this situation to say that, and it wasn't Phil, it was somebody else. He told me that the people that bought Marineland are developers who also own a storage company, but he wouldn't tell me who it was. And then he told me that his hint to me, I don't know why this person wouldn't tell me who it was. Then I tried to ask Phil, and he didn't get back to me. Said that it was a developer and a storage company owned by Russians, or at least affiliated with Russians or something like that. And also that his hint to me was like, think tobacco country. So I'm thinking like, what, like Virginia? But it's apparently Ontario-based company who's affiliated with the Russians. And the hint by the Riddler, this other person, was like, think tobacco country. So I couldn't figure it out. I called David Wallace, who might be on a little bit later. He's going to help figure it out, I think. And we'll see what happens there. So that should be fun. Also, my cat is the greatest. He's caught 2 mice, and he's still really small. I'm really proud of him because I live in the country, and there's just lots of fucking mice here. It's kind of weird. The population of animals outside my house is like a whole Wild Kratts episode. So you start at the house, and the animals that are common close to the house are snakes, believe it or not. Snakes, mice, and chipmunks, and squirrels. And then you go like 1 tier away from the house, and there's like bunnies, and you might see the odd fox or something. And then on the 3rd tier of the house, and then you keep going, there's like wolves and coyotes and bears and deer and all that shit. Porcupines we see climbing trees and shit. It is like African lion safari out there, except not like that at all because we're in Ontario. But the cat is proven to be a very skilled hunter. I have mouse traps and stuff that I have to set around the house, and Now I have to be strategic where I set it because of the cat. I don't want to like clip the cat's paw or whatever, or nose. And it is just amazing. Not only does he catch them for me, he doesn't like bring me the mice in like bed or anything like a really fucking annoying. I used to have a cat that did that. I had a cat named Dibs, and it was a Russian blue. The most vocal cat in the world. I love this cat. Her name was Dibs, but I would never get a cat. I would never get a Russian blue again because holy fuck, they just never shut up. They'll just meow and meow like Chinese water torture until you are just like, fucking fine. You're an outdoor cat now. Like, just shut up, please. And, but Dibs used to, when I lived in Saskatchewan, Dibs, I would wake up at like 5 a.m. and I would wake up and the cat would be like on my chest and like a bird would still be alive, flapping its wings in its mouth, like right in front of me. And I was just like, what the fuck, dude? And that was really annoying. But what Kazi does is instead of taking the mouse to me, it'll catch the mouse wherever it catches it. Probably, let's face it, torture it. You know, that's what cats do. They torture rodents. Unfortunately, the only other animal on the planet other than human beings that torture. Human beings have really weird bedfellows when it comes to fucked up statistics. Like the other one is, so that one is the only two things that torture are human beings and cats. And then the only two animals that drink milk after childhood are human beings and barn bats. Because barn bats, they just suck the fucking milk right out of the udder of the cow. So there you go. In case you didn't know any of that useless trivia, there we go. Norfolk County. Ellen, I Googled the same thing. So Ellen is, and I hope other people are as well, are sleuthily trying to figure out where or what this storage company / developer or whatever might be. And the hint from this gentleman was that it was tobacco country and something to do with Russians or something. I don't know. It doesn't really surprise me that the good folks at Marineland, and I'm just going to change my name from that nerd dad to my name because I'm not that nerd dad. If I was that nerd dad, I would probably be a lot nicer than what I really am. We're still waiting on Douglas. I'm not really sure what's going on with him. I think Douglas is probably playing tennis. This is what I think. Okay, so Douglas is going to come and he's going to be like, I was playing tennis. Oh, yeah, I'm sweating from head to toe. And he's going to like tell me how tired he is and how you know, how he won his tennis match. I'm going to predict that he's won his tennis match. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm also going to take the link and just stick it in the comments. And if anybody wants to just click in. And what we're going to do is this. We're going to do like, if people want to click in, it's to tell a story. It doesn't matter what story it is. It can have something to do with what we're talking about. It doesn't have to have anything to do with what we're talking about. But yeah, if anyone wants to click in, and you can just click in with your audio. It doesn't matter. Let's not try to sort out video. But yeah, Casual Friday's back. So Sage Francis, it was really funny. He was supposed to be on the show yesterday, and he calls me and he's like, "Hey, my internet," and I thought I was the only one with internet issues. This is Sage Francis right here. But I'm not the only one with internet issues. Sage Francis also has them as well. I think I'd like to play a track from him because he was supposed to join us yesterday. He's going to join us next week. I'm not sure which days he's going to come, but we'll figure it out. But he is super talented. His career, oh my God, he's been around since, I guess, like 1997. He was part of the battle scene. And he has one of those careers that the people that really like him feel like they have like an inside lane to like this like crazy secret, which is that, you know, that they know about an artist that other people don't know about. And I kind of feel that way about him. He has a repertoire where he's able to be effective in the slam poetry community, in the hip hop community, but he's also liked not just by like nerdy white kids who really like him, but also hip hop legends. And that's what I really love about him, is that he's got this ability to sort of straddle that fence between like the real hip hop heads and the kind of backpack hip hop guys. And I just think it's dope. He's probably, as far as underground MCs goes, he's probably one of my all-time favorites. And so we will hopefully see him on Monday or Tuesday. I'm gonna right now see if I can play a music video by him. Hold on a second. Download. And we are also expecting 2 guests from the Wu-Tang Clan. I should have set that up better. I'm right now talking to Ghostface and Raekwon about coming onto the show as well. And if that happens, I am going to be one of the happiest people on the planet, because I'm a Wu-Tang guy. So here's Sage Francis it's called The Best of Times. And if I get dinged by YouTube, then say la vie. But here you go.
It's been a long and lonely trip, but I'm glad I took it, cause it was well worth it. Got to read a couple books and do some research before I reached my verdict. Never thought that I was perfect, always thought that I had a purpose. I used to wonder if I'd live to see my first kiss. The most difficult thing that I did was recite my own words at a service, realizing the person I was addressing probably wasn't looking down from heaven. Cooking up something in Hell's Kitchen, trying to listen in or eavesdrop from some other dimension. It was self-serving, just like this is. Conveniently religious, on Easter Sunday and on Christmas, the television went from being a babysitter to a mistress. Technology made it easy for us to stay in touch while keeping a distance, so we just stayed distant and never touched. Now all we do is text too much. I don't remember much from my youth, maybe my memory is repressed, or I just spent too much time wondering if I'd live to have sex. I fell in love for the first time in 4th grade, but I didn't have the courage to talk to her. In 8th grade, I wrote the note and slipped it in somebody else's locker. Considered killing myself because of that. It was a big deal. It was a blown cover. It was over for me. My goose was cooked. Stick a fork in me. The jig is up. Blew my chances. The rest is history. Our future was torn asunder. It became abundantly clear I was only brought here to suffer. At least I didn't include my name. Thankfully, I wrote the whole note in code, and it had 10 layers of Scotch tape safety seal, making it impossible to open. Plus, it was set to self-destruct. Whoever read it probably died laughing. I wonder if they lived long enough to realize what happened. A year later, I came to understand that wasn't love that I was feeling for her. I had someone else to obsess over. I was older, I was very mature. I forged my time signature while practicing my parents' autograph, cause I was failing math. Disconnected the phone when I thought the teacher would call my home. Checked the mailbox twice a day. At the end of a long dirt road, steamed open a couple envelopes like I was in private detective mode. If you snoop around long enough for something in particular, you're guaranteed to find it. For better or worse, that's how I learned it's best to just keep some things private. It was the best of times. Was the end of times. Was the best of times. Was the end of times. Was the best of times. Was the end of times. Best of times, the end of times. I was always on deck, I was next in line. An only child with a pen and pad, writing a list of things I could never have. Walls in my house were paper thin, I could scribble troubles seem to get definite. If my memory serves me correctly, I made it a point to avoid and forget some things. Probably to keep from being embarrassed. Never meant to upset or give grief to my parents. Kept my secrets, hidden my talents in my head, never under the mattress. Therapy couldn't break me. Never learned a word that would ensure safety, so I spoke softly. Then I tiptoed off, and the door to my room was like a big old coffin. The way that it creaked when I closed it shut. Anxieties peaked when it opened up, as if everything that I was thinking would be exposed. I still sleep fully clothed. It was the best of times. It was beautiful, it was brutal, it was cruel, it was business as usual, heaven, it was hell. Used to wonder if I lived to see 12. When I did, I figured that I was immortal. Loved to dance but couldn't make it to the formal. Couldn't bear watching my imaginary girlfriend bust a move with any other dudes. Tone look was talking about a wild thing, but I was still caught up with some child things. Scared of a god who couldn't spare the rod. It was clearly a brimstone and fire thing. Pyromaniac, kleptomaniac, couldn't explain my desire to steal that fire. Now I add it to my rider, like please don't throw me in that patch of briar. It was the best of times. It was the end of times. The school counselor was clueless, cause I never skipped classes. Perfect attendance, imperfect accent, speech impediment they could never really fix. And I fake bad eyesight so I could wear glasses. Consider doing something that would cripple me. Wanted a wheelchair, wanted the sympathy, wanted straight teeth, so then came braces. 4 years of headgear helped me change faces. It was the best of times. It was the end of times. Now I wonder if I live to see marriage. Wonder if I live long enough to have kids. Wonder if I live to see my kids have kids. If I do, I'ma tell them how it is. But don't listen when they tell you that these are your best years. Don't let anyone protect your ears. It's best that you hear what they don't want you to hear. Better to have pressure from peers than not have fears. Bear won't give you chest hair. Spicy food won't make it curl. When you think you got it all figured out and then everything collapses, trust me, kid, it's not the end of the world.
That is Sage Francis with the best of times. He's so dope. So we have. I was listening to in a couple interviews that he's done in the last year or so, and just listening to the being able to spot the parallels between a white kid that grew up in the States and their kind of relationship with hip hop and my own. It is so interesting because when it's funny because I don't know how many subcultures there are where you can like pinpoint when the subculture was born, basically, which is August 1973. This is the 50th anniversary of hip hop. But also then what happens to certain demographics when they cling to the idea of like a new subculture like that, where it's not your culture. So I know that we live in an era where we like to talk about appropriation and stuff, but it really was more like a homage. And it became, for some of us white kids in the suburbs, it became kind of a new version of being punk, of punk rock in a lot of ways, where it is, there's a rebellious part of you that wants to like it because of the looks that you get from parents, or the harassment you get from kids who like metal. There was a lot of that. I got bullied once when I went to school in a Public Enemy shirt. It was for their album Fear of a Black Planet. And I remember, this is so funny. His name was Paul Kendall. And I went to school and we were in the smoking area. And he's like, what are you doing wearing that shirt? And I'm just like, it's Public Enemy, man. It's a good album. He's like, you know what that means, Fear of a Black Planet? It means they fucking hate white people. And I'm like, I don't think it means that, dude. I just think, it's, they have a civil rights political bent to their music, and I think it's dope, and da-da-da. Fuck, you shouldn't wear this fucking shirt to school. And then what was really funny is that a couple months later, there was an assembly in the gym, and Paul Kendall, proud. He used to pride himself, I guess I would say, as a good dancer, and he danced in front of the entire school in MC Hammer pants. Public Enemy shirt bad, MC Hammer pants good. If it kind of shows you the difference between us when it came to what we liked about hip hop music. But anyways, Fear of a Black Planet, one of the best Public Enemy albums ever. Sage Francis talks about how he went through these stages in hip hop where, and I can totally identify with this, where there was a certain stage that you go through, especially when you're a white kid, trying to be as respectful to this culture as you possibly can, and gravitating sharply towards the side of the spectrum where you're like, I only like real hip hop. I don't like this shit. Blah, 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 blah. Anything that's on the radio, I don't like. It's not real hip hop. There's sellouts and this and that. And I was totally that guy. When 50 Cent came out, I hated it. Oh, I couldn't stand it. I thought it was just monotone rapping, and I wasn't a fan. And then now, because of all these mumble rappers, I look back and I listen to like 50 Cent's I Get Money, and it sounds almost classic to me. And I was asking a friend of mine, I was like, what do you think, what explains that? And I'm like, is it because the contrast of bad hip hop of modern times versus what that sounded like? And he's like, actually, no, it's probably, and I respect this person's opinion on hip hop, more so than my own even. And he's like, it's probably because you were able to get that sort of like elitist backpack straps on too tight hip hop mindset and just sort of appreciate the music for what it is. And he was right. And so now I look back at there was a bunch of artists that I probably missed that I shouldn't have missed. I used to sleep on LL Cool J after Walking with a Panther because I thought his shit was watered down. But it used to, that's the way it was. Sage Francis, then he put out Makeshift Patriot on October 11th, 2001. So everyone thought he was a political rapper, even though he wasn't. The spoken word stuff I mentioned. He's one of those dudes that like his imagery when he rhymes is so dope. He talks about how the loose string on his blanket would tickle the springboard in his box spring and create a song that he could fall asleep to. And it's just he's just so dope and literal and a non-linear thinker. So big ups to Sage Francis. We will have him on Tuesday. I think we've settled on. I just saw an email just now. Douglas is MIA, and but we have a guest that you are familiar with. He is the co-host of the Eager Beaver podcast. I believe he's the bear. I think he's the bear. His name is
Mr.
Paul
Grizzly.
Atkinson.
Mr. Grizzly.
How you doing, buddy?
Douglas is just doing some TCB, taking care of business at the moment.
He's taking a shit? Is that what do you mean? What? Okay, fuck.
No.
It's casual. Don't react like that. Come on, Paul. Be a brother. I don't know what TCB means. Are you going to write it to me now? Oh, shit.
Don't. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you can't fucking do that to James. I won't say anything. Yeah. How are you? It was good to see you. What was that, 2 weeks ago now?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
You owe me a Brazilian woman. I don't know if you remember.
Yes, I do remember. I don't think it was I who promised that. I think it was Bridget that said she. I don't know.
It was, yeah. So we had dinner at, what was it, Al's Steakhouse?
Al's Steakhouse, legendary place here in Ottawa.
Yeah.
Great food, great service, chill vibe.
Yeah, it totally was. And I felt because I was wearing nice clothes, I felt like I was 10 feet tall. That's how I sort of feel like when I'm wearing nice clothes. So I went to I needed to find the bathroom, and this like 5'11" lady woman named Kelly escorted me by hand. She like held my hand, and it felt like I felt like I was a kid and she was like a teacher because my hand was like this as I'm walking because she was so tall. Yeah. And then I can't remember we had an exchange and it was funny. It was like flirty, but not in like a real way, like in a funny way. And she's like, And I'm like, this is great. She's like, what? I'm like, oh, I don't know. I have a penchant for women who are taller than me. And she escorts me to the bathroom and she goes, I only date short kings. And I'm just like, all right, milady.
All right.
Thank you very much. Right. And then she wouldn't have a drink with me later when when I was there with your buddy Phil. But it was good to see you. But
Great
the whole
to see you, too.
Brazilian thing was was that Bridget was going to link me with one of her friends or whatever, and then we couldn't even find the friend on like Instagram. So I guess that ship has sailed. Eh?
Well, I don't know if it's sailed, but we could always reinvigorate that at some point in time in the near future.
I don't think we should. I don't think
Okay.
I should. No, I could just as much as I would love to go out on a date. I was there's a woman in town who works at the coffee shop. And when I got Tinder, I was in line at the coffee shop and she came up and she was the person that was about to take my order. And I looked at her and I'm like, you know what I'm about to do? She's like, what? I'm like, I'm about to swipe left on you. And she's like, why would you do that? And I'm like, because you support online dating. And I don't. So that's why I have Tinder, just to swipe left. But she knows about, the year I've had or whatever. And she reminded me, she's like, well, it's good that you swipe left anyways. I'm like, why? She's like, well, she goes, I would go out with you and have dinner and stuff like that. But right now I would only do it. I would insist that we do it platonically because I read your article about the Adderall and you should not be dating anyone for at least a year. And I was like, fine, we'll just have sex.
Well,
I'm just kidding. I didn't say that. I
well,
didn't say
here's
that.
the thing. I don't think she's wrong,
She's not.
and at the same token, I completely understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm still human, right? I still have that requirement, if you will.
I don't know if I do right now. You know what I mean? I even forgot that masturbating existed. I was just like, oh, right, we can do that. Like, I know. Listen, it's Casual Friday. What do you want from me? But no, but like, seriously, all kidding aside, I don't. My libido right now, it's not that I couldn't have a libido if I wanted one. It's not like I have technical difficulties. I just never think about it. You know, lately.
I get it. Yeah. No,
I don't think you get it. I don't think you have any way of identifying with this whatsoever.
Well, in truth, I don't. But I'm trying to be empathetic and sympathetic. So
You don't have to be. That's the thing. I actually find it to be kind of a gift. I spent a lot of years, Paul, preoccupied with the opposite sex and sex in general and all that kind of stuff. I didn't have a good ground floor or starting point when it came to healthy relationships. My parents are divorced. I have two sisters and like 5 or 6 brother-in-laws. I forget now. You know, yeah, I used to equate love and sex. I used to equate like how powerful the jealousy was equals how much you loved the person. Like it was a really warped understanding of love. And now I am navigating these waters with the kids gone and with the wife gone, and it's neat because I'm living a lot healthier, and I have a very strong understanding now that I deserved better than my ex, and I'm starting to realize that without cringing at the idea. You know what I mean? Like,
I get that. I was single for a number of years by choice, literally by choice. It was like I could be in a relationship if I wanted to be, but there was so much toxicity out there that I was like, no, I would be alone instead. And then I was lucky enough to meet with Bridget, and we're at similar places in our lives, and we just clicked, and we literally talk about anything and everything. I haven't had that since I don't know when. I honestly, I don't know if I've ever actually had that. There may have been
really?
times in past relationships where I thought I had that, but when I look back on it in retrospect, it's like, no, because when I tried to bring up a subject that was, troublesome to like, I don't know, whatever the complication in my head was at the time, try to have the conversation about it. And it was like, no, can we talk about something else? I'm like, but this is really concerning to me. No, I don't have time for that right now. Oh. And I didn't have the ability to understand it. Like, not only was the topic that I wanted to discuss dismissed, but so was I.
Really?
Yeah, and I think a lot of men go through that where, um, well, so I'll relate to you a story that I heard recently, and names are unimportant, so we won't mention any, but a woman came to another woman and said, "I'm thinking of leaving my husband," and the question was, "Well, why? Is he cheated on you? Is he bad?" No, he's not paying enough attention to me, and I'm not getting the love and respect and the attention I need. Have you told him this? What do you mean, have I told him this? I've tried to show him that. Have you told him this? Have you said to him, I need you to pay attention to me because I'm not getting, and I'm simplifying it, but it boils down to, as males, we're stupid. We are incapable of understanding. Uh, a woman can look at another woman and just give a nod and a wink, and they get each other. I'm like, well, guys get that too when it comes to like, thanks for picking up the tab, or uh, good football game, or you know what I mean? Like, whereas women can do that and understand each other on a much deeper meaning than men can. So what it boils down to was she was not communicating to her spouse, I need you to pay more attention to me. I need you to hold my hand. And he's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Because as guys, we just keep rolling along and we think everything's good until somebody tells us it's not. And we don't know. We're dumb. We're dumb creatures when it comes to that.
Well, I fundamentally disagree with everything you just said. We're not dumb.
But we're simplistic in the sense that if you don't tell us that things are wrong, we're not necessarily going to pick up on it, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and I agree with that. But I don't think that we should have to be psychic about it either. Like one of the worst things.
We're incapable of it. That's
well,
what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
think that
men are incapable of it.
I think that there's a lot of us that are intuitive. I think that a lot of us are good at reading people. I consider myself a person that is good at reading people. But sometimes your partner is like, if you don't you just said it actually. So to your point, if you don't disclose how you're feeling, you can't blame the other person for not picking up the cues. You just tell that person what you're feeling so that they can react to it. As much as I would love to be psychic and know, like, oh, she slammed the dish hard down when she dried it. That must mean she's angry about the lawn. Like, there's things like that happen.
We're incapable of that.
We shouldn't have to be capable of that, though. I don't think.
No, that's the thing, is like, we're just, and again, we're wired differently. Whereas a woman could look at another woman and go, oh, he did that, did he? And the fella standing there going, what the fuck what? I don't get. So one of the things that I think is the cornerstone of a relationship is that we're very open to communicate those things. She's like, you pissed me off and here's why. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't, that was not my intent. That was not what I wanted to do. I want you to be a happy person, and I want to be happy with you. So, I mean, maybe I'm getting a little too deeply philosophical about this, but when it boils down to it, it's like, for men, it's simple. Tell me what you need me to do. Tell me what you need me to do. It's. I don't think.
And
it's
I don't think
complicated.
that's a big request. I think that's a reasonable request.
Tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do it. And one of the things that I've learned is that oftentimes, because as men, we want to fix things, right? That's who we are. We're going to fix it. We're going to repair it. We're going to torque it, make it better. And they're like, no, I just need you to listen to me. Well, if you tell me that, I can do that. But if I don't hear those words, I'm not intelligent enough emotionally to understand that you needed to be just listened to.
Yeah, what's funny is that my ex and I were the opposite. Like, she was the person that always tried to find the fixie solution. She was also the handyman, the one with the driver's license. All these things. I can't believe
So
she
she
left
was the
me.
big swinging dick in the relationship, basically.
I wouldn't go that far. Her tits swung a little bit, but not her dick. No, but there was. Listen, I it's funny sometimes because maybe it's generational. Maybe Generation X women, and I shouldn't generalize. I guess we're all different, whatever. But there is a tendency for women to say things like, men should really show their feelings, and they should really be open to communicating exactly what their feelings are. And I got to tell you, that I believe is false advertising. I
Yeah,
honestly do not believe that women really like it when men show their feelings. And if
it's
they
been my
do,
experience.
I think women would prefer Generation X. I'm generalizing Generation X women right now,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that Generation X women like to say that, but they would strongly prefer you didn't do it very often. Do you know what I mean?
And I'm not going to argue with you because I'm in lockstep with you on that one. And look, people in the chat, please tell us if we're wrong, but I think it boils down to that. Like, I really want to hear what you have to say, unless you're going to tell me these things that I don't want to hear.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know if you follow Roma Army. She's on Twitter. She's on TikTok. She's on Facebook, and she's pretty cool because she talks about how she goes, look, I'm a feminist. I'm a modern feminist, and I'm like, I would like to think of myself as a feminist, but her take on things is a little bit different in the way that she says, you know what, we need to stop beating the shit out of men, and every now and then we should maybe, I don't know, listen to them, especially young men, because they
What?
yeah, well, she's like, young men have things to say and they want to talk about their feelings, and older men don't know how to do it because despite the fact that we say we want to hear it, it's not really always the truth. Tell me how you
Yeah.
feel. I'm open to a, and honest to goodness, I've had this conversation in the past. And like with Bridget, it's different. I'll say, look, I'm going to cry about this. She's like, okay, and it doesn't trouble her. But I've had friendships in the past where I'm like, this is making me really emotional. Like, ooh, what do you mean? What the fuck do you mean, ooh? I'm a human being. I have emotions. I get
Yes.
upset when I see something like that. Well, yeah, but you're a dude. You're supposed to be this. I'm like strong, stoic, silent type. Fuck you. I have feelings. I was affected by that. It touched me deeply and emotionally, and I'm going to tell you this. And if you can't handle that, that's your problem, not mine.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's any time that I tread close to the edge of possessing characteristics that would put me on par with a sitcom husband. I have a natural inclination to back the fuck away from that. I just do. I just I can't, okay, the guys, especially guys our age, we love quoting that Jack Nicholson line from that movie. I don't remember what the movie is, but it's his romantic comedy where he's the writer, Sense and Sensibility, maybe I think it's called or something. And he's like, one of the women is like, "How do you know women so well?" And he's like, "Well, I think of a man, then take away reason and accountability." And to be perfectly honest with you, when you're in a bad relationship, that is exactly what it's like. And I'm sure
Yeah.
that there's a male equivalent to that. Like, James is messy and he doesn't fucking, he can't read my mind, that piece of shit or something, whatever, right? But there is such profound truthiness to that statement when you're in a relationship that's no good anymore. And now, like, this whole dating thing, just to circle back, the next person that I date, the second that I sense any of that shit, I am out.
Yeah.
I have an idea of what a relationship should be like right now, and it is disclosure, transparency, truth telling, honesty. If you're with me and you want to fuck other people, but you don't tell me, I'm going to sense something, and you're going to gaslight me and tell me that I'm not sensing anything because I can sense your want. And even if you don't cheat, something's there. Da da da. I would rather have someone just be like, "Look, I really like you, but the monogamy thing, I just haven't done it in so long that I don't know if I can do it." I would probably end up being friends with that person at least because they were telling me the truth.
Honest. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I need to be kicked in the face with the truth. I don't want to be coddled with lies. You know what I mean?
I completely get that. Like, to relate a story to you I think in many ways sums up the battle of the sexes, if you will. Many, many years ago, a doctor, psychologist, had a patient, a young woman, had a male roommate, and they were in university together. And one day in a session, she says to the psychologist, she goes, "Well, I'm really frustrated with my roommate." And he goes, well, why is that? And he goes, well, he's just not pulling his weight around the house that we rent together. Well, have you expressed this to him? Yes, I have. And how did you do that? Well, I cleaned up and, I changed the linens. I did all the laundry. I dusted, I vacuumed, and I made the house look beautiful. And she goes, okay, and what did you say to him? That's what I did. I did. He's like, did you tell him that you were upset with him because he wasn't pulling his own weight? Well, yeah, I did that by, cleaning up the house. And she's like, no, you need to tell him the words because men are fucking stupid.
It's not because we're stupid, Paul. This is where we disagree.
Clueless. We're clueless.
No, it's not that at all. It's that it is condescending to try to communicate your wants via actions that aren't actually expressing what you want, but are designed to trigger a rebuttal in your brain that says, oh, that's what you want. It doesn't make any sense. It's not about us being stupid. It's about the fear to be open and honest and transparent about your wants. So I think that.
Let me retract that.
Go ahead.
You know what? You're right. I shouldn't say we're stupid. It's not that we're stupid. It's not that we're dumb. And that's a simple go-to. But the truth be told is we don't have that ability to emotionally understand what you're trying to convey to us if we don't hear it in words, because we're basic in that sense. We need the words. Tell me what you need me to do. It's that simple. It's not complicated.
Yeah.
Well, I would like you to clean up the house. Why didn't you say that? That's not difficult. I'm eager to do that. Tell me that. If you don't tell me that,
I agree with you, but I don't think that the way that if you're let's just say person instead of women, but if you're a person that wants the other person to understand that they should carry their weight around the house by cleaning it more, and you do so by projecting a negative action that is supposed to trigger that realization, then you're part of the problem.
Yes.
It's not, we're not going to sit there and if you're not going to just tell me something and your negative actions, or I used to call it rage cleaning. I have had many girlfriends and all of them suffered from this thing called rage cleaning, where they would be like, and they would be cleaning shit. And I would be hearing that from the other room. And I'd be like, oh, they're upset about something because they're clanking the dishes really loud. But as a contrarian, I'm not going to feed that shit. You know what I mean? I'm just going to be, and not only that, my ex used to hate this about me, but this is the whole sitcom husband thing that I repel from so much, is that, I would actually become more cemented in not doing what they wanted me to do when they did that. When they would rage clean, which was the hint that I'm supposed to do this, I would be like, if you don't have the gumption to just be like, babe, you know what? I'd really appreciate it if you would clean the kitchen. Okay,
easy.
no problem.
Done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you clank dishes and fucking roll your eyes, have fun cleaning the kitchen. But I'm not going to do it.
Well, and that's the thing is to communicate better, especially with men, you have to give us what you want in the words. It's that simple. We are incapable of reading your mind.
Yeah.
Any more than, and I've had this conversation in the past with colleagues. I'm like, what am I thinking right now? Well, I don't know. So why do you think I could understand what you're thinking right now? I never thought of it that way. And I'm like, tell me what you need me to do. It's not complicated. Tell me what you need me to do.
I used to tell my ex, you can literally have me do anything you want. If you are able to communicate it in a way that isn't designed to pull my emotional levers where I feel like, oh, sorry, or oh, I didn't know you were so upset. Like anything. It doesn't matter. If my significant other comes up to me and she puts her arms around me, kisses me on the cheek, and is like, you know what I'd really like right now? What's that? I'd love it if you clean the bathroom. That'd be awesome. Kiss on the cheek. I'd be like, oh, of course I'm going to do it. I would do anything for a nice person asking me nicely. But if you want to be bitchy with me because you have some axe to grind or a chip on your shoulder about what you think the dynamic is like in the house when it comes to well, fuck you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because but women are also very different from one. They're not a monolith.
No,
I've had
God,
girlfriends.
no.
I've had girlfriends where she'd be like, where the deal was I did all of the cooking
Mm,
and she would do all of the dishes.
right.
And some women think that that is the most unfair fucking deal ever. And some women think it's the fucking dopest, most fair deal of all time. So there's a spectrum of different opinions among women as well. So I personally like the ones that are like, you cook and I clean, fucking deal.
Yeah.
But to be honest, there's not many of those because they become wise to this idea that if you're not a neat cook, then you hold the control of fairness, and a lot of women don't like that.
Well, so I love my mother dearly, but when and my sisters, my brother-in-law, all of my nephews and nieces are like same thing. Grandma's a great cook, but she uses. I'm like, yeah, she used. It's a trait amongst the women in her family. They have to use every damn dish, bowl, pot, pan, utensil to cook a meal. And I joke about it, but my mother laughs. She's like, "Yeah, we're bad at that." I'm like, "Mom, that did a cyclone come through the kitchen? I can cook a 9-course meal and use 3 items to do it. Like literally, I got a pot, a frying pan, a spatula, and a spoon, and I'm good. That's 4, but you know." And she's like, "Really?" And I go, and she's like, "How does it so clean when you're done?" And I go, "Because I'm just like my dad. I'm done with this pot. I'm going to clean it immediately."
Oh, I wish I had that.
Because the
Honestly, I
worst
do.
thing I can possibly deal with, the worst thing I can possibly deal with,
Can I
is
just
having,
say,
after I've had a big meal, is have to deal with a tornado has gone through the kitchen.
yeah, I just want to talk about Linda's comment. This, she's put so many up, but I don't believe in nagging. Men are socialized to diminish, ignore, disregard what women have to say, forcing us to repeat ourselves into aspiration.
There's some
I mean,
truth to that.
no, but but men aren't a monolith either, right? But
No.
what Ellen and Linda have been describing in their earlier comments, like that's the reason that older women have no desire to be married in a relationship after a certain age. We're done taking care of other people. So I get that. I understand. I totally like you're speaking your truth. I am not taking anything that you're saying whatsoever. I just think that sometimes that some women use a grumpy disposition to motivate their men, and some men are wired to only see the grumpy disposition as a lack
Oh,
of
yes.
effort and positivity. And then so we're like we don't like we're not stupid and lazy all the time. Sometimes we're just like I ain't fucking moving for grumpy dispositions. I'm not doing it anymore. I just can't. Speaking of grumpy dispositions,
That's
Douglas.
not. There's nothing.
Douglas, everybody, welcome to the show, Douglas.
Hello.
There's nothing
How are you, buddy?
grumpy.
I'm actually vibrating a little bit.
Okay, I didn't want to say anything, but I don't know if you want to say anything either. But it sounds like you do.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
So-
did have a grumpy disposition about.
I'm going to put you in the middle. What is that called again? The Leo position or
Lucky
something?
Pierre.
Lucky Pierre, right? Okay,
Lucky
you're Lucky
Pierre.
Pierre tonight. We don't want the two bald guys frottaging in the middle of the fucking frotaging or whatever it's
Frotaging.
called.
Way too much skin to skin there.
Yeah, right. No, both of us are cut too, so it doesn't make any sense.
Ooh. Fun.
So sorry, why are you vibrating, Douglas?
This evening, my partner and I, my beaver sweetie, decided that we were going to go for a little walk, and about 4 units from our place, a neighbor with whom we have gotten on extremely well until very, very recently, came out of his house and verbally assaulted us. And not only verbally assaulted us, but called us faggots and accused us of being crack addicts
Oh, for fuck's sake!
What?
and invasion of privacy and a whole bunch of stuff. Yes. Well, you see, what happened is that we're doing renovations to the home. I'm looking to do a recording studio in a back workshop that we have. And we asked the city if we needed a building permit. And they said, well, yes, we will. And you'll have to plot where it is and take measurements from the property line. Now, so my beaver sweetie was out sort of, because we looked at some documents and looked like all the property lots were about the same. So he's like basically on the sidewalk taking steps, seeing if each property, like 2 or 3 of them, are about the same steps to try and figure out where ours begin and where it doesn't. Well, apparently it seems that that neighbor 4 doors down saw that. And because when we had his company come and provide a bid for the work to be done, and we asked for an estimate, and he kept on saying, I'll be bringing you a bill. It's like, no, you will not be bringing us a bill. We want an estimate. Because
Yeah.
we're having 3 people come and provide estimates, and then we're going to look over, we're going to ask some questions, and then we're going to offer.
For,
I said, well,
for that kind of shit, free estimate is like,
it's about a $12,000 project.
yeah.
So
Guys,
he goes, well,
I'm going to take a call. I'm going to take a call from my son who's away.
okay.
Yeah, no, cool.
So he
Keep
didn't
going.
really want to provide an estimate without a guarantee that he was going to get the work. And we said we did not do business like that, and he hung up the phone on us. And we have not spoken to him one word anyway, good or evil, written, oral, anyway, haven't looked at him since. So he just came out, assumed the absolute worst, called us faggots, behaved like the dick that he is, clearly, because he was always very, very nice to us. And the only thing that has changed since then is we said we would not give a contract without an estimate.
So
I've
you
just,
know my blood's boiling right now.
I've just filed a police report
Good.
as a hate crime.
Good.
Because he picked the wrong fucking faggot. Because once again, as we said earlier, if you're going to come for the fucking queen,
You best be prepared. Yeah. So
I am super sweet. I am super sweet. I will bend over nice. Everybody knows me like this. Come fuck with me. I'll find you.
Yeah.
You don't call me a faggot, because I'm the faggot who'll fuck you up.
I'm sitting here with Bridget, and we're both ready to drive to Kingston and break some legs, which is not the right thing to do.
No,
We're
that's
not
not right.
going to do that. And even though I know this is not my fight, you know I would kill for you, right? You know that, right?
I know that. I just don't think that he expected out of me or Alex, me to be the one.
Yeah.
You turn around and tell him to go, the small one,
Yeah.
the one who's always nice and polite and smiley,
Yeah.
like this. He saw my face turn.
Oh, he's shitting his pants now, isn't he?
He said the word literally, and I stopped on a dime. And I turned around and I said, "What did you just say?" And I just marched right up and says, "You want to say that again?"
And
He didn't.
of course not, because he's a fucking coward.
And he didn't take any step towards me whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's like, I wasn't going to be violent.
No.
Clearly.
No. But
But
you're
it's
not going to be pushed over either.
Yeah. You think you're going to say that word to me 4 units away from my home on the street on which I live?
Charles,
And you
fired.
think that I'm just going to like bow my head and go put my tail between my legs?
Not happening.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
You're about to learn.
Well, it's what these idiots and these assholes and these ignorant inbred fucks. Oh, did I reach out for that one? I don't know these inbred. Obviously an ignorant fuck, because he does not understand what gay men went through in the 80s and 90s. He doesn't understand the temerity, the strength, the backbone it takes to be an out proud gay man in 2023 after the shit you went through for decades. He doesn't get it. He's about to find the fuck out because he just fucked around.
Wrong queen.
Oh, I know.
You picked the wrong faggot. Fuckwad.
I know. Well, so, I called you as James was like, "Can you get a hold of Douglas?" I'm like, "Okay, hang on." Called you and you're like, "I'm doing this." I'm like, "Okay, done. Take care of it. I'll talk to you soon." Hang up the phone, jump on the show with James. James like, "What's going on?" So I just sent him a DM. Yeah, said, filing a hate crime. He's like, "Okay, that's it. We're moving on. We're not going to discuss it." Because, he thought maybe you slept or whatever the case. And he was like, "Okay, this is not our story to tell. We're not going to talk about it. It's not our story." And we saw you in the green room, and I'm like, "If you want to talk about it, we'll talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it, we won't." But I am
talk about this stuff.
Of course. And I'm happy that you are, because this needs to be called out every single fucking time.
Mhm.
It
Now,
can't be glossed over. It can't be let go. It can't be forgotten. It needs to be called out. It needs to be addressed, and it needs to be punched in the goddamn face.
mhm. And well, I may have been a little too honest in the police report when I filed it, because I did say, now, admittedly, I did raise my voice and tell him that wasn't acceptable, and made a choice suggestion about something he could do with himself.
Well, I think that's okay. Yeah, I think that's okay.
The truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
That, you know, you
I
got to
do
do it.
not tell a lie.
No, God no.
So, but see, here's the thing, right? I popped off. I
Mhm.
came in. I filed the report. I did something about it, and I'm me again.
Yeah. You put it. Oh, there's the cutest little kitty.
Oh my God!
Look at that little kitty cat.
Hello, it's me. You're
Hello.
my fan. I'm your fan too. You're such a cute little thing. Oh my God, it's so
Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah.
That makes everything better.
It really does.
Oh,
Yeah.
You know what's weird is
kitty.
that I think I've said this before, but I actually mean it, so I'm going to say it again. I feel less anxious at nighttime with my guard cat.
No, of course you do.
Like-
Of course you do.
No, but like it's weird because I'm not whatever. Like I'll just admit it. I don't like nighttime because my kids aren't here, and sometimes I feel concerned. I start to think things like if someone wanted to kill me, I live in the middle of nowhere, they could probably kill me pretty easily, and I'm a little OCD when it comes to certain thoughts. Like I have to like climb out of my head, and I haven't felt that way since I had my ferocious
Kitty cat.
kitten.
Really?
The murderer, if they did come, could just kick it out of the way or stomp it and be dead, right? Like it's not like it'd be much of a problem for the murderer if some came. But now I don't think of the idea of getting murdered anymore. Should I be admitting this? You think on this?
Yes.
Oh yeah, because you're doing. That means you're in a better place.
Clearly,
Gents,
we're confessing.
I gotta jump. I gotta take my leave.
Okay.
But great to see you both, Douglas. I'm glad you kicked some fucking ass tonight.
Do me a
I love
favor
you,
and
brother.
reach to your right and give Bridget a smack on the bum for me.
Okay.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Something.
Yeah. I'll see you later. Jesus Christ. Oh wait, I accidentally removed Douglas.
With the wrong person, dude. Wrong. Bring him back.
I
Jesus,
can't.
man.
I removed him.
Oh my god.
I literally removed him, but he'll check back in. I'm just kidding. Tell her she owes me a Brazilian lady.
James says you owe him a Brazilian lady. She's just smiled, laughed, and said, "I do."
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bridget. All right, buddy.
He's smiling. All right, I'll see you later, brother. You take
Okay,
care.
I hope Douglas signs back in.
Yeah, just send him a text. I'll send him a text.
Yeah, send him a text. Tell him to sign back in, please.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Paul. I can't believe I accidentally got rid of Douglas. Do you guys remember when I used to just like eject? Do you remember when I just used to eject people for no reason at all?
Well, that's what I thought had happened. So I'm going like, what? I didn't have a chance to say anything yet. What'd I do?
No, it was Paul. I was trying to eject Paul because I said I hate the only thing I hate more than when this happens is when I talk about it happening, which is I said something. I said, "Hey, Paul, can you just reach over to your right and give Bridget a smack in the bum from Jamesy?" And what I'm expecting in that situation is like, "Oh, you." But instead, Paul, and he's the king of this. He's like, his face was just basically like, James, I don't think that was a very respectful thing to say. And I was just like, oh, for fuck's sakes. I don't mean it like that. Come on. It's a smack in the butt. It's not like, I didn't ask you to skull fuck somebody. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, not her. I'm just somebody. Just Douglas, talk. Say stuff.
Ooh, that was a jump. There's a shark in that water there.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'll try to keep it together for the rest of the show. So tell me about the fact that you guys used to get along with the neighbor that called you that awful name. And by the way, are you
Yeah.
sure he wasn't? And this is not meant
Yep.
to be. Okay, before I do this,
Yes.
I'm not trying to
Go
get
ahead.
away with
I know
saying.
you're a friend. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get away with saying this word. I'm not going to say it. But
Say
are
it.
you
Say
sure
it.
they didn't? Are you sure he wasn't calling you
No, he was
a
not calling
meatball?
us
Hey,
meatballs.
meatballs!
It's
Like,
I would have preferred maybe meatballs would have probably made me laugh. I would give him points for creativity on that.
because I didn't know this, but apparently F words, the anti-gay F word slur, are meatballs made from minced offcuts and offal mixed with herbs and sometimes breadcrumbs. It is a traditional dish in the United Kingdom, especially South and Mid Wales and the English. Now, did this neighbor have an English accent? I'm just asking.
No, he did not. He very much did
Then
not.
he's definitely homophobic. So, but give me an idea of your former interactions.
Oh, like absolutely, like really pleasant. Well, he's every neighborhood has one, right? The guy who's always on the street who knows everybody else's business, very
Yeah,
nosy.
yeah.
Yeah. So he's the guy. So when we first moved in, struck up conversations, sort of gave us an idea of the lay of the land, who was who, that type of stuff. A couple of people in the neighborhood for whom he didn't have very, very nice words. Then,
Those that gossip to you gossip
we
about you.
about you, which
Yeah.
is now we know what he's doing because soon after our incident, he was talking to our next door neighbor. His son. So he's already started, right? And he probably has been doing it beforehand because ever since we said, well, no, we're not going to hand you a $12,000 contract without an estimate first. Thank you very much. I'm sure he's been bad mouthing us for the last 2 or 3 weeks as well.
Sorry,
That
is he the company?
He arranges for the people to come over to do it. I don't know what it is he does specifically with them.
Oh,
but
he's the lead generation guy.
I think so, probably.
Yeah, so he called you that word because he didn't get a commission on the estimate. Is
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
wow,
But
what a piece of shit.
he thought like when we moved in first, we were looking at a couple of things and we asked for some advice and some stuff, and he came in, and then it sort of and they gave us an idea, and we thought, okay, that's good, but we have lots of things that we want to do, so we wanted to put them in order and take some time, and so we weren't hiring anybody that summer. And apparently, because we had them come in and then didn't hire, we were like time wasters or something. So this year we are actually ready to do the project. So we asked them, "Do you want to come in?" They didn't want to send anybody at first because we had wasted their time last year. So we said, "Fine, no problem." And then we had 2 other people come in, and then they said, "Okay, well, fine, we'll come." But they seem to have thought that because they came to take a look at it, that they were necessarily getting the contract. And we're saying, like, we want some estimates because we're going to compare the bids. We're going to have some questions. We're going to get back to you. And he kept on saying, we'll be bringing you a bill. And can you get like $2,000 from the bank to get it to us tomorrow for the deposit? And it's like, we haven't freaking hired you yet.
I didn't sign a contract there, Wilbur. Like, yeah.
Right. So, I mean, but before that, it was like always like every time I'd pass by, it's like, hey, like this. Every time I'd pass by on my bike and he'd see me, he was out, hey, hello. I'd walk, hey, hello. Hey, for 2 years, he thought my name was Gordon. I didn't bother to correct him because, hey, Gordon, you got the D, you got the G. They're right. There's nothing wrong with it. That's fine. I get called Gordon all the time.
Do you really? No, you don't.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the D and
Douglas
the G.
gets Gordon? Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that for like dyslexic people then?
Yeah,
Probably.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the D and the G are strong, right? And same thing with Gordon. So you just
Oh, the
flip them.
D's always strong with you.
Yeah, the D's
Well,
always strong. So, so yeah, it was just really, but like really just like sort of neighborhood watch nosy guy, but usually always friendly, the first to say hello. Say hello every time, whether you were looking at him or not. Like you could be walking around, when you turn around, oh, hi Jim, So, and just a sudden turn out of the blue.
Could you smell
Couple
rye?
seconds. Not from the distance.
I'm not trying to give this guy any excuses, but like it is. How
Would
often
it
does something?
surprise-
How often does something like that happen? Like how sheltered am I? Because I live in the forest now, and I used to hear racial epithets and homophobic slurs and things like that when I lived in Toronto, just because there's millions of people that live there, and you're gonna hear
On
it or
the
whatever.
street, somebody's driving by a car. Hey, faggot.
Yeah.
I've heard that. But like to me, someone who knows me, who I see every day on my street, on my neighborhood, at my school, and never, ever,
Wow.
ever. This is a first.
And now you got to see that guy every day.
Every fucking day. He's
So what's it like
always
filing like a hate crime report? What's that like?
well, I just did it online, so I haven't talked to anybody yet. Because
Okay.
it's an
So what do you
emergency,
go to
because
like the
because-
police?
Yeah, I just went to the police, Kingston police thing. And you file a report, and they have all this list of different type non-emergency ones, and one of them is hate crime assault or hate crimes. And I clicked that one, typed it all in, and sent it.
Do you think he'll deny it?
Well, he can, but my my beaver sweetie was right there. So,
I'm sorry that you went through that, dude. I don't know what that's like. That is where I see, when I think of privilege, I don't think of things like economics. I don't think of things like that. I think of things like that.
yeah,
You know, I have never. I've been the target of verbal, whatever you want to call it, an onslaught about my race, but it was like in a response to me critiquing the organization Black Lives Matter or something like that. Like what's a fucking white boy doing, which I don't think is right, but it's not the same, right? Like it's not the same as like using the N word or the F word in this case or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
so I don't know what that's like. Does that just harken? Like, what does that do to you? Like, I know you're a smart guy and you're and I think that while you know what's fair and just, I also think that you're tough. So I think that it hurt you, but I don't think that you're going to let that guy control your emotions or anything. But I'm wondering though, does it harken back to when you were not out and the things that and the anxiety that it used to make you feel and the idea of being dehumanized? Like, does it take you back to when you were less comfortable being in your own skin?
that's a really great question. I think maybe for some people that could very well be the case. I can see how that would happen. For me, no, not wrong, because I have no history of this. I mean, I've been through some stuff. The last foster home I was in, my foster parents, when I moved out, they just completely rejected me, and I never saw or heard from them ever again, even though I lived there 10 years because I was gay, and that was it. So, I mean, there have been things like that. That was painful. But this is, no, this was more like, I'm just like walking down the street, like this. And okay, I wondered what the first interaction with him would be, given that, he basically hung the phone up on us during the middle of a conversation when we said we don't do business that way.
What was the quote that he said to you? Like, what was the sentence?
When we were talking about it, it seemed like we could do. We had one person come and give us a quote. We said about 12,000. He said, "Yeah, we could do that for 12,000."
Sorry, I meant what was the guy? What did the guy say verbatim? Is what I meant.
We said, "We'll be bringing you a bill."
No, when he used the F bomb.
Oh, today.
What was that sentence?
I don't remember. It was just sort of like he was like walking away dismissively and something like fucking faggots.
So you
'Cause
didn't even have the balls to own it to your face. That
Well,
makes
no.
it-
Well, like now, yes, to our
He
face.
said it
but I
under
mean,
his breath, like one of those tough guys that says "fuck you" to the bigger guy when
on
he
the
walks away.
steps by his door, so he could like walk in at any second, right? Like this. It's not like he came up to the street and talked to us and said faggot, right? Like he was really at a safe distance on his property, So it's just, the thing is that in any normal circumstance, had we done those measurement things that we were doing, right? He would have come out in the street and said, "Oh, I saw that you were noticing. What are you working on? Why were you taking those?" But now it's like, because of that, it's like, you're fucking invading my privacy and you're doing this and you've got to stop doing that. And it's like, why are you suddenly ascribing to us all the worst intentions in the world? What is this tone? What is this language? What's this aggressiveness? All this is completely new behavior.
Yeah.
Why the new behavior? And then all of a sudden the word faggot comes out. Oh, so this is who you were the whole time, eh?
And he's calling you that because you aren't being taken by, first of all, subliminal and muddy sales tactics, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not like it's not normal to just expect somebody to spend 2, 12, 15 grand, whatever it is, because they came over to look at what you had done. It's not like you sat there and was like, "I'm hiring you. Please come over and tell me how much this will cost so I can pay you." You didn't have
Right.
that conversation.
No, because
Yeah.
and the thing is that after the guy came and actually looked at it, like this, he called us. He's talking on the phone, like this, tell Bill, and we say, no, we really need an estimate because we're doing some things and we're getting some grants, and we need to file the estimates with the people that will be giving us the grants because the work has to be approved first and all that kind of stuff, right? We're doing energy retrofit grants and all that type of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So we're putting all of them together. It says, well, so we need that piece of paper to file it, to get the grant, to get the loan, right? So
Yeah.
we can't do anything without it. So we clearly did not hire you. We explained this on the phone
Mhm.
that we need an estimate. And then it calls back like 40 minutes later and again says, we'll be bringing you a bill. We just had this conversation. Why are you
Yeah.
talking bill? I'm saying estimate, you're saying bill. What is it about the English language you suddenly don't understand when I say estimate?
And it's not like this is new. The free estimate, but Douglas, my first job ever was I was in grade 10, I think, or grade something like that. I was 16. Was to work. I worked for a company called Bill Den Home Improvements, and my job was literally lead generation to set up free estimates so that our contractors could go to houses, tell them what it would cost, and try to close them.
Right.
That is how that industry runs. It runs
Right.
on free estimates, right?
Right. We've been having people come and give estimates for the last 2 years
Yeah.
for the stuff that we need to do because it's hard to get people come in with COVID and all that type of stuff.
Mhm.
So it's like we finally got them all. We've been like, we kind of know how this process works. Thank you.
Yeah.
We didn't know when we started 2 years ago, but it's like now we've had people come in for windows and floors and insulation and interior and exterior insulation and water tanks and solar panels and the whole kit and caboodle. Right? So it's like we've had a couple of passes at the rodeo now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do
Do you know what?
But here's the thing. What you said,
Yeah.
right? Is that what had happened? It was sort of like there was the whole aggressivity and like this, and we're like, I'm just sitting there like, what? Like literally, I'm like not getting aggressive because like, what is this about? Like, and then the word came, and what happened in me? I always thought if that happened to me at one point, it would be almost like a dagger to the heart, and I would feel wounded.
Right.
And what happened was more like a scratch on a record, and it was just like, what did you just say?
Yeah.
You want to come here and say that again? It was instant. I am threatened. My partner's threatened. And I did like you do when you have a bear. I just got like really big, all 5'6", 100, like got as big as I could. Like just found the
Big
voice
as you could.
out.
So like 5'9".
Yeah. Found the voice like way down in here.
Yeah.
Like,
What diaphragm? Yeah.
yeah, like this, and I was like, okay, wow. I was like, where the hell did that come from? Because I really thought because I'm the river, right?
You
go along
bend
to
like
get
the
along,
reed.
I make peace. I'm the like this. So I mean, I can stand up for myself, but I normally never have to because people don't do stuff to me because I'm nice. So it never.
You know, one takeaway.
The fact that that's in me.
Mm.
Like I always knew. I always said like this, like yeah, come say like I'm the faggot will fuck you up. Well, turns out I am the faggot will fuck you up. So
Well, honestly, like one of the takeaway, one of the things I'm taking away from this story that I'm actually surprised about is that this is the first time you've ever had to deal with this as a 50-year-old man or whatever, right? Like
this.
yeah, that is the crisis versus opportunity, puzzle. It feels almost like it's shitty that happened. That guy is obviously ignorant and kind of a piece of shit, but at the same time, and maybe this is me just trying to be positive, where I should be more about focused on the incident, whatever. But the positive takeaway that I have is that, wow, this has only happened to you once.
Yeah, well, me too. But it's the same thing with racism. For me, I've been very fortunate, I guess, that I had never experienced racism overtly.
I've probably been more racist towards you than anyone with the whole Saddam Hussein bit, right?
Again, it's a joke. It's
I
an
know,
in
I know,
crowd. Certain
I know it
people,
is, I know, I know.
people can go further, right? Because we know we have an understanding.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like in Canada. It wasn't until it was 2002. So I was 29 and I was in Spain.
Oh,
I was in Barcelona, I guess, and the Catalonians thought I was Castellano.
what's that?
The other part of Spain, Madrid and all that. So
Is that like the Newfies of Spain kind of thing?
no. But it's like Quebec. It's like Quebec and and Canada, like back in the 1960s and 70s,
Okay, okay,
right?
gotcha. Yeah,
Catalonia, they
FLQ
want to
shit.
separate.
Yeah.
They have a different language. They want to be independent. They have an autonomous area like this. So I went to Spain. Stupid Canadian. Buenos días, cómo está, señor? Well, that would have worked well in Madrid, where they speak Castellano, but in Catalan, it's the equivalent of calling your mother a whore. Right? It's the wrong language.
Well, why would a language be so fucking like?
They
Sorry, I
can't
don't-
stand each other. They can't stand each other. So, but it's a language thing. So, I mean, it's like, so I walked in Barcelona like this, and I'm going like taxi cabs, perdóname, like this, and people would give me the long ride around, and I'd go to stores and they'd go perdóname and like this, and then they'd like turn the thing. Sorry, we're closed, and there's like 25 people in the store. Oh, okay. We were at a conference center. I stopped a guy to ask where the bathroom was. He looked at me like I was like, shit, and then just like walked away. And I thought,
Were you wearing like makeup?
No.
Like, how did they know that
No.
you were?
I was speaking. Well, I'm brown, and I was
Oh, it was
speaking
because of race.
Castellano,
Sorry. Yeah,
Spanish,
yeah. Gotcha.
right? So they thought they treated me like I was local, like I was from the part of Spain that they have wars with, because I seemed I blended in and didn't have an accent or something.
Sort of like the French and the Algiers. Algier, is it like that kind of thing?
I don't know much about the French and the Algiers.
Neither do I. I was just trying to.
All I know is that the Catalonians and the Castellanos.
Casti-
There's a reason Barcelona wants to. There's a reason. Well, that the whole section wants to separate from the rest of Spain.
It sounds like mafia families.
Almost, but that was the first time. It was like, I was there for like 9 days, and like for 7, I was kind of like, why is everybody here so awful? I guess, and it wasn't until like the 7th day that I figured out that I was speaking the wrong damn language, and that there's some historical stuff between them, and that I was basically insulting everyone without knowing it. I guess, but by that time I was so miserable that the last day in Barcelona, I just went to the corner store, bought like a whole bunch of stuff, and stayed in my hotel room until it was time to go home.
Oh,
I wasn't going back out there. So after 7 days, that was enough. But in
There you
Canada,
go.
I never
There
experienced
you
it.
go.
Hello, you pretty kitty.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Can you tell Douglas that he's not an F word? Can you say that? You're not an F word.
Thank you, pretty kitty.
Oh, look at the way he just chills. Like he
So-
just chills.
Yeah.
He won't ever like.
He's just relaxed. He's just right hanging out there.
Oh, he loves it. Like he just. I could put him in. I wake up and he's on my head, like, and he's licking. So his head will be here facing forward, and his tongue will just be like until I wake up.
And see, and here's the thing: is that when I got in, I guess, and I'm filing that police report. This literally from the front door to the computer, I had calmed down enough that I could write that thing very rationally, clearly, with no exaggeration, no lies, no adding stuff, no embellishments, no nothing, just the plain facts, and then come on the show. So it doesn't. There's an expression that I like that says, nobody can make you feel bad about yourself without your permission.
Yeah,
You're going to call me a faggot, I guess. The only way I'm going to feel bad about myself is if I give you that power. And
yeah.
I'm sorry, fuckwad, but you don't have it. I do not consent.
I've
I do
only
not consent to giving you that power.
I'm trying to figure out a way, because I like to see how if I'm ever able to identify with something that you've gone through. So obviously I can't identify with that specific thing. I'm not being funny. I've been in several situations, probably like a few dozen, where I've been the only like white guy who rhymes at an event. And I'll get, and I know this isn't the same thing. So please, like all the audience members, please Don't accuse me of creating a false equivalency. I'm not saying anything that I'm oppressed or anything like that. But at a microcosmic level, I do know what it's like to walk into a room and immediately get dismissed because of my race, right?
Yeah.
It just happens
You're
to
the
be
minority.
in a rapping setting, right? Like,
Yeah.
and to be honest with you, because I'm a white dude in North America, it bothered me from an egotistical standpoint because I knew I had skills.
Right.
But I never felt like I was, oh my God, it's just the unfairness and lack of justice is just not tolerable. Like I never felt that way. I
Yeah,
kind of
but
understood.
the second you started spitting.
Well, then I would like rec shop because I was also wearing like club. I would go out in like, I'd wear like jeans and a Club Monaco sweater and a leather jacket and Docs, right?
Okay.
And so that when I would walk in, I would try to elicit. I got the idea from White Man Can't Jump.
Okay.
I would try to elicit a stereotypical response like "fucking white boy." Oh, well, let's hear you spit, white boy. And then it'd be like, I've been doing this shit since you were nothing but a glint in the eyes of your mother's rapist, and they would fucking like, be like, what the fuck, right? So it would be good, but you don't have that option, right? Like it's not like you can like be like, oh yeah, by the power of gayness, and then that homophobe is just gonna be like, oh, I didn't know you were gay, elite. Jesus, I love you. Like so there's no winning in that situation.
Yeah. It's not like I'm going to go down on him to convert him.
No, fuck that. Make him go down on you. He's a power bottom now. Fuck him.
Let him try to go down on himself.
I admit I've tried that, and I got a flick in, and I thought I tore my entire lower back, like my lumbar, just from that dude trying to do that. I was on this is a true story. I was on a massive amount of ecstasy, and the what's her face? Who was the VJ from Much Music in that movie Short Bus?
Oh, Sookie Lee.
Yeah, Suki and Yuli. That movie came out, and I was chilling with my girlfriend and a few friends, and it was after like some.
Don't
club
tell me
event.
that movie is what gave you the idea.
Well, I knew that the idea existed, but I never seen an example of it before.
Okay.
I just knew theoretically that it existed, and I was so fucking determined. And like I said, I got a grazing flick in, but I tore my lumbar.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you. What did you pull?
My lumbar. I'm just pretty impressed with myself that I could actually get a grazing flick in. That's actually what we dubbed it, the grazing flick incident of 2005 or whatever it was. Yeah.
So aimed to pull your pork and ended up pulling your lumbar, didn't you?
That's right. What's the difference? Okay. I'm gonna do. I want your opinion. So I'm not trying to stereotype you.
No, go. Oh, please.
But fashion, you're probably better than I am.
Okay.
So I'm gonna show. So I don't know if you were tuned. It doesn't matter if you tuned in, but if for anyone at home that's tuned in over the last the last Casual Friday I talked about retail therapy.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was until this year.
Okay.
And my retail therapy seems to be expressed solely through shoe purchases.
I knew it. You and Ray now have something in common.
Oh, do we really?
Oh yeah, Ray loves shoes.
Okay, so do you know who Cole Haan is?
No, I actually do not.
Okay, so Cole Haan is a shoe company, I guess. Anyways, I'm not price tagging this because I paid this much. I'm price tagging this because I saved this much. So these are $400 shoes.
Ooh, snazzy
that I
shoes.
got for $110.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the first pair of shoe. So tell me what you think of this shoe. Okay, hold on. I'm going to do this. Okay. So that is the shoe.
That looks like the men's 2.0 Grand Laser Wingtip Oxford in light beige.
Does it really?
Well, maybe not light beige, dark brown, but yeah, I'm looking at something on the web here because when you said Cold Hand, I went to look it up, and it looks very much like the one that popped up, just a little darker.
Yep, the Cole Haan, like it looks like almost like a golf shoe. As you can see,
Yeah.
I've worn. So this pair I had, and I only wore this shoe for like
That's rather
a
snazzy.
month, and that's
I
why
like
it
how
has
luminescent
like
it is.
this. Okay,
Yeah.
So that's that. I'm actually showing you the shoes in chronological order.
Ooh.
Right? Okay. Then there's this, which is one of my favorite shoes.
Oh, there's some flash there. Okay, that's
right?
shiny.
So this is a.
Yeah,
Hold on.
that's you
Where's
could wear that with a tux if you want it to be a little counterculture.
these are Jordans.
Okay.
I believe they're 11s, but I don't remember, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't think it says on the actual thing. So when I was a kid, I fucking loved Air Jordans.
Mm.
I was so like ensconced in hip hop culture that the two things that gave me like dopamine rushes were Air Jordans and gold chains. I swear to God.
Really? You were
Gold
that
chains.
guy?
When I used to see Eric B. and Rakim wearing their big fat rope chains, I would literally fantasize about wearing big fat rope chains. I don't know. I'm just saying. I had kind of an identity crisis when I was
Freak flag fly, baby.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Okay, and then I got these.
Ooh.
These are also Jordans. These are the Jordan. I think they're the Jordan 11s.
Okay. Yeah, I was
These are
wondering.
the
I've seen those before. That's a classic one, right?
oh, these are awesome. Like
Yeah.
and these are the only high cut ones that I got. I was really
Okay.
Jordan low cuts didn't exist when I was a kid.
Yeah, I
Three-quarter
think so, yeah.
cuts and high
Yeah.
cuts did, but not low cuts.
No, no.
Okay.
No, it
And-
wasn't the thing for a while, too.
That's right. And then my homage to hip hop culture. These are my Adidas shell toes.
Run DMC.
Yeah. That's not good, right? So I got these. And then a homage to my time in high school. And I had so many pairs of these in high school. Douglas, you should know what they are as soon as you see it.
Oh, Ledox.
Yeah.
I love those.
Yeah, the brogue style Doug.
Yes.
To be
Yes.
honest with you,
Some of
these
the most comfortable shoes I've ever had.
well, they're comfortable on the sole, but this part, like,
yeah, if you, it can dig into you if you're not. I don't recommend wearing them without socks.
no, definitely not. Now, these have become my. Now, do you like basketball?
I didn't, and I've become a recent convert.
Okay. So there has been a debate for the last, let's just say, maybe 10 years or something, of who the GOAT is. And it's often between Jordan and LeBron, right?
LeBron. Yeah.
And I'm a Jordan guy.
Okay.
And I maintain that mostly because the playoff record, Jordan is 6-0 in NBA finals and LeBron is like 2-6 or 3-6 or something like that. But his shoes, LeBron's shoes, I wish that the Jordan logo was
Okay.
on this pair of shoes.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. I see what you mean. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
These
Yep.
shoes are like
Yep.
the most amazing, but they're
Ooh.
so fucking comfortable. Oh, like they are the most comfortable shoe I think I've ever had in my entire life. And I have really bad calluses, and sometimes I limp when I walk because of how bad my calluses are. But these LeBrons, I haven't been limping. Now they're all I wear now. So all the other shoes have become decorative pieces. I might put some like, incense. I may make one of them an incense holder. Maybe the shell toes. I don't know. But yeah, the LeBrons are
The little
fucking amazing.
plant going through the other one.
Yeah, that's right. Do you have a retail therapy like go-to weakness? Like mine apparently are shoes. Some people have hats. Like, do you have a certain article of clothing that you go to when you want to fucking treat yourself?
Right now, I don't. To be totally honest, when I was younger, though, it was tapes and CDs.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, I guess I'm one of these. For all my fabulousness, I did not get the shopping gene. I do not like it. I'm not a fan.
No.
The only store you could put me into like this, that where I would stay more than 5 or 10 minutes, was a record store. I spent hours
Really?
in a record store going through every single thing, looking at everything. But Christmas, it's like I make a list of what I want. I look at all the flyers. I look online. I make a list, and then I go over a period of 2 days. I go to every place and just like an eagle, pay and get out. That's it. I do not like shopping. I just do not.
I like it now because I could never afford to, dude. listen, I'm not showing these shoes because I want people to think that I'm a sneakerhead who has like thousands of dollars worth of shoes. I am a person who, um, the last pair of shoes that I bought before any of these was like a decade ago, like, and they were my Blundstones. I don't buy anything. I literally don't buy anything, and now things have been going well. I have the book deal in advance,
Hmm.
freelance stuff. Crier pays me. Like I am doing okay financially, and so and bad emotionally. So I wanted to make myself feel better, but this is it now. Like I mean, like I'm not gonna like. Well, if I do buy myself anything, it's just gonna be shoes again. I bought some clothes, but I'm not spending thousands of dollars or anything like that. But
I guess I could say I kind of lied. If there is one thing clothing wise that there is, it would be tennis shirts.
really,
uh, because I play a lot. But even before I started playing, because I used to always go in as a big fan, and I'd go and watch. And no matter wherever I went, whatever tournament I was at, I would buy a shirt. And it's not necessarily a shirt of the tournament, just a tennis shirt. So like I have one tennis shirt that's from Tennis Canada. I have one Team Canada shirt, and I have one from the actual Rogers Cup Montreal with the Montreal logo. But all my other tennis shirts are not events. Like this. So I would go and go watch the matches, and at one point I just go take a thing through, and it's like, yep, this one.
yeah.
So I've got about probably a good 25 to 30 of them. So those would probably be it. But I don't get to wear them much in the winters
That's true.
unless I'm
Yeah.
going to the gym or something.
I've been
But
doing that for my kids. So my kids are they'll be 9 and 7 next month, and
okay.
so I've gone to. By the way, I don't know if I talked about this yet. I think I probably have, but my schedule here doing this podcast has been so kind of all over the place in the last let's say 2 months or whatever. That but I've been traveling a lot, and that's one of the
Yes.
reasons. So, have you ever been to Milwaukee?
No, and I have friends there.
Okay. Tell your friends that I fucking love their city. I've been to Milwaukee now 3 times over the last 2 months for a few reasons.
Okay.
I interviewed the Harley Davidson executives for
Yes.
the 120th anniversary. I'm going to be releasing that in, I guess, about a week and a half. I went in search of the Duggars place, 19 and counting people, like when I
Mhm.
was in there because it's in the area.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyways, and then I ran into this lady who found out that her mom died. I don't know if you read that piece, but I went looking for an all day breakfast place.
Oh, yes, yes. Okay.
Yeah, and I
Yes.
and I ended up whatever, just
Yes.
seeing this lady, and she was distraught or whatever. But anyways, the city of Milwaukee, and I gotta say, the only thing that I knew about Milwaukee was beer and Happy
Happy
Days,
days.
and that's it. It is ridiculously charming, rustic, kind of like steampunk light in the
Okay.
fact that it has this modernity that is contrast with sort of like classic industrial. It is a really charming small town ish kind of city, and I honestly I recommend it to anyone that you know wants to figure out a new city to spend. You could spend a week in Milwaukee, and you'd fucking have the time of your life. I swear to
It's
God.
it, it's interesting that you say that about that city because I'm thinking of my friends Andy and Brian who live there. I met them in 2002, I think it is. They had already been together a long time by then, and they're still together now. And I see pictures of them all the time. And if you say it's that kind of town, they look like they would come from the place you've described.
Yeah.
They're very steampunkish type looking little uh, sort of bohemian, a bit, you know, uh, um,
Did you like 90% of Milwaukee females have
but
tattoos?
have what?
Tattoos.
Yeah.
I've never
tattooed.
seen
Yep.
like I used to live in LA. I lived in South Beach. I lived in Saskatchewan, which is nothing like those two places. Um, but I've lived in two American cities and maybe like three or four Canadian cities. I am telling you, the proportion of women who have tattoos in Milwaukee eclipses that of any other city I've ever been to, including Toronto. It is crazy. Like you'll see like Karens with buns with sleeve tattoos. It's really fucked up.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. Yeah, long beards, rustic cabin. Yep.
They have
The
old like factory buildings that have been refurbished, old red brick buildings made from like 1 billion-year-old stones unearthed in wherever the fuck. There's a restaurant there called listen, I have the heart of a vegetarian, but the willpower of a carnivore. So
Yep.
I still eat steaks.
Yep.
There is a restaurant there called Carnivore, and it is. I can't even explain how good it is. I've been to Highs and the Senator in Toronto and all these other places. I have never had a steak in my entire life like I had at this restaurant.
Wow.
It was, and everyone at the table, we all had different cuts. There was like three or four of us there, and we tasted each other's. Like one guy had like a 64 aged ribeye something blah blah. The other guy had Wagyu beef from Japan or whatever. And we asked the server because I looked it up on my phone because I'm this guy. I'm like, they say that most of the Wagyu meat isn't actually official or whatever because that's what they say, right? I don't know if I'm saying it right. Wagyu or Wagyu, whatever it's called. Wagyu,
Wagyu?
whatever. But
Yeah.
most of the time they say it's fake. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's like sparkling wine versus champagne. Most of the,
Gotcha.
unless it's from that region of France,
Yes.
it's not champagne. Well, that beef or whatever is a lot like that too. And and these guys were like, "We'll be right with you, sir." And they went and they came back with a framed article from the local paper that talked about how they're like one of 3 restaurants in the States that have been like certified as actually serving the real Wagyu steaks or whatever.
Ooh.
And I was just like, oh my God, this is fucking amazing. It is so good. It's like the truffles of steak.
Okay.
And the good part about talking about this is that we have, for the first time in a long time, Ryan Lindley joining us here on Casual Friday. Ryan, what's up, buddy?
I heard somebody was messing with my boy,
Yeah.
Douglas, and I got to get to the bottom of this right now.
Yeah. you do that while
What
I go
the hell happened?
I'll be right back. Ryan, I'll be right back.
You said bottom.
Okay. Yeah, but you said something earlier too when I was hearing the story, and I'm not going to say it because
Why not?
I'll get because I'll get canceled. And
You have the queen has ordered you.
it was something about a middle, and I had this lucky peer joke in my head
Okay.
that I was gonna say. But see, when I came into the conversation, when you guys were talking, I didn't understand what was going on. So I was just like, oh, Douglas just seems like animated about something. So I made a comment, and then I heard you talk. I'm like, oh shit. I didn't know what you were talking about. And then I heard what you were talking about, like, no, it's not cool.
Yeah.
That's not cool at all. But you know what's cool?
What?
Seeing your face. I miss you.
You so
How
much.
are you?
If I were any better, I would be triplets. I am doing that
Oh.
good.
All right.
Doing that good.
All right.
I was extremely busy from about March 24th to June 25th.
Yeah, I know. I was following your escapades on social media and watching all the pictures, and I was kind of waiting for that. Was it a Shaw show?
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to see. I wanted to see. You know,
Yeah.
The Butcher of Fleet Street is like my favorite
Oh, sweet
story in the
God, yeah.
entire world.
I didn't get
And what happened? Yeah, but you couldn't
I
go.
couldn't go. No.
What happened?
Well, one, I was extremely exhausted.
Okay.
But there was something that happened that I could not go that weekend, and I
That's
don't remember
terrible.
off the top of my head where it was. But it was, you know what, I was sad for about half a day, and that was literally about it. It was. Oh, I know what it was. Yes, I did not go because normally when we do a musical and at the type of level of theater that I do, we usually have usually 3 months. But
Yeah.
this one was a 6 week rehearsal period. So it would have been 4 days a
Oh,
week, 6 weeks. And the first 2 weeks were the last 2 weeks of August, which are the only 2 weeks that my sweetie has off from teaching between the summer session and the fall session. And we want to do
right.
something. So,
Uh,
yeah,
I gotta tell
I
you a
chose my
funny story.
relationship. So,
Wow.
over
There's so
ambition.
much time for relationship. Stop. There's
Well,
so much
I'd
time
sort
for
of
that.
checked out the last 3 months with this place, so you know.
So, so funny story. Back a few years, actually, I think it was the fall prior to COVID.
Mm.
So Ashley and I are in Niagara, and we said, let's take in a Shaw Festival show.
Ooh, nice.
I'm not a theater
Right.
guy at all at this point, right? I've never been a theater guy. It's always just I can't stand musical shit. I don't like that. I'm not a fan. I don't appreciate
Yep.
it. Right? She goes, "You've never been." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know, but I know what it is and
Yep.
I just don't give a shit, right?" So she's like, but I know how much it means to her. So I'm like, "All right, fuck it. I'll go buy tickets and I'll do this and I'll do that and everything else." Well, it turns out I didn't have to buy the tickets. One of our real estate agent friends from Niagara on the Lake
Okay.
is a big booster of Shaw and said, "Hey, I've got tickets for Sweeney Todd." And I'm like, "I know that. I know that story. And I like that story. That's actually that's a pretty good one. Let's do it up." So we make a weekend out of it. And when I say a weekend, Douglas, we almost missed the goddamn show
Ooh.
leading up to it because it was a Saturday night show. We end up in Niagara Falls like on the Friday afternoon and we tear it up. So we stayed in the falls, and I don't know if you know the geography between Niagara Falls and Niagara on the Lake
Mhm.
where Shaw
Yep.
is, right? So it's like a 20-minute
Right.
drive, right? So, so so we stay in a hotel and everything's booked. We tried to get rooms in Niagara on the Lake, couldn't get a room.
Oh.
Top dollar, couldn't
Okay.
get a room. Like I would have paid $1,000 a night. It just wasn't happening. So we're like, okay, we'll stay in a hotel. And I made a joke about a heart-shaped tub. It's Niagara Falls, whatever. Well, we ended up finding this really nice little, I'll call it a hole in the wall, but it was actually a big hotel that was taken over by a private family
Okay.
and was in the midst of renovations. So it wasn't very popular, but when we got there, we got one of the new renovated rooms. Like this place was
Nice.
gorgeous. We're like, holy shit, I can't believe. And we had the whole floor to ourselves.
Okay.
So it was like, all right. So we set up camp. We went to the outlets. We went shopping on the Friday. And then we came back to Niagara Falls. We said, let's go onto the strip. Let's be tourist dicks, right?
Okay.
End up at that, like the outdoor karaoke bar in Niagara Falls. Wasted. And I mean 10 bell wasted, but still like operational. Had a blast. Met a bunch of people, and wait till you're gonna love this part. Ultra right wing Trump supporting people from Pennsylvania in their like early 20s, young kids with very rich parents, and so we're trying to have like an education session with them. This is why you're wrong. Don't listen to your dad. I know you want his money. Like one of those things, right? This goes until 4:00 in the morning. At one point, obviously, nobody's serving booze anymore. Ashley goes to the Tim Hortons and she's buying teas because the Timmy's is still open. So we're all having tea on and wasted, trying to sober up, drinking these, trying to get a cab just to get back to the hotel. So the next morning, fast forward, we've got these tickets, and I mean stellar tickets. Like we've got really good tickets for the show, and we had plans for like a really romantic dinner.
Mhm.
Let's have like a nice thing beforehand. No, we ended up at Hooters eating buffalo shrimp, chicken wings, and French fries just to cure the hangover, and still weren't sure if we were going to the show because we were feeling like shit. So the grease soaks up the booze to a good enough point. Hi, James.
Hi.
Sorry.
No.
So the grease soaks up enough booze, and we said, okay, let's go to the show. I feel well enough to go to the show. And so we do. And my God, thank God we did. The most brilliant piece of theatrical art I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
Overall.
Okay.
Like it changed my entire outlook or my entire perception on theater art, live theater.
Wow.
We were right near the pit. The orchestra was fucking banging.
Yep.
And right before the show, this is the best part. This is my favorite part. So right before the show started, we sit in our seats, and there's not an empty seat in the house, by the way. Like, these are sold out shows. But the seat beside Ashley is empty.
Okay.
And we're like, that's kind of fucking weird, right? So the usher, beautiful lady, she says, excuse me, please make sure you don't put a coat there. Don't let anybody sit here. So I'm like, I don't understand. So as the lights dim, the orchestra starts, and there's a narrator starting the opening of the show. This wall that's beside us, it's a fucking wall. I had no idea it was a door, but it's a wall.
Was there a
And now
bookshelf where you had to take a book and
You could
pull it
literally like
forward?
push. Yeah, it was almost like you could push it. I don't know if you've ever been to the Shaw Theater, like the actual festival theater in Niagara on the Lake. It's gorgeous. It's just fucking. It's such a cool experience, right? This door just opens slightly. A man slips out and sits next to Ashley. It's him. It's him. It's the barber. It's the butcher. It's the fucking and he's sitting there and he won't look at us. He's in character.
Who is it?
Sweeney Todd.
Sweeney Todd.
Oh,
Right. So
Sure.
and I look at Ashley, and at this point, because of the, we've soaked in the grease, we've gotten to the Shaw, we've had some wine, we're getting back on the horse. I'm pretty loose at this point. I'm saying to Ashley, I'm like, he's like one of them British guards. You can't get him to fucking break. I want to get him to break, and I'm trying to. He won't. He's looking ahead. He smirked at one point as he got up and looked at us as he walked to get on the stage because he was announced. You know how the show opens.
Yep.
He just shows up out of nowhere. Well, he shows up from the seat next to us. The most incredible experience. So when I heard you were having the opportunity to go, I was like, I swear to God, I will drive to Kingston to see this show. If he's in it, I'm coming. And I was a little heartbroken, but there's always next time. There's always next time. So I cannot.
Was that
wait.
the same play? Was that the same play that you were doing, Douglas?
Oh, no.
Well,
it's same story, just a different theater.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Like, ours would have been. I mean, Shaw is like way up, huge level and huge budget. We would have been just pro-am. So, but it would have been a paying game.
Go kart versus Indy. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. Like,
Is that story based on a true? That's the story about the barber that gave his kills to the butcher, right?
Well, to his wife. His wife made him into stew and soups.
Is that based on a true story? Because I kind of
was it stew or sauce? I can't remember what did she make him into.
aren't they pies?
Pies. That's it. Meat pies.
like mince meat, right?
Mince meat. Yeah, that's what it was.
Is it based on a real
wasted by
story?
the second act.
I don't think so.
I only ask because listen, I'm about to go to the UK in like I don't know 13 days. My publisher is sending me there to interview a bunch of Plymouth Brethren people, and but the last time I was there was when I fraudulently scared my trip to the. Should I be admitting this? I don't know what the statute of limitations is on press fraud.
Was it worth over $5,000?
Oh, probably. Yeah.
How long ago was it?
2018. So I was working for the Huffington Post from 2016 to early 2018, and then like a month after I got unceremoniously let go from the Huffington Post.
After I decided to leave after they threw me out.
Right, exactly. And but I was called by a PR company that represented the British American Tobacco Company to and they were like, because they saw a piece that I wrote for Huffington Post about vaping. Funny sidebar to that. Randy Hillier was one of the quotes because he was a big vaping enthusiast when he was a member of the of Queens Park. And so anyway, so I got called by this PR company. They're like, James DeFiore, and I'm like, yes. I always think it's a collection agency, right? So at first I'm
course.
like, I never say yes. Actually, at the beginning, they're like, is this James DeFiore? And I'm like, who's calling, please? Right? Because then I can like finagle a way out of it. They're like, we, I don't know, whatever PR agency it was, we represent the interests of the British American Tobacco Company, and we would like to invite you to Southampton to tour our vaping facility and our tobacco factory. You, as an employee of the Huffington Post, and who has written about vaping, we think that you would be a good journalist to come. We also have someone from the National Post and someone from something else. And instead of doing the right thing, which would have been to inform this public relations agency that I no longer an employee for the Huffington Post, I was like, okay, well, just send me the ticket and I'll go. And they're like, no problem. So they booked my ticket.
That's amazing.
And off I went. And why was I telling you this? Oh yeah, so I went to so they put me up in a hotel in Westminster, and I don't like shit like that. Like I don't mind some fancy stuff, but there's certain stuffy fancy shit I don't like.
Yeah.
This hotel was like literally I could throw a rock and take out a window at Buckingham Palace, right? Like it was like right there. And it was like $600 a night, but the room was small, you know, and then the lobby was like stuffy, and there was a guy playing the piano with the big cognac glass and like, you know, whatever. And you know who alpha males you in Westminster? Ladies with shopping bags. They don't move for fucking anyone.
Ooh, okay.
Like, it got to the point where I was like, this is crazy. Like I went for a walk into the shopping district of Westminster from my hotel, and I got alpha mailed by like several, like at least 5 women with shopping bags. They would just literally stop in the middle of the sidewalk and put their nose up in the air and look to the left or right. And I'd just be like, okay, I guess I'll go around you. And then the one time where I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to look at my phone and not even look up and make that fucking person go around me. She went around me like this. Oh, right.
Yeah.
She walked, and I was just like, holy shit.
Well,
but then I stayed in East London for the last 4 days of my trip. It was so much better.
I was going to say that's where real people live.
Oh, Brick Lane or whatever it's called, where all the curry restaurants are. Oh my God. It was the greatest. It was the greatest. But anyways, yeah, I still don't remember why I brought that up, but you know,
I don't know either.
Yeah, you were talking about.
We're talking about the Shaw Festival and Fleet Street. Maybe did it have something? I don't know.
I don't remember.
It's your
But it
show.
was a good story.
From what I can tell, it's not. There was some speculation that maybe it was based on a real thing, but apparently it is not.
That's it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's why.
A lot of
Because
people,
when I went to East London, I stayed in a flat where the building that the flat was in was where Jack the Ripper had his last apartment.
yeah, that's what they thought maybe it was based on something to do
Yeah.
with Jack the Ripper as well, but it's not. I'm just reading here. So we are happy to note that Sweeney Todd is not based on a true story. This may put your mind at ease when you enjoy your next meat pie.
I also got drunk in the last place where Jack the Ripper killed a barmaid. So how about that?
I'm noticing a pattern here.
Yeah.
I guess so. I also went and scored drugs in the club district. It was really awful. Like, it was a bad
Again,
time.
some of the best opium you could find was back in the Ripper days.
By opium, you mean cocaine? Yes, correct.
No, I mean opium.
Yeah, I don't know.
They had
what I was
opium
doing.
dens, actual opium dens.
I'm glad I won't do that this time. This time is going to be a lot different. This time,
I bet.
I actually am employed by the company that I claim to be employed by.
They made him sign something this time, folks.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And I'll be going there, and I have to go to and I have because I have friends now that are part of the community of ex Plymouth Brethren cult members, my publisher doesn't have to pay for hotels. So the way I finagled this trip was that, so my publisher's like, I tell him, listen, I gotta go to the UK and fucking interview people. And he's like, well, we don't want to spend the money because it costs so much to house people in London.
Right.
And then I reached out to my ex-brethren people. So now I got lodging.
You're couch surfing.
And then the publisher will pay for my flight because my publisher is not cheap at all. You're great.
That's right. Good for you. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah. Well, the publisher's
They're
mad
giving
at me
out
because
25-pound vouchers for the what are they? What's the? I always
Fish and
hear
chips?
the name. No, the name of the place that's in. It's like a grocery in the UK. It's a very popular one. Aldi's.
Oh, I don't remember, but I do remember shopping there. No, but it's fucked up because my publisher. So this book deal that I have is something that I had to finagle after the Bullard situation.
Oh shit!
And for those who
Never
don't
mind.
know, Bullard and I,
Mike Bullard?
Mike Bullard, we secured a book. We secured a book deal as co-writers, writing about how Mike Bullard was an example of a person who was hit by the shrapnel caused by the Me Too movement, where he was an innocent party being accused of something that he didn't do. And it was going great until Mike Bullard went on my podcast and called Avery Haynes the C word, and then said that Cynthia Mulligan deserved to have stage 4 cancer. All but not. Thank you, Ryan. I missed that. All but destroying our book deal. I literally called the publisher and I was like, have you listened to the podcast that I just did yesterday? And he's like, no. And I'm like, I'm going to send it to you along with a pitch for my next book idea, because they already gave us like 10 grand in advance money. So I was like, so then I talked to my publisher the next day and he's like, it better be a good pitch, because otherwise you and Mike owe me 10 grand. And I'm like, just hear me out. I think I can
Listen,
do this. Yeah.
I can explain.
Yeah. Oh
Have you
God.
ever met Mike Bullard?
Oh fuck.
Then he ends up in Ukraine. Like, what the fuck happened there? It's
Yeah.
if there's
Who ended up
anything,
in Ukraine?
if there's a book
Bullard.
to be written,
Really?
if there's a book to be written, it's from the outside looking in on that entire saga for the last 10 years.
Bullard
That's what the
did.
book is.
I want to word this in a way that isn't like, I don't want to throw Bullard under the bus or anything like that. Like,
No,
but I will say that
he's a good guy. Down deep down.
that's one opinion.
Somewhere.
No, but he went to the he went to Ukraine to cover the war. He asked for my advice. My advice to him was, don't make it about you. Team up with a stringer that is already over there. Piggyback on his media outlets. Cover some stuff. Give him the footage. Keep the Mike Bullard kind of name out of it. And when I said that to him, he's like, "Yeah, okay," and he hung up. And then he proceeded to like do the exact opposite, where it was all about Mike Bullard.
This is where Morgan Freeman comes in.
Yeah,
Mike Bullard didn't listen to James D. Fiore's advice and went to Ukraine with a big Mike Bullard shirt on.
yeah.
It's pretty much how it went.
Oh my God, you did that well. Oh my
Mike
Lord.
Bullard was a bird that couldn't be caged.
Strolled through Ukraine like he didn't have a care in the world.
Like he didn't have a care in the world.
Stiff wind would
He
have
couldn't
blew him
remember
over.
the name of that town. What was it again? Kyiv.
Dave.
Shit.
I
Thanks,
told
you
him,
guys.
I'm like, he's like, why would you give me that advice? And I'm like, because you don't want to make it about you. You don't want to be seen going over there to see if you can profit off of being the person who provides footage about something that is impacting
Yes.
human life. And then the next thing I know, it's like he messages me. I probably shouldn't be sharing this, but he's probably never gonna watch this. But like a week later, he messaged me and he's like, I'm tired of coming up with all this Ukraine footage without a buyer. And I'm like, you're literally admitting that you want to profit off of human misery, and it's annoying you for some reason. I told you what you should do. You know,
I remember seeing one video. It was like, I'm Mike Bullard, and I'm here eating pierogies with someone in a bomb shelter. It's like, oh, this is just the show again. This is just the Mike Bullard show all over again. Like, nobody's laughing, Mike. Nobody gets that humor right now.
Yeah.
You're not offering anything here.
Oh, yeah.
Too bad.
Yeah. Well, what are you gonna do? But now the new book that I've been able to finagle, and I was like, I told my publisher's like, well, what about the $5,000 that of the advance that we gave to Bullard? And I'm like, I think the C word is valued at around $5,000, and I don't think you should be bothering me with this.
All right, I'm gonna tell an inside story.
Yeah,
you guys want to hear an inside story about that day? That oh god, don't do that. That's fucking.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Oh my god, look at him. Anyway, here's an inside scoop. So the day that podcast aired, the amount of buzz, not buzz, but buzz as in like my phone was on silent and our phones just started going. Everybody's phones. Mine, Dean's, and the lawyer.
and mine. Trust
yours.
Me. Yeah.
But you were I was
in
right?
Creemore at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, you were on the air, so it was like we can't just like get a hold of James. Like I texted you tonight a
that's
funny
right.
joke earlier,
yeah.
And it was, you know, you're not a guy that looks at your phone while you're doing interviews, so rightfully so. And we're all like, holy fuck, pull it. We got to pull it. And then the next day, the conversation was, hey, can we scrub them off the website? Every single mention of the guy got scrubbed. So, yeah. Really? It was something.
It's always something when you're just like, Bullard, you called her a cunt. And his response was, but she is a cunt. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ.
It's fucking terrible. Oh, shit. Yeah. The good old days.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know what to say about that anymore.
Douglas, you're in the middle again.
I am. Look at me.
Lucky Douglas.
Did you hear about the Marineland thing? They sold Marineland.
To who?
So
Russians, right? It's got to be Russians. Who else is going to fucking buy that place? Who bought it?
Well, listen. So Phil Demers tweeted something that said that they were sold.
Okay.
And Phil Demers was the Marineland whistleblower that pulled the lid, that pulled the veil off of the abuse to animals.
Walrus
and all that kind of
whisperer. Yes.
Yeah. And so he wouldn't expand on it. Then I had another source that told me that wouldn't tell me the name of the company, but gave me these hints. The hints are it's a developer who also happens to own a company that a storage unit company, I guess, whatever you call it, that has Russian ties, and then said, think tobacco country. And I was just like, okay. So those are the hints. And I guess someone in the comments wrote earlier, Norfolk, because there's a Norfolk, that's where all the tobacco is grown in Southern Ontario. And also that is the name of a storage company. So that's the leading candidate now for whoever bought Marineland. But apparently they're shipping the last 3 whales that they have to Japan, where the conditions are even worse. They'll probably in Japan they're fucked. They'll probably find a way to put whales in a vending machine in fucking Japan. Like it's great. It's crazy.
Some poor tourist is going to eat it as ahi tuna in fucking 6 months from now.
There's a fucking 2-ton pound killer whale comes out of a fucking vending machine.
No. They're just sending the whale to compete at the World Aquatics Championships.
Yes. You know what?
50-meter pool.
You know what? And I don't care. I don't care if it was Osama bin Laden himself that came up from the dead and bought that as a developer to raise it and make it into like housing or something. I'm fine with that. Get rid of that fucking place every single time. And I don't understand. I do understand. I know how the economics work, but every time I still to this day, in this time in 2023, hear a fucking Marineland commercial on the radio or on TV, I think to myself, that's how soulless media is now. They have no idea. There's no connection to how like public perception of that place is. They're selling it for a reason because nobody fucking goes there anymore because they all know that this is a scam.
Everyone
hey guys,
loves Marineland.
Yeah. Nobody loves Marineland. And that was it. You know, you grew up with that and it's like, shit, we were all wrong about this. Like, this is really bad. Like,
I've been at least 2 or 3 times as a kid.
You know,
I
from a
went too. I sat in
philosophical
a pile of puke once
from a philosophical perspective, can we just
Traumatized.
just like go through a thought experiment for a
Fine,
second?
just skip over my trauma. Whatever, James.
You can go back to your trauma in a second, okay? Because
It'll
I'll
still
lead
be
into
there.
it. I'll segue.
It'll
I'll
still be
segue.
there.
I'll segue into it. Yeah, that's right. The deep-rooted negative ancillary impacts are probably going to be there forever, Ryan. So just give me a second here.
Well, they are. Believe me, I know. I can still smell it.
But if you think of all the animal abuse, all of the whales and walruses that have suffered and the dolphins that have suffered, if you remember the commercial, happiness is splashy tails, and at one point the killer whale comes and kisses that one child on the cheek.
Yeah.
If that killer whale, actually orcas or dolphins, if you really want to be specific, thank you Wildcrats, because that's how I learned that. But if you really want to like help the animals, if that orca would have, instead of kissing the child, bit its head off, there's countless of animals that wouldn't have suffered after that fact, and it would have just cost one child.
So that kid would have actually like saved an entire like 2 decades worth of animals.
Way to go, Stephanie.
What a selfish.
You couldn't make your cheek a little tastier, you fucking
What a
little
selfish kid.
Another virgin into the volcano.
Right. No, I swear to God, and it was one of those. I never went there. I never went there unless it was with a school trip. We never went like for like family time or whatever. It's pretty much because we were like pavas and we were poor. We had money. We probably would have went and like paid to kill a deer or something, but we didn't have that. So I would go on school trips, and I remember there's 2 things. There's 2 things that stick with me from this trip. And one of them was I found, rightfully so, a Oakland A's hat. Like an official Oakland A's hat. Just on the ground. I'm like, taking that.
Is that was this during the Mark McGuire, Jose Canseco years?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I took it.
The Bash Brothers. Yep.
So I took it. And the other thing I remember was I was wearing beige colored shorts, which was the fashion in the early
like
90s.
the Crocodile Hunter?
It actually was late 80s. Oh yeah, like total like beige
cargo
like,
shorts.
Skin colored, like it looked like something that you'd hand with the bucket and with the lotion to somebody to put on, and they were skin tight. And I was
don't want to get the hose
kid,
again.
Right? Oh, I was a chubby fat kid, right? So it was like you just looked like a sausage, like 10 pounds of sausage in a 5-pound case. So, and I sat down on a ride. I can't remember what ride it was. It was a fucking terrible. Like, all the rides there were horrible. It's like it should have been shut down by like TSSA should have been in there like years ago, right? But I sat down in this thing. Oh yeah, you had like bungee cords for fucking seatbelts. It's like, no, it's fine, kid. The guy smelled like rye, and he's like buckling you in. He probably has priors. He's not even allowed to be around kids, but he's buckling kids into this ride, right? So, and I sit down, and we're on the ride, and it's like jingling and fucking, you can hear the fucking, and as it's like halfway through, it's like having that epiphany moment in your mind. You're like, did I just shit myself? Like, I know what it feels like to shit myself, because I had shit myself as a conscious child at that point one time in a grocery store. That's a different story. But so I know.
Were you sitting in the cart?
No, I was standing waiting for my mom to pay. And I was like, I really got to poo, Ma. Like, I got to get the fuck out of here. And
I gotta go poo.
It was like, no, I was like 7 or 8, right? And it's like, It's not a fart, and I knew it wasn't a fart. I consciously knew it. This is a totally different story, but I knew.
Hold on. I gotta go pee. I'm sorry. Now I have to go. I don't know why it happened just there, but I gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
All right, I'll save the story. I'll tell the grocery store story then. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm watching my mom, and my mom's like paying, and this is back. Oh, Douglas, this is the best. You'll remember this, not because I'm saying like
Yeah.
how old are you?
50.
Okay, so you're not that far off from me. So you'll
No.
remember back in the day when you were able to pay with a check at a grocery store, right?
Yes.
So my
That'll
mom
take
was paying with,
forever.
and I swear to fucking God, it was taking forever. And I, like, it was like it was like my mom was doing calligraphy on the check. Like that's how it felt in my mind. It's like she's got the inkwell, she's got a feather tip pen, and she's writing her name. What's the date today, pleb? And she's like writing it, and I'm sitting there, and it's boiling. Blah, 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 blah. Mom, we gotta go. I gotta go. And we didn't live far from the grocery store that we were at. I can still remember looking outside the window. Remember when they had like the roller carts with the baskets?
Yes.
Remember the AMP?
Yes.
Remember AMP and Dominion
Yes.
had those fucking rollers?
Yes.
And I used to love standing there while she was paying and playing with the carts, because
Yes.
you're a kid. You're like, I can push it and see how fast it can go. No, not that day. I was just standing at the window, as serious as a 7-year-old or 8-year-old could be. And I knew I am going to load my pants with a dung, and it's not going to be fucking like there's no way. And I'm going to be embarrassed. The entire world's going to know. They're going
Mhm.
to put it on the news. Like because
Oh.
you're a little kid, right? You don't know the
Right.
difference,
Yeah.
right? So sure enough, there it is, and it's all its glory.
Poop. There it is.
Oh yeah, because
Poop.
it's
There it
shorts, and it's the 80s, so you're wearing white sneakers and white socks with stripes on them, and yeah, it's burned in my head. But I knew so. There's a point to that part. There's a point to that side road we just took that went off and got gas and cigarettes and a meal. Just so you know, as we get back to the original story,
Gas, cigarettes, and a meal in that order.
right?
No.
And it was that I sat in something, and that feeling of something's going through my pants, but I didn't poo. Like I know I didn't poo. This isn't me. Oh my God, there's something underneath me. And I got up. And to this day, what are those? Okay, icy drinks. The
Yeah.
ices with the red and blue
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
white cups with
Yeah.
the dome things.
Uh-huh.
So whatever kid was on this ride before me that threw his icy up all over and whatever he was eating that day, probably hot dogs or deer food that they fucking charge you $1 to pull out of the vending machine, was all over the back of my pants, like all over the back of my shorts. And I could smell the whole day. Like this is like literally 9:30 in the morning on a school trip.
Oh my God.
Right. So now all day long, all I can smell is red icy puke for the rest of the day. So to this day, when I go into a store that has an icy machine and I see it, that triggers. I swear there's nothing. I could be Douglas, I swear to God, I've been in like foreign countries, 10 bells wasted, where your mind is nowhere near your home. And I see that icy machine, and I'm brought right back to Niagara Falls in Ontario, place where right away, right back to it. And you talk about like burnt in memories. I had a traumatic childhood with like horrible dad fucked us, and mom had a fucking horrible time and everything. But that one, that one sticks out. It's terrible. So fuck Marineland, and let me wheel the car back around here and say,
Hey, your dad
Marineland.
fucked you too? Oh, sorry.
Oh
No. I got fucked by an icy and hot dog by some other kid
What?
on a ride.
Oh, right. That whole
I
thing.
tried to vamp, but holy shit! Did you take a shit? Did you shit your pants too?
No, I've never.
I told the whole shit your pants story to like roll
I
into
heard it.
this. Where the
I heard
fuck
it.
were you?
I have.
I was outside having a cigarette.
Christ. Have you guys ever shit your pants as an adult, as a conscious adult?
Yes and no.
All right.
Not willingly.
I used to my cycle of addiction was alcohol, cocaine, and then sex.
Oh
right?
yeah, so you got lots of laxatives in there.
No, it's just that sometimes the adrenaline, often the adrenaline of knowing I was about to get cocaine would
Make you
result.
shit your pants.
I'm so excited.
Sometimes it would result in me puking.
I'm so excited I could shit.
The
I've said
adrenaline
those
would overcome me and make me nauseous and puke. But one
Really?
time, the anticipation, I tooted and I sharted.
It was a shart.
Yeah, but I've never shit my pants. That seems like loggish or something.
Me, it was. I was going to work one morning, and I was on the bus, and all of a sudden, between stops, I get this cramp that just doubles me over and sends me to the floor. Pretty much like, oh God.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, I've had this before.
Yeah.
I know what this means. I've got about like 15 seconds to get to a toilet.
Yep.
And we're about 50 seconds from the next stop.
You're done. You're done, son.
Right on the bus.
Well, it's the best place to do it, though. Really, if you think about it, the shit that goes on
I'm
buses.
standing by the back door, and I'm like, never has there been a butt clenched as tight as I clench.
That's like prison clenching.
Every single dancer's muscle
Lock
I
it down.
had after 13 years of deep plies were definitely.
You're not allowed to say that on YouTube. Stop!
Together.
Don't say that.
Okay, there was like crazy glue between my butt crack. I willed crazy glue between my butt crack.
I would have died. My
not.
intestinal cord would have burst because I would not have unclenched.
It did not work.
No,
So
then
the
you've
last
never been.
35
You've never been
seconds-
in that situation, then, James. Because it's
I have.
The last
there's
35
no fucking
seconds
way.
that I was on that bus, I kept on hoping, please let nobody else get out the bus on the back door because they are going to smell me. Because I'd moved from the seat and I was all alone, so nobody could smell me. And I was just, all I cared about was getting off the bus before somebody smelled
Wait,
me.
can you before you finish the story, can you put the crown on? I want you to wear the crown while you tell the rest of the story. All right, so
I tell you,
so you
all
get
I
off
was
the
waiting-
bus.
All I was waiting for was to be able to get off the bus before somebody said, smell her. She's a sticky queen. And then
You
I
don't-
got off the bus.
That's my worst nightmare. Guys, I am a guy who like my girlfriends, the only time my ex-girlfriends have ever heard me like pass wind is if something happens where I laugh and it accidentally comes out, or a cat jumps on my abdomen, which happened once, and it accidentally comes out. I will never be a guy who lifts his fucking cheek and farts in front of his lover.
Yeah, you've got that weird fucking thing though.
I can't
when
do
it comes
it.
to butt stuff.
I don't think it's right. I think that it's the closest thing to shitting in front of someone is farting in front of someone. It's like
Especially
shit
when you
light.
look at-
If you can smell the molecules, you know what you're smelling? You're smelling poo. That's what you're
Actually,
smelling.
If you're
Poo
gonna
molecules are going in your nose. You know?
I have to say, it's like, if you're gonna at least lift your cheek, can you lift it in the other direction and not my general one?
No, you go out of the fucking room. You wait till it dissipates so your draft doesn't bring it into the room. There's a whole etiquette with this shit. I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
Rigmarole. That's what that is.
Fart.
Honestly, I dated a girl once, and we were dating for like a month, and she lifted her cheek and let one rip, and I was like, we can't see each other anymore. We can't see each other anymore.
I'm gonna sit up. I'm gonna move that.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's-
I broke up with her on
insane.
the spot. I broke up with her on the spot. Did she?
wow.
Come on. She lifted her cheek and let it rip. I was like, I can't look at your bum with any sort of like pride anymore. Now all I'll think about is what you just did. I'm sorry, it's not going to work. I was just being transparent and honest, right? Like, yeah.
Keep Christopher go and scene, and we're done.
Yeah. Mm.
Same.
So anyway, I get off the bus, and I am about a 25-minute walk from home.
Yeah.
Now I could, right, if I had no pride, just cross the street and take the other bus, going the other way,
Mhm.
and I'd be home in about 3 or 4 minutes, and in the shower in 6. But that means people would smell me, and apparently I have pride. So I
Apparently.
walked home, and as I'm walking home, it is slowly
Oh yeah, moving its way.
its way, and I think all I want to do now, before all I wanted to get was on the bus before somebody smelled me.
Yeah.
Now all I want to do is get home before it comes out the other side of my pant leg.
Oh wow. So you're lucky that it didn't actually exit the the containment, right?
I guess I was
So-
wearing super tighties because
You must have. Like something was really on your side that day because I'm telling you, that day when I was a kid, man, it was
the
it was
worst part
everywhere. It was in
is
your
calling
raccoon
into
wounds.
work
Oh yeah, I guess you would have had to, eh? How do
because
you?
you're late.
What do you say?
So I call and goes like,
What do you say? I want to.
"Hi, Elaine. Yeah, it's Douglas. Yeah, we're gonna be a little late. I had an accident. Are you okay? Okay. No, not that kind of accident.
Oh wow.
And then
You
it's like
came clean.
It's 1, 2, 3. Oh,
The fact that I would have said that I was shot by terrorists.
Yeah,
gotta
I was
get
about
up.
to say you're going to admit that shit.
No
you
shit,
You
like-
admitted to another human being.
I just
Honest to a fault.
because I didn't want to admit it, so I said I had an accident. But then, oh my god, are you okay? Are you in the hospital? And it's like, oh shit,
That's where you lie. Oh, I had a migraine
Oh yeah.
accidental
of the
humor.
intestines.
Yeah, no, I was hit by
It was like,
4
yeah.
buses actually. They just kept hitting me, and
Yeah, I only
wanted.
wanted to be away from work for an hour, not like 3 months.
I
but-
saw a UFO. I would say
Maintain
that
lie.
before I would admit shitting my pants.
You're wrong.
Come
No,
back to work
Douglas.
3 months later with some crutches. Oh, it was a terrible accident.
How do you go on with a? How do you go on?
Commit
Seriously, come on, real talk. How do you go on productively for for the day after that? Oh, I just wanted to be gone for an hour. He says, you shut it down at that point. You go home. You
This day is
fucking
over.
yeah, it's over. Like we'll try again tomorrow. We'll get our poop schedule back in order.
No.
We'll try and reset things. And there's no fucking way I'm doing anything the rest of that day.
I can't do that twice because I already have that with my food allergy.
Uh,
So it's like, oh, sorry, I'm not coming into work. Says why I ate something I wasn't supposed to. I just took 2 Benadryls and I'm done for the day. I'm gonna be sleeping the next 12 hours. Bye.
As human beings, the least that we can do for our fellow human beings is not subject them to our gas or feces. That is literally the least that we can do. If God came to me right now, I don't believe in him, but if he or she or it or whatever came to me right now and was like, I will change one thing on this planet, James, just for you, what'll it be? I would literally be like, eliminate farts and shit. Just eliminate it. And I think the world would be a better place. I really do.
Not
Oh,
world
literally,
peace,
yeah.
Not solve cancer. Just eliminate farts and shit.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Just to like
That's
eliminate
fine.
all of it. Yeah, like,
James,
like, that's how I know there's no God or that God's an asshole. It's
James-
really one of the
James-
two.
James has a T-shirt that just says "fuck farts." It's got a ribbon and everything. It's brown.
Oh yes. Every year during that certain week, we all wear the brown ribbon.
Oh yeah, for sure.
No, we
Think about
don't,
our
because that will
fallen-
remind us of shit and farts. We don't want any reminders at all. We want the only thing that we can celebrate is the miracle that St. James brought to us when he asked God to eliminate it. Then that will be a national holiday. the lack of brown day, the no shit and farts day. Thank you, James. You're welcome. I would be a hero, and you know it.
It's our modern day St. Patrick. He drove the trouser snakes out of Ireland.
The patron saint of fart elimination.
I'm saying. I would consider myself a hero.
Oh wow! I'm so glad I came tonight.
If I eliminated shits and farts, are you kidding? Like women worldwide would be like, "Thank you,"
Fuck
because
you.
they all have boyfriends that lift their cheeks and fucking fart.
No,
Like,
you all. No, come on. We all have girlfriends that did the same thing. I'm sorry, but if there's
yeah, but
anybody-
Portuguese women, sorry,
You don't want to finish.
No, go
that
ahead.
sentence,
Keep
do you,
going.
right?
that was enough. That was
You
enough.
know better, right?
I think DeCosta's here. He's here somewhere watching.
I just think there's a special kind of like gross for people that lift their cheeks, fart, and laugh at their significant other, male or female. I'm not down with that. I just can't do it. I just can't.
I'm not as well, but apparently I love them. So
You know what? There was a gay couple that lived across the hall from me when I lived at Jarvis and Maitland, and one of the guys farted once, and I looked at his boyfriend, and he looked at me, and we both were like non-approving of what his partner just did, and then his partner goes like this: "What? I was just making space for later," and I was like, "Oh my god."
That's not a thing. That's not a thing.
He
You're
said
just
that. I don't know if he
making a
meant
joke.
it, but that's what he said. No, he said it. He was probably joking. But
Wow.
then I thought it was hilarious.
I've never heard that, by the way.
Yeah, I was
though
gonna
it-
say.
In my culture, I've never heard that.
It's the only fart joke I've ever approved of. I was like, that is fucking hilarious.
Douglas, check the book. Was that in the book? Is that in the book anywhere?
That was not in the gay agenda. I've read it. I've read it front to back.
Front to
upside
Penalty
down,
on the play.
right, left and right.
Offside.
It's not in there.
I have credited footnotes in there. I did. That's not part of it.
I got the revised edition, the unabridged edition. It is not
The
in there.
King James doesn't even have that one.
I don't. It's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
My gay agenda is really easy. Wake up, hydrate, moisturize, look fabulous, do some good, destroy all world religions, brunch. I got a lot done before noon.
That's Douglas's day.
I used to love Price is Right. Were you guys Price is Right fans?
I would pretend
Big
I was sick so I could stay home just to watch Price is Right.
11 a.m., baby.
11
Every
a.m..
morning. Yeah.
Yeah.
11 a.m.
Bob Barker.
Yeah.
I wish I could have been on the show. I knew the prices of everything. I knew that rice-a-roni was 49 cents.
I actually
Yeah.
had I used to have violent thoughts of that wheel. Be like when you watch some old lady get up there and she'd like, "Dit, dit, 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 dit." I'm like, bitch, move.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of my way.
Spin it, man.
I'll take that thing right off its axis and like right into the crowd.
Well, then you'd
Land on
always
a
get every
dollar.
now and then one of that muscle jock or marine that would come up and
And it would take forever. I used to get excited. Be like, yes, that's
I
what
was
it's.
half expecting Beaker to show
What
up.
was your favorite? What's your favorite game on? What was your favorite game?
Plinko all the way.
Was it Plinko?
Really?
Okay.
Oh, Plinko. I
Mine
love
was
I
the
love
Mountain
Plinko and
Man.
the Yodeler. And the Yodeler.
Remember Yodeler, that's the one. The yodel guy.
Yeah,
Yo,
Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, you have it.
No, that's a different one.
Yeah, it's still the same.
Is that the Muppets?
Isn't that where the yodelers
Yeah, that
came
was
from? Didn't
Pardon?
they come from? Didn't they come from there, Sweden? Isn't that where yodelers came from?
Maybe Switzerland, I think.
Oh, whatever.
Ladies
What
and gentlemen,
Who is
fuck?
this?
David
Oh,
Wallace's
Is
face.
this the second best
I was
player
gonna say,
podcasting?
Jesus, easy, breezy, beautiful David Wallace, everybody.
Jennifer Aniston has joined. I mean, David Wallace has joined us.
The second best hair in podcasting.
How you doing, David?
Holy shit, Dave!
I
How are you,
can't
buddy?
complain.
Good to
Can't
see you.
complain, guys. How are you? Sorry, I fell asleep there for a while. It's been a few hot days of work.
I thought maybe it was my
David, let
shit
me
in the
ask you
pants
something.
How
story.
was it?
I told you about the Marineland shit today, and you said you were going to work on it and come back to me with anything. Do you have anything for us?
Well, before I put anybody's name out there, I can definitely confirm that it's mob owned. Yeah,
Russian
Okay.
or Italian?
not Russian, but you're in the right neck of the woods.
Ukrainian.
PRC. Shh.
PRC.
The UN. The Nazi groups infiltrating the war in Russia.
Okay, David.
Justin
David,
Trudeau's mom.
please tell me you have a wind machine, because that is too freaking awesome right now.
Oh, the windows.
Oh
open.
my God!
That's exactly
Can we
what's
just
going on. I'm
hold on a
sorry.
second?
man. He's got the.
This
Look
thing
at
going.
that! Oh my God! Easy breezy, beautiful black operative. Jesus Christ! This is hilarious. Come on,
Sorry,
David.
dude. The window's open. It's cold. It's blowing the wind for once. So.
Okay,
He
okay,
just-
that's obviously a fan.
He
That
just
is
can't-
not the wind.
Fabulous. He just can't help it.
That's a
It just
fan.
happens.
Just,
It just happens.
Just the wind, dude.
I want you to point the fucking camera towards where that thing is coming from, where that wind is coming from. I'm not kidding.
Here we go.
Keep going. Point down.
Right here.
You're right. It is the fucking window.
It's
Fuck
the
you.
window.
You're like a romance car, dude. Why don't you have a shampoo sponsor yet? I feel like I've dropped the
I'm
ball
saying
here.
both of us together. Put us together in a commercial. We'll all the shampoos, man. Pantene, Head and Shoulders, Herbal Essences, all of them. We'll do it.
Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna see which one makes the most sense. I just want the one that makes David's hair. There. Oh, whoa. Okay, this one makes most sense. Okay. All right, David. How you doing, buddy?
How are
I
you?
can't complain. You can't complain. It was a pretty warm week in this neck of the woods, I'm sure, for you guys as well. And
Mm.
glad that it's starting to cool down a bit and there's a bit of a breeze.
Call him a man. How many
Turn it off. You're gonna get a
seas must
copyright fucking infraction. That's it.
We're just blowing in the wind over here, David.
Oh, man. There
And we
you
were
go.
talking about birds earlier, so there we go. We have a theme.
That's true. It's a good segue.
Well, they can cast a movie and edit everything out but my hair. It's perfect.
That's right. That needs
Oh,
a podcast.
I'm sure
itself.
Jesse Brown will eventually sell it and make a bundle. And everybody will be walking around wearing rat fucker shirts.
Yeah.
You know what, David? We are 2 hours and 34 minutes in Cosmo Friday. Let's talk about the Jesse Brown shit, open and honestly. Okay.
Oh wow.
Sure.
We'll just use like careful language. Okay, so guys, I'll set this up. So
Okay.
Jesse Brown put out Rat Fucker, the podcast series, number one podcast series in 2022, by the way.
Yeah, it was.
And it's about David and his
Shut the window. This is distracting me.
You should hear the ladies.
yeah.
I'm so fabulous. I can't stand it. Cut the
I know,
wind.
right?
Alrighty.
It's just David Wallace and his champagne problems, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, no sex
Yeah,
in the
here,
champagne
I have
room,
the
David
same
Wallace.
problem, Dave. Yeah, fuck you.
There you go.
Okay.
Sorry.
So Canada Land and Jesse Brown owns Canada Land. Jesse Brown, just a quick, because someone said who's Jesse Brown or something. Sorry, Christopher said I'm ignorant. Jesse Brown owns Canada Land. He also owned a company called Bitstrips that was sold for like $130 million. I don't know how much he's worth. It's somewhere in between 50 and 100 million or something like that. Jesse Brown is a rich person.
Holy
He
shit.
also is like a media critic. Used to work for the CBC, I think, as a contractor, not as an employee, but I could be wrong about that. And is just it really is kind of one of very few people that has a large following that critiques Canadian mainstream media, and he does some good work. At a personal level, I've had issues with him. We have personal beefs with each other, whatever, that go back for years or whatever. But anyway, so we put a Rat Fucker. It was it 6 or 8 episodes, David?
I know about 3. I don't know about the rest.
Okay, well, whatever. It was a it was a podcast series. Again, it was the number one series in 2022. But the problem was, and David, I'll throw it to you in a second, is that it used David's dossier known as the Klondike Papers. And the Klondike Papers, for those who don't know or don't remember, was a basic, like, it was a gigantic file and basically a dossier of David Wallace's communications with various people that he was involved with when conducting sort of like black ops or whatever, or political ops for conservatives mostly in Canada at a provincial level, sometimes at a federal level, dealing with Russian money, this, that, and the other thing.
First-rate fuckery.
Yes. So there is a, the Klondike Papers weren't just like a neat little like document that exposed a lot of stories. It was David's communications, and the part of the Jesse Brown part of David's story is that he did the podcast, but then David was sued along with Jesse Brown in Canada Land by the Wenzel family, who are developers in Calgary that were implicated in one of the stories in David's overall story. That story being Naheed Nenshi being entrapped into taking money illegally from developers who had sources of finances that originated in Russia. Naheed Nenshi, to his credit, much due to the wherewithal of the chief of staff, whose name escapes me right now. David, do you remember that person's name?
I wasn't chief of staff. One of the counselors, Giancarlo Carra.
Right. So anyways, but basically Nenshi's allies made sure that he wasn't touched by the scandal, and then she said, no, I don't want to deal with it anyways. And then the Wenzels, after Ratfucker came out, because Ratfucker exposed the story that basically allegedly, the Wenzels funded the op that you were doing that was trying to sort of entrap Ninchi so that he would get turned from office so that a more developer-friendly mayor could be installed. When that happened, Jesse Brown, despite the fact that he stood up for the story that was extracted from the Klondike Papers and David Wallace, would not lend his legal team to David Wallace's defense, despite standing by the story. Now, I'm a journalist, or at least I fancied myself as one for many years as a freelance journalist. I've written for all the majors or whatever here and there. If a journalist does a story that is bought and paid for by a media outlet who stands by that story, and then the journalist subsequently gets sued for reporting that story, like 99 times out of 100, the media company will step in and become the target of the lawsuit rather than the journalist as a singular entity or as an individual. For some reason, despite standing by the facts of the story, Jesse Brown refused to give David his legal team, forcing David Wallace to sort of fly in the wind and hope he doesn't get, that a judgment isn't found against him where he will get sued and lose. What was it, $1 million, David?
Yeah.
So, which
That's,
David,
you got about as much chance collecting that as pissing straight up a rope.
well, if they ever made a sequel to the kids movie Tangled, I'm sure you could finagle a way to get paid $1 million because your hair is fucking sexy. Beyond that, yeah,
I don't know if to be concerned
Rat
about that.
Fuxel, Rat Fuxel, let your hair down, Rat Fuxel.
Look, James, here's the thing with Jesse. I mean, it is
Wait. I can't go on to that tangent and not finish. So let me wrap it up by saying this.
We'll get to the movie deal part.
Wrap it up.
That's what I'm doing. So after that, not giving David Wallace a lawyer, even though he should, just as from an ethical and moral standpoint, Jesse then offers David a deal to have his story be adapted into a film through a company that he does work with in Hollywood called, what is it called? Story something?
Storied Media Group.
Storied Media Group. And basically tries to convince David to go with him so that Jesse can make a ton of money on a movie.
Unbelievable.
But David would probably
After what he
make,
did
and by
to him on Story.
David, you would have made no more than 10 grand total, right?
If that, yeah, I was gonna say if that.
And
We'll
so
give you points on the back end, David. It'll be fine.
almost exactly like that. So David and I then, so this happens. This was months ago. And then it kind of got revisited because Jesse contacted David again, to which David said to Jesse, you have to run everything through James DeFiore now because he's my manager, which is hilarious because Jesse Brown hates my fucking guts.
Yes, he
more
does.
than anybody on the planet. He hates me,
He
right?
does.
Jesse Brown and I one of the last reason why he hates me is because just before Ratfucker came out, which was Halloween 2022, about a week before that, I was like, I was tipped off, I think by David, that Jesse Brown's first installment of the Ratfucker series was going to be the story about Naheed Nenshi. And I had been working on that story for months. When I say working on it, I mean like, oh yeah, that story. And I would add to it, oh yeah, that story. 2 weeks later, I'd add to it. So I contact Jesse and I'm like, listen, I heard you're leading with the Nenshi story on Halloween. This is like the 25th or something. I was like, I've been working on that story for months. I'll break it before Halloween, but as a professional courtesy, I won't break it, but you have to come on my show the night before Halloween. To which Jesse Brown said yes. And so I didn't break. So then fast forward, Jesse Brown visits David again and is like, whatever. And he's like, James DeFiore is my manager. So I emailed David and I'm like, we should probably talk, James.
Yeah, no
He
shit.
never got back to me. We contacted the public or the producer company or whatever in LA, explaining the situation. Basically saying we would work with you, but only without Jesse Brown. Like that was the only, and they didn't get back to us.
I wouldn't mind working with him, but here's the thing: it's got to be a fair deal.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be a fair deal.
Wait a minute.
Adaptations never
there's no
are
work.
fair. J.K. Rowling and maybe one other person get good deals when you adapt a book or a story into a movie. Otherwise, you get fucked. You don't get
And
any
when
back
this is
end.
over, because there's plenty of surprises to come. The funny thing was, when the Klondike Papers came out, you had even Richard Marsh, who I love Richard, but he doesn't understand a fucking thing that's in there beyond his own story. I mean, you can look at pieces and put them a certain way and it might look like something, but it's not. But all these stories that have been is like progress. Everything I said about the Brethren has come true. What I said about even the good and the bad and the ugly. I even put out the stuff about the vaccines that you did. Everything that's in there has come to light as being 100% verifiable. And there's a lot of surprises coming up. So when this is over, I think that the Klondike Papers, a lot of people are going to have egg on their face.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rod.
No, actually, Douglas had a question.
No.
I'm just wondering, is the Klondike Papers are your work? I'm guessing.
They were just snapshots and things that I would take to remind me or signposts along the way on a series of jobs that basically cover a trip to Russia that I took in the beginning of the Patrick Brown job in 2018 and the Shermans. And
but it's
there's a lot of goodies in there.
It's your notes and your things, right? And your experiences.
It's his communications.
And he just
communications, pictures, emails, pay stubs, not pay stubs, transfer files.
He just took them and then created something from
Crunch
them.
louder into the mic, would you?
He just took them and created something out of it?
Yeah, I told him to use whatever would help him in there. And he just dropped everything like a bomb.
Wow.
Sorry, guys. My phone probably sounds lousy. My laptop was dead.
No, you sound fine.
I'm eating chips.
It's Captain Ruffles back there trying to have a snack while we all want popcorn.
Nothing gets past the food guy.
James is the only one that brings James is the only one that brings food.
It has riches.
When I first started podcasting for the Dean Blundell show, Lachlan used to make fun of me for eating children's food.
We all did. You had applesauce and shit. Like you used
no,
to bring
but
on the show shit.
I was trying to be, and I thought I was signaling this. This is how inexperienced I was. I had no broadcast experience, but when Lachlan made that joke, I intentionally started eating little kid food on the air as a way to contribute to the bit that no one ever added to.
It's like when you see people
eating Jello, waiting. I'm like eating Jello, waiting for someone to make a joke so I can like ride the joke and we can work the bit. And everyone was, and no one ever fucking said I'd eat popsicles and lollipops.
Did you
fucking like drinking boxes and shit, and no one would ever fucking say anything. And it made me realize you should not try podcasting. You should just be yourself.
Eat your Ruffles and tell your stories.
That's right.
But guys, I hate to be rude, but my phone's just about to die, so I'm going to check out.
Okay.
He just wants to open that window again. That's what he wants to
do. I'm dying.
We'll talk soon, David.
Take it easy, gentlemen. Thanks. Good to see you all. And Ryan, your show, it's awesome.
Thanks, buddy. Donate to Dave's GoFundMe because I want to read this goddamn book.
Yeah.
Fuck. Like, go to his Twitter and donate to that GoFundMe, please.
Thanks, guys.
See you, pal.
Tell me about your show, Ryan.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet. I don't know where it is, where to pick it up.
It's not on the screen. You can't see it.
No, I know that.
You actually had a part of my last show, Douglas. I sent you a clip.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Oh, you did it again. I got to keep changing my camera. Here, I'm doing this. Hello?
You look like the guy in what's that Marvel movie? Oh, the Ant-Man. When you do the close up, it looks like his coworker, right? The guy that was in like the Wire, or not the.
I never saw it.
The Wasp.
Ant-Man, and it was like the coworker. It was the first Ant-Man, the bad guy at the corporation in the first Ant-Man, that then became this weird robot in the other dimension in the second Ant-Man or third or something. Yep. Anyways, it doesn't work when you haven't seen the movie.
Yeah, no, I'm on Revolution Radio now exclusively.
Okay.
Just doing totally old school radio stuff.
Cool.
Very happy. No politics. No bullshit. No anger. No nothing. It's just a nice, positive, shiny, happy place, and I absolutely love it. So,
Cool.
yeah,
What's
yeah,
the
it's
What's
nice.
the name of your show?
It's the barbecue playlist on Revolution Radio every
Okay.
Saturday and Sunday at 4 p.m. revolutionradio.live.
Did the second part of your food truck thing ever come out? Oh, sorry.
I wish we can get Army Chris on to talk about this because the videos are all there. Everything's there. The problem is getting them from the guy who ended up in Europe for like a month.
Oh, really?
And yeah, so he was gone. He had a thing, and yeah. So you might see the second part of that in like September. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But
Just let
yeah.
it go, man.
Oh no, it's
I'm just kidding.
believe me. I you know what, the editing and shit. I don't even want to bother with it anyway. It's a different time. It's a different thing. It's whatever. So
I just want to toot my own horn here for a second. I gave Ryan an idea. I don't know if you've done it yet,
what's
but
that?
I've given the idea of like doing shows that are kind of like the history of music or whatever, but with musicians that are known for their culinary experiences.
You did actually. You really sparked something there because I did that Bourdain special.
Yeah.
The week of Anthony Bourdain's anniversary of his death, and then I sent it. James listened to it, and he said, he goes, it's got a real like Alan Cross vibe to it. And I'm like, that's kind of like it was like a cross between Alan Cross and Anthony Bourdain. I wanted to do the storytelling, and he said, well, why don't you do like musicians who are also into food? And it's like a lot of people don't realize like how many fucking people are into that. You know,
Yeah. David Grohl and his barbecue.
David Grohl and his
example.
smoker. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I did the next week. I did a big thing on Chris Cornell. Chris Cornell opened that.
That's the clip I sent you
Paris.
from the new music, I think.
Yeah,
or the history of music. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did a whole segment on the show after the next week, and it went over really well. And yeah, we're doing good. It's good. Army Chris has a show there on Thursday nights. It's called the Army Chris Mixtape, which is, and I hate to say it, the fucker is better than me at this, and he does really, really well.
Your voice is better.
And then Ray does Dear Pats Nation has come back to Revolution Radio, and him and producer Mike do a show every Sunday at 11 a.m. So it's a good time. It's passion projects. We're all doing passion projects. We're all just doing things.
Is that what you used to call hobbyist stuff?
Kind of. This was never a hobby of mine. It's just a matter of I got into this.
Yeah.
In a heated political time, and then I realized that I don't want to keep going with that. I get why people do, and it's, that's your thing. All the power to you. It's just not mine. I don't want to wake up every day hating a politician or loving a politician or fucking professing love or hate for either or all day, every day, constantly on different social media platforms. And I said, I got to get the fuck out of this. It was driving me crazy. And yeah, so I realized that and if we're going to be totally honest, that's why I moved on from where I was. And said, and I actually was just going to hang it up. I was going to hang up my phones. I was going to fucking sell the gear and just get the fuck out, because I was like, this is just not what I want to do. Thankfully, there was a lifeline. There's another thing that's kind of cooking, which is more mainstream, which is kind of cool. I can't talk about it just yet, but that's coming up, which is going to be really fun. And as soon as I do, I will tell you guys right away, because there's no ill will. I love everybody. Like that's the funny part too. I haven't been on this network since,
Right.
Since I left. I haven't talked to anybody publicly other than just like DMs here and there. And it was literally just, I'm going to go, see you later. And a lot of people made a lot of assumptions. And I get it, because there was like, it seemed like a mass exodus of people, but it was literally everybody leaving on their own terms at the same time. It just kind of all happened at the same time. And yeah, so it was like, I get why people thought there was like some more conspiracy behind it, but there really wasn't. I love Dean. Dean and I are still like friends, like we're buds. Lachlan and I'm working on stuff for Cruise FM right now. Like Lachlan and I are still buddies. You know what I mean? Like nothing has changed there. It's just I'm not here.
It reminds
Doing
me
the
of when
thing.
it reminds me, yeah, I agree with everything you just said. When I left the Dean Blundell show, and again, just to remind people, I knew Dean was going to tell me that my time with the Dean Blundell show had run, but
Right.
instead I preempted that because I could sense that it was coming, and I was like, I'm quitting the show.
Yeah, you're the guy that can't get fired. You got to quit. I get it.
That's right. But I literally did it before he fired me. And
No.
that's kind of what we laughed over. But it was the right call.
Yeah.
It was blackballed. Blackballed. After that, it became my primary focus.
Yep.
And it just the change of scenery and dynamic and everything just made it make sense. And you just went through something similar, right, basically.
Pretty much. And it was just I know where the content is. I don't want to have to keep answering questions. And I don't want to keep having to defend my position in what I do. So I like to do what I do. I do like what I do. I love what I do. And even though we like just different paths. Like it was different ideologies, different paths, but not in a bad way. And it was like, I get it. This is successful. Keep going. Do your thing. I'm going to do my thing this way. And people kind of blew it out of proportion and made their own assumptions. And yeah,
So I will tell you that,
at the end of the day, it's what it was really in my mind was
I gotta go pee.
I brought it back to me being me, just me, not Ryan from Crier Media, not Ryan from the Dean Blundell show. It was just Ryan. And it was like, it's none of your fucking business what I'm doing with me and my buddy. Like me and my friend, we're just doing something different. Like, who the fuck are you guys? Yes, but then because I don't have that mindset of like, we have a base of people that watch us every day and we'd have so I get it, but I'm not acclimated to that. So it's like, it's yeah.
well, I mean, like,
you get it. You know what I mean? Like, am I being a dick here or
no? But it was weird because like this is the most I've heard about.
Yeah. Because I didn't
why.
I didn't go talking out of school. I wasn't running to people saying, "What a fucking asshole," and fuck this place, and that's not what it was at all. So
yeah, no. And when you left, it was like, oh, you're gone.
Yeah.
And it was like, why? And you said, all you said is, I have other interests,
Different roads.
right?
That's
Different
all.
roads.
Yeah.
But it was like, but that's all there was, right?
Yeah.
Like you say. So I wanted to ask more, but I figured if you were willing to say more, you would have proactively said something. So I figured, don't pry.
I will never fold under questioning, Douglas. If somebody asks me a yes or no question, I answer yes or no.
Yes,
I don't offer more, right? But if you would have asked, like, especially you, I would have told everybody.
My rule is, right? Okay, what happened? Oh, I just decided to go another way. Okay, clearly you don't want to talk about it. So
No. Yeah, I guess the tone does.
I don't push, right?
Right. Yeah. No, the tone might have sounded a bit.
No. It was only written, so there was no tone. I couldn't.
You know what I mean? We can. Yeah. We always infer a tone when we read something, and I get that.
Yeah, but I didn't know what to infer one way or another, so I couldn't. It was one of these things that's like, oh, okay, I guess. Well, nobody seems to be angry. Nobody's bad mouthing, but
everybody's happy.
Why?
Like everybody's still buddies. The only people that weren't buddies weren't people that were, or the only people that I guess made their own assumptions of what was going on.
Yeah,
were outsiders.
Yeah.
And some of those outsiders were influential outsiders. I'm not getting into that.
No.
But I'm going to say, I have a feeling that's where some of the pawns got poisoned was from people that weren't actually like, they're not forward facing. You don't see them on your screen. You don't hear them in your podcasts, but they are a part of Crier now.
Yep.
Who may have been making some, or creating assumptions and creating narratives out of it, because they approached me as well.
Hmm.
And I told them exactly the same thing I told you.
Yeah.
Exactly the same thing. Like I will pull the DMs up and show you that they are like, I could have like probably copied and pasted like, hey, we're just doing our own thing. My statement was literally what I put out on Twitter that day.
Yeah.
And I was gone. I'm just leaving. I'm just going to do something else. Everybody fucking chill out. I'm just gonna, you want to follow, come follow, and we'll all do things together. It'll be fun. And then shit got weird. Like it got very weird. And it was to no fault of like guys like Dean. Dean's a mensch. Dean's a great fucking dude. Like don't get me wrong. He's a good guy. It has nothing to do with him. Like it was just a matter of it was an environment, and I was like, I need to pull myself out of this. I don't want to. I just can't do that content anymore.
Yeah, I didn't even know that there was stuff afterwards. Like I knew nothing. Nothing.
Yeah,
at all.
no,
You were gone, you said it was something else, and that's it. And there was nothing.
Yeah, it's very inside. It's that stuff's very inside baseball. A lot of people like, and it doesn't make sense to anybody that's listening. So I don't want to keep droning on about it. But that was the part that actually hurt my feelings a bit. And I was like,
I can see that.
It doesn't make any sense. Like this doesn't make any sense. Why would somebody think that way?
Yeah.
But then when I look at it from the outside looking in, it's like, okay, I get it from a public perception. There was no announcement. There was no actual
figure at that point, right?
Yeah, there was no conversation. There was no nothing like that, right? So I was like, okay, whatever. But and it is what it is. Everybody's fine. Everybody's good. Everybody, I like I say, I would fucking still to this day fucking go and cook a meal at fucking Dean Blundell's house and have a great night, and everybody's happy.
You did do what I thought was brilliant. It was sort of a hoax, sort of a play on words. When you were like, I'm going to spill the beans. It was a dad joke, basically. It was a dad joke.
This was after what I just spoke about. So
I heard
yes, there was a bit of a fuck you to a certain individual in this conversation.
Was it me?
No, God, no.
Because I remember texting you and being like, brilliant.
God, no.
I knew there was something.
We talked about it. Yeah.
I knew. What did I forgot to wear deodorant one day, right? That's it. And I pissed you off.
You always smell great.
I always.
No.
I knew
it had nothing. No, it was, but that was, and if you guys know me, and you guys, I think you know me pretty well. When I'm in a position of like I'm being confronted, or I'm being accused, not even accused, but something that's very arbitrary, and we're starting, and but it's heated and it's ugly.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't hold anything back. I don't give a fuck. So this was my way of still not giving a fuck, but still protecting the brand that because I love everybody at Crier. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that was kind of my way of like, I'll tell you how to fuck you without telling you to fuck you. You know what I mean? Like,
I texted you, I think, and I was like,
you did.
I don't remember what I said, but it was something to the effect of, if you're thinking of doing that thing, do you want to call me? Do you want to talk it out or something?
He's like, just don't do it. And I'm like, James, relax. It's going to be fun. Well, actually, first I didn't reply because I'm like, no, I'll let him see it. He'll be fine.
Well, but there was a part of me that thought that you were like
pulling the pin.
No, but I actually did for a second think that like, oh, maybe he changed his mind because of Ashley and James's combined, like, please don't do this. And then he changed his mind and he'll tell me that it was the plan the whole time. But then I was just like, no, why would he do that? That would take so much effort, you know? Like,
no, it wasn't that thought out. It was literally just it was a very underhanded fuck you to just a certain, and it wasn't even like a shitty fuck you. It was like, fuck you. And I'll show you. I'm not here to fucking cause any problems. You know what I mean? Like I still love everybody here. I'm not doing that. That's not what this is about. So yeah. So it worked. It did very well. Anybody that knows the tweet, you can go back and look at it. It was the spill the beans tweet, and it was literally right after. So yeah, because at that point I had been getting messages. I'd been getting DM'd like fucking crazy on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook, on fucking YouTube. Everybody, people I don't even know. Dave 89742 wants. What the fuck happened? Where the fuck? What do you do? Like,
That's just classic Dave 89742.
That's what I said.
right
Like,
up
who
with
the hell are
Jenny,
you? Right.
5309.
So I didn't respond to any of those DMs because it's like, you know, just chill the fuck out. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just not going to be. I'm not a co-host on the show. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm just doing other things.
You know what's funny, Ryan, is that, because me, you, and Lachlan are the three people that like had the most shows with Dean.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this for any other reason other than the chronology, but I was the first on. I think it was like late 2019 or early 2020 is when I started.
Your Corona days. I remember. I used to watch those.
Yeah. I can't watch anything pre-beard. I've talked about this before. I can't watch
watching them.
pre-beard James. I can't do it.
It was so good.
Yeah. Even now, this is like this is my new beard. This is what I do now because I don't want the sideburns because it reminds me of high school, and I don't want the mustache because it reminds me of inbred. So I can't do either of those things.
Somebody just farted. I swear somebody just farted. I heard it.
It definitely wasn't me.
Was it you, Douglas? Did you seriously shit?
No.
Okay, I want everybody to go back when this is back
Ashley?
out. I want you to rewind. I want you to rewind.
Did you lift a cheek?
I want you to rewind on the part where James
See,
is talking
Ashley
about his
just
beard.
admitted it because of her farts. She got DMs on multiple platforms. So,
Yes.
and then
you had them
this
because
is
of my farts.
right here. She's like, "Excuse me."
She's very polite.
Ashley,
yeah.
we have to break up. I just want to let you know.
That's
Oh, great. She's mine now.
oh yeah, for sure, Douglas. No problem. Actually, you can stay at Douglas's house every night. That's fine. No problem.
Not every night. Don't you want calls?
Don't be anal about it, Douglas.
Oh,
Wow. There it is. There it is.
Come
There
on.
it is.
I'm just saying, like you're like, I think straight guys might be a little bit misled by the fact that oh yes, you can spend your time with the person who likes anal sex. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Right.
yes.
You know?
You just
Anyway,
you're
long story
probably
short,
not gonna-
everything's fine.
You're probably not going to get to enjoy anal sex
Love
with
everybody.
me if you happen to be straight, though, because I happen to be interested in other gay men.
I'm trying to
Have you
steer
ever
the
seen
show
Ashley in
away
a
from this
mustache? It's
conversation.
amazing.
I don't spend my time chasing straight men. It's a waste of time. It's too much effort.
So I covered up a murder for Dean once, and I'm just trying to keep the copy or the strikes away from the YouTube forum. That's all.
No, what I was going to say, Ryan, is that when you leave the Dean Blundell show, it felt like a big thing at the time. Like I had been with him for 3 years or 2.5 years or something. I did like hundreds of episodes with him, and but I was the worst behaved like co-host or panelist, whatever you want to call it.
You were unfucking hinged
Ever.
some days. Some days you were a fucking
Someday, like I understand. I don't agree with it, but I understand why Lachlan doesn't really like me that much. Like I
Well,
get
he
it.
still blocks you on everything.
No, he doesn't block me on everything. And like, in fact,
Okay.
we haven't had a bad word in a while. But like, I get it. Like because he would often be the target of my wrath whenever I would act out of line or unprofessional. Right? Like
because he always held that other viewpoint, which always kind of counteracted whatever you were talking about, which was
actually it wasn't about that at all. It was about meaningless stuff most of the time. Lachlan and I, out of me, you, and me and Dean, Lachlan and I are probably the most adjacent or parallel, or whatever you want to call it, politically. Like
that's
I have
true. I'll give
I
you
have a
that.
more of
You're
a
right.
moderate spot for conservatives than you or Dean does, and so does Lachlan. And I think that so we have a
That is true.
Yeah, so that's the irony of it. Really, what it is really just he doesn't just like me as a person.
Well, that's
Right, like,
That's
and I'm being serious about that. Like, that's just the hard truth of it, and it's fine because of two things. One is that you can't please everyone, and two, I don't think that he knows me as a person. I think that I have if there's a fatal flaw of me that I haven't put any effort into trying to fix, it's that the real life me, the me that you're seeing right now, for example, it seems to be a lot different in the perception of other people than the James is texting you, James, or the James is like emailing you, James. For some reason, those two Jameses, the text and the email James, doesn't seem like the real me. And people like I joke all the time about how sometimes I feel like digitally, if I'm texting or group chatting or chatting, whatever the fuck, and I walk into the room and I walk into that digital space and say, "Hey, everybody," like 4 out of 6 people will be like, "James just said go fuck yourself," even though I just said hi, everybody. Like
No,
and it's just the way it
that's
is.
not it at all.
Oh.
If you actually just read the shit you write, you'll know exactly why people say James just said go fuck yourself. Because let me tell you, I've been on the receiving end of some of those fucking emails. And Jesus Christ.
But Ryan, it's a HEPA file. It's not a pedophile. It's a HEPA file.
Here we go. See?
That's not it. But I'm saying it to you right now, and you're not like this. Fuck you. I'm leaving. You're not doing that because I'm saying it.
So
It's
that
when
is
I
not a
type it.
representation of Alberta.
I think it is, Lachlan.
I'll invoke him.
Like there was 2 people on one dildo.
Again, Ryan's bachelor party has nothing to do with this conversation.
That's actually true.
That's because sharing is caring, Lachlan.
Whatever happened to streaking?
Alive and well. At least
It happened tonight, but Douglas paid for it by being called a horrible name. Have you ever streaked? Either of you?
No.
Have you seen me?
I never have. No.
I walked
wouldn't be
naked
funny.
last summer. I walked naked in front of my lover and my lawyer, but my lawyer was on an ounce of shrooms.
At the same time.
Can we talk about something real quick about how many people
have things where like the surgeon is your mother or something like that?
No,
right?
No, that's what I just said verbatim. True story. Go ahead, Ryan.
Can we talk about how many people have appeared on the show naked?
Which one?
Just Paul.
No, not just Paul.
Not live.
No. One of them may have happened in Paul's house, but that's
wait a second. No, that wasn't Paul's house. That was in my show.
No.
Dude,
I don't even know if
topless woman.
Well, yeah,
show.
That's the first one. That's the initial one that I'm talking about, and I'm not going to bring up any. We're not going to do that. But I mean,
I'm still friends with her, and she's an important person in my life.
So that's one. Okay,
especially last year. Yeah.
2. The other one that I'm thinking of it happened literally the day that. Remember the day I was trying to get on the show?
Oh, Emma.
No.
Oh
no! Remember the day I was having problems with my audio and
someone was naked on that show.
Oh yeah, I'll send you a clip. I'm gonna send you a clip.
No, just tell me who it is, though.
No, I can't. No, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna send you the clip, and I'll leave it up to you to do with it what you will.
Well, just play the clip.
I don't have it. I don't have it in my. Yeah, no.
Just say who it is, please, because I hate these things where you say something but you never say it. We'll see the clip. Great, we'll do the clip. But people have
roll
already
the
seen
clip.
Who's naked on my show? I'm dying to know. So
I'll tell you what. I'll email you something, and you can choose to play it or not. This is up to you. Because
I want you to tell me though. I'm requesting specifically for you to spoil it and tell me.
I can't. I just can't. I won't do that. I will do anything for James, but I won't do that.
Benny.
I want you to think about that day. I want you to think about the text I sent you tonight. What spurred me showing up? No.
Did I jerk off on camera accidentally?
No.
Again?
What spurred me to show up on this show?
Well, I said Paul already.
I did too, but it wasn't Paul.
Was it his girlfriend?
I'm not saying a word.
Because her words were naked?
No.
Weird?
Oh, God, no.
She was naked?
Like a passing through the frame?
There was a passing through shot that you must have missed at the end of that. That's
really?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you know this, Douglas?
I was not there, clearly.
Wow.
When it
Get
happened.
out. No, I don't
Actually,
believe you.
Ashley, if you've got it, send it to James right now. It'll be easier than me doing it while I'm on the show. I'm trying to vamp and read my.
No,
I'm too
don't
drunk.
text it. Don't text it. Send it to
His email. Send it to his email.
yeah, send it to my email.
So yeah, and so
Get the fuck out of here.
what I
There's
want to
no
know.
nudity
So
on my
I
show.
can't get away with like somebody in the like 2 towns over that's playing like a Bon Jovi song a little too loud while the window's open, comes over my mic, I get a copyright strike. James DiFiore has blatantly naked ladies on his show constantly.
Listen,
And nobody ever fucking says a word.
I won't say the name of the person because we are platonic friends now.
Yeah.
Post a sexual and emotional relationship.
Yeah, because
and
nobody knows
she
what
just
you're talking about now.
and
Fuck,
last
I was
year.
trying to keep it discreet.
Okay, stop. Last year, I was writing the Bullard book.
Yes,
funny
you
enough,
were.
at a house in a certain undisclosed location in Ontario.
Yeah.
And in the background, this wonderful person who, again, I will tell you that I've gone through the gauntlet with her: emotional, sexual, platonic, friend.
Yeah, we get it. You had
friend.
sex.
No. Now, like, she's with someone else even right now, and I still like appreciate this person. It's a really important step for me actually to see the good in exes. Because of what I just went through, I will never see the good in my most recent ex because she doesn't. She's just an awful person, to be perfectly fucking honest with you.
Listen, don't
Like,
hold back. We want you to tell us how you really
listen,
feel.
I'm just telling you the truth. Like when someone has no conscience and no empathy towards you specifically, you got to eventually call it for what it is. But anyways, but this person, this other person that appeared naked, was very oh my fucking god that she was naked because she didn't realize that she was in the background walking around, and has since become a person who has taught me that it is cool and valuable to be friends with a person that you're romantic with.
I thought you were going to say naked.
Post relationship death, right? And that's a big growth thing for me. Like, I am friends with one ex, but she's a lesbian now, so it's easy. I'm just saying.
That was a lot of words.
Actually, it was pretty economical, if you ask me. She's a lesbian now, so I get it. Whatever it is that I said. Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, no, I get it, but I always resented you for the fact that you were able to have naked people on your show constantly and not get a strike on YouTube. And
it was once.
Yeah, and no, it's more than once. I'm telling you, it was more than once. And
well, you might say it's more than once. It doesn't mean it is. Hold on. Okay. Ashley has sent this, so I'm gonna just play it. I have no idea what this is.
You're gonna play it without knowing what it is?
Correct. I don't give a fuck.
You are brave, man.
No, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. There's a difference, Douglas.
Okay, well, it is a very fine line.
Sorry, Ashley, come down here and take your shirt off. We're gonna blow the top off of this.
Oh, hold on. If that's happening, then hold on.
Just kidding. No,
that was some accidental humor.
yeah, he's eyes closed me.
Okay. Hold on. And here we go. Hold on, I'm gonna turn it up.
This can't
Let
be.
me start it over because I want to turn it up. Bam.
Nice.
Wait.
What?
Wait, Jamesy.
There's no video.
Why is it doing that? Hold on. Everyone stop. Everyone Oh.
There's no video on my side. Can you see it, Douglas?
No.
You
Oh,
couldn't
okay.
see it?
No,
Okay,
there's
hold
no
on.
video on our
Screen.
side. Can anybody else see the video in the comments?
Hold on, I'm
Tell
gonna
us.
turn it up. I'm gonna start it over because I want to turn it up. You can't see. You can't see that. Wait, Jamesy. Why is it doing that? Hold on. Everyone stop. Everyone don't make it. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to turn it up. I'm going to start it over because I want to turn it up. Bam.
Nice.
Wait, Jamesy. Why is it doing that? Hold on. Everyone stop.
See,
Everyone don't make it.
no video, just audio.
Oh, well, that's weird. No video, only audio.
Maybe-
Okay. Well, it
maybe-
says audio
Maybe
here.
that's a good thing.
Okay. Well, maybe it is.
The universe has decided.
What if I did this instead?
No more
Hold on.
nakedness on your show.
If you load the video in as an asset, it'll
Yeah.
probably
Unless-
That's what I'm about to do.
We do a no pants on show.
Okay.
play. That's
I'm
what
gonna-
you're about to see. Actually, I'm sorry, but
Well,
Ah.
well, the good news is that my shows where the accidental nudity happens has both breasts and bums, right? So, so at least I'm.
yeah, you're
Okay, can you
equal
see-
opportunity.
Hold on, I'm gonna turn it up. I'm gonna start it over because I want to turn it up. Bam.
Nice.
Wait, Jamesy. Why is it doing that? Hold on. Everyone stop.
It's a
Did you
sweet
see that?
bone flash.
I did see.
Now, I didn't see that until just now. Do you think it was intentional?
No.
Well, yeah, because you didn't play the song she requested.
What was the song?
I can't remember. Remember she tried to make it a song
Sebastian
request?
something.
Yeah. I think she was mad at you, and that was a moon. She was mooning you for not playing the song. You're a horrible DJ on your show.
It's like telling a horse jockey that he's a horrible synchronized swimmer. Like I'm not I never play music. Right? Like what am I supposed to do here in this situation? Like, can you play Duran Duran Girls
take
on
a
Film?
second?
I'm like,
Can
I
you take a
guess I
second just to
could.
soak in Douglas's face.
Ow.
Hey
Douglas?
Douglas, remember that time we told him not to play the video? Oh look, see? Oh, he's frozen. He's
Oh, is he frozen? Okay.
oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
So yeah, I'm just very jealous that you get to do all this wanton graphic nudity and violence on your show, and I get none.
Well,
Every time I try to do something, it just gets thrown away.
no one asked you to leave Crier. I'm just kidding. You get the SoCan shit, but I get the bitches.
Yeah, no shit. Oh, look, Ryan's left. Open the bank accounts, everybody. Here comes all the money.
Did you see my new intro?
I did. I love it.
I'm gonna play
I
it again.
absolutely love it.
I want to play it again because I just want to give a shout out to Zach Fax. And by the way, the whole vertical casual Friday, like cheesy kind of like 1989 editing, intentional. I could have made it a lot more modern if I wanted to. But I wanted it to be a little backpacky. So
Ladies and gentlemen, your host for tonight's show.
yeah, Zach Fax. He's done like music videos for Tory Lanez, Master P, fucking like J. Cole, and he's a dope lyricist and beat maker and producer from Toronto. So
I like it.
yeah,
I really like it. It's very you call it backpacky. I don't think so. I like
is
that.
that racist?
rough-
Oh no, sorry.
Jesus Christ. No, I like the rough. I like the I like how it's very vinyl. Very vinyl-y. It's nice.
Douglas, what happened to you?
Oh, thank Christ you came back.
I don't know. Things I just vanished from. So you said, Douglas, do you remember the time? And hear the rest.
Who said that? Me or James?
You did, Ryan.
I don't remember the time I said, do you remember the time? If that helps at this point.
It just
'Cause I'm
happened.
absolutely like shit tanked. So
It just happened. It sounds like
I
that
think I
we're
have a
winding
little bit
down.
of a
So
delay while the computer's still coming up.
No, it's probably just me.
both of you don't sound delayed on my end, but we should talk about this more because it's riveting. Seriously. Go ahead, Douglas.
Okay.
Douglas.
Yes, I was no, I just
my
had
God.
what Ryan said before I had left.
Back to you, Douglas.
Douglas, I think you have like
Every
a
time he
4.5
mentions
second
it,
delay.
I know, but every time he says it, I
Wait.
hear everything he says before, and then what he says, the thing I don't hear,
And then
I hear him at the end.
what about the
Ryan, stop it.
Yeah.
You're
Sorry.
deteriorating the we're at 3 hours and 24 minutes.
Now that's just
And people that have been listening this whole time, which is like at least 3 people, are going to be really annoyed at what you just did.
they're still here.
Oh fuck. Oh, Ryan, you didn't see, Ryan, are you a sneakerhead?
No.
Can I show
No,
you?
I
Can
don't
show
get
you
that.
my
I buy one pair of shoe like every 18 months.
Yes. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot for me.
Yeah. No.
I bought 6 pairs of shoes in the last month after
fuck?
only buying 2 pairs of shoes in the last 14 years.
What about you, Douglas? Are you like a shoe person?
no, not particularly. I mean, I have. I'm gay, so I have the shoe for every occasion.
You're gay? Does your
I'm
dad
not-
know?
No, I haven't told him yet.
Jesus Christ.
No, but like I have my tennis shoe for tennis, and I have a nice blue suede nice shoe for when I go out, and I have Docs, and I have my loafers and stuff like that. But I really don't like shopping, so no, I'm not a shoe guy.
You have blue suede shoes?
Yeah, I do.
God
Hold
damn.
on.
I don't.
God damn.
Hold on.
I've never seen a pair of blue suede shoes. I've heard the song, but I've never seen them, Jamesy.
Ryan, do you want to see my shoes?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I don't. Everybody.
Do you not?
Narrator.
Okay.
Ryan.
So
didn't
here's my
care
first
about
shoe.
anybody's shoe. Oh, those are nice.
These are what are these? James
Shoes.
Con-
Those are footwear.
They are Cole Haan.
Yeah, but are they blue suede shoes like this motherfucker over here? Look at this.
What are the what brand are those, Douglas?
They are. Call it spring.
I'll call it whatever the fuck I want. I call it stylish. That's nice.
Yep. Boxing Day 1 year. Again, hate shopping. Beaver
Yeah, I
wanted
can't.
to go shopping for. He loves shoes. I'm the one
Those
that
are
left with
shiny.
shoes. He didn't buy a thing.
Oh, so he's the
That
sneakerhead.
Who, me?
Look at those things. Look at
No,
that.
not sneaker. It's shoes.
Oh, a shoe
Yeah.
shoe file.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am now.
Maybe
I'm now
Jordos. Look at you.
Yeah, wait.
Yeah.
Look at all this crier
He
fuck
ain't
you money
playing.
Jamesie's got now. Look at all
He ain't
this. eh?
playing.
Look how he
I,
can't,
dude, I love them. Hold on.
he's got a
wait,
couch
what do you
surf
mean
in
by
the
the
UK, but fuck, do they ever set him up with shoes?
There's crier fuck you money. I mean, I get
Apparently.
my George Shores checks, but I haven't gotten the crier fuck you money yet.
Look at you. What did you knock off a store? Like
No.
seriously, did you actually like rob somebody?
He just cashed in his RSP.
No, I didn't. I just I
Those
went
Doc
retail
Martens?
therapy.
Yeah.
Is that
You
Docker?
recognize these?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do. Holy shit.
Bro.
I haven't seen those in forever.
And
These are my tennis shoes.
Actually, you know what's really funny? My sandals that I'm wearing currently right now, my sandals are worth more than both of my pair of shoes together.
really?
I swear to God. Yeah.
Are you
they're,
wearing Birks?
I'm trying to remember what the hell they're called. They're an American brand that
Keen?
I've had. Keen. That's it.
Yeah.
Keen.
Yeah.
Keen.
There you go.
Yeah.
They're fucking awesome. I love these things.
I have that exact
So
pair, I
good.
think. I really
They're
do.
so good.
I just
Yeah, those
I,
and they were like $230 for sandals, and I'm like, and I said to Ashley, I'll never forget because we bought them like 2 years ago, and I'm like, I'm gonna buy these because I have a feeling they're gonna last forever. And sure enough, they've lasted forever. So
Good stuff.
yeah, they're great.
All right, guys, listen, let's wrap it up. I'd like
Okay.
to wrap it up before it's obvious that we need to wrap it up now, Ryan, which is a change from when you were on the show. You remember that? Okay, let's wrap up. And then
No.
40 minutes later.
No, my favorite was you just leaving your own show and leaving it to Douglas and I to wrap up.
Yeah,
That was
I
my
enjoyed
favorite,
that
so.
actually. I enjoyed the power that I exerted during that
I
moment.
still have the music from those days in the board.
Oh yeah.
When Douglas and I used to like jam at the end of your show.
Hey Douglas, wait a second. I sent you a cover song that I did of a Depeche Mode track.
Yes,
Where
it's
I
very
gave it a
good.
Hayden hook. And you never responded to it. And I need you to tell me the truth. I think you're a pleaser, but I would like you to just be like this. You bastardized the version a little bit, if that's how you feel.
No. It was very good. I enjoyed it very much. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was just in the time where I got into heavy rehearsals and I didn't get back to you. But no, I did enjoy. I did listen to it and I enjoyed it very much.
Lies.
No, seriously, I did. I listened to it as soon as you sent it to me. Actually.
Oh really?
Do you want to?
Yeah.
Do you want to hear the
Really
campy?
good.
Do you want to hear the campy radio clip of
Yes.
Douglas getting the shout out on my show?
Yeah.
I did.
Hang on.
Barbecue playlist. This reminds me of. I have no idea what that person was saying. It reminds me of Shawshank. When Red says, "I have no idea to this day."
It was a
what
French
those two
song they
Italian
were
ladies
playing.
were singing about. Truth is, I don't want to know. Some things are better left unsaid. I'd like to think they were singing about something so beautiful it can't be expressed in words, and it makes your heart ache because of it. But my friend out in Ottawa will know what it is. And that's his song. It's my boy
Platinum
Douglas
Blonde.
from the True North Eager Beaver podcast on Crier Media. You got to listen to that every morning, 7 a.m. The best political podcast ever.
And that was the post. We hit the post, and that was Douglas's request that he put out on last week's show, actually. So
Yes.
Well done.
There was so much pressure. It's like, what song makes me think of Canadian? And it was like Crying Over You, because I think it was 84. I think I was 11, and it was the first time I saw a video for a Canadian band that had high production values that looked like it was maybe done in the States or something.
The next video was a honeymoon suite video. I guarantee it.
Probably.
Yeah.
But I remember like seeing
teenage
the
head.
Rise Up from Parachute Club, right? And it was just that Pride, right? And low production values and all that kind of stuff and all these other things. And it wasn't until Crying After, and then soon after was like A Criminal in the Mind by Gowan, which was really fantastic.
oh yeah,
But I was like sitting there, I was going like, why are all our videos so damn low budget?
do you remember what Gowan's? do you remember what Gowan's album name was?
The first one, Strange Animal.
No, afterwards.
Oh, Moonlight Desire.
You can call me Larry.
Oh yes, You Can Call Me Larry. That one. Yeah.
Lawrence
That
Gowan.
Gowan.
Like that was like a big balls, like big swinging dick move.
Yeah.
Strange
And then he
Animal
went on
to You
to-
Can Call Me Larry? Like, that's like, is it a Three's Company spinoff? Like, what's
Come
going
knock
on?
our door.
You can call me Larry.
waiting
I'm
for
a
you.
douchebag at the Regal Beagle. Anyway, go ahead.
Have you have you heard who he is the lead singer for now?
Sticks.
Styx.
Gowan
Lawrence
is?
Gowan.
Gowan, yeah, it has been for a long time.
Yeah, and he actually does pretty good. I got to give him some credit. I didn't mind Gowan. Gowan was pretty good.
Yeah, You Could Call Me Larry was his 5th album.
Yeah,
So yeah.
yeah. So he had
we-
already had the big swinging dick attitude. It was time to show it off a bit.
I saw the Cult in concert with a different lead singer.
My brother went to school with the original lead singer of the Cult.
Really?
Yeah.
Like
Wow.
this She Sells Sanctuary?
Yes.
Or is that the
well,
Cure?
No, that's the Cult.
No, the Cult.
She Saw Sanctuary is the Cult.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, he went to
Cure
Barton
is
and they went to
Constellation.
Westmount, and yeah, they were like they had like mutual buddies and stuff. And
The
Yeah, it
Cure
was-
is Fascination Street and Love Cats and Lullaby, Why
Right.
Can't I Be You? And so Robert
Just Like
Smith,
Heaven? Who's Just Like
Like Heaven.
Heaven?
That's the
yeah,
Cure.
that's Cure.
I like The Cure.
Friday, I'm in love.
Yeah.
My mom loved The Cure.
Really?
Oddly enough, yeah. The two bands that were modern that my mom loved were Depeche Mode and The Cure.
I love Depeche Mode.
She just loved Robert Smith's voice. She was just, I just love it. He makes me laugh.
Depeche Mode is one of those groups that like I have two chips on my shoulders when it comes to my childhood. One is the hometown that I grew up in, which is Whitby, which I hate, and the other one is 80s. The other one thing is 80s music. So I'm like
Yeah.
a real fucking like there are like you can count all the best bands in the 80s on two hands in total, and you probably have a few fingers to spare. And it's like, you know, the pop ones are like Michael Jackson and Prince and that. But the ones that weren't quite pop, but were a little bit more like cool people music,
Yeah.
was like Depeche Mode,
Pet Shop Boys.
early U2, Sex Pistols, The Smiths, that kind of shit, right? Like, and
Susie and the
yeah, and it's, you know, and The Cure was like just on the tail end of that shit.
Yeah.
You know, like I fucking loved that music back then. Like it was really like Somebody by Depeche Mode was the song that like there was a guy at my school that passed away. His name is Andrew Velitis. And two songs, like we skipped school the day after he died. He died on like a Thursday, and on Friday we all went to school, and then in the Spokane area before classes started, we all went to my house. And there was like 20
Lithuanian
of
guy.
there were, sorry?
He was a Lithuanian guy.
No, well,
Velitis
maybe.
is Lithuanian, yeah.
Is that Lithuanian? Oh, I didn't know that. But he was a really cool guy. He was a good hockey player, but he wasn't like a cool guy who was mean or a bully. He was one of those guys that like protected people that were bullied, so everyone sort of respected him. And he passed away, and so we all went to my house and listened to like Somebody More Than Words and Boys to Men. What was the name of
Into
the
the
song?
Road.
How do I say goodbye? That
Oh,
one?
it's hard to say goodbye.
Say goodbye to yesterday. Yeah.
Right, yeah. And you know, like, but the Depeche Mode part of that like mourning period was like amazing, and 80s music was not that for me. But Depeche Mode specifically was just like, oh, this band
Blows
it
your mind,
made me
yeah.
feel more emotionally mature. Like
Yep.
it was like the thing that helped me feel more like worldly or something. Yeah, Doug, like
Yeah, it makes
Douglas-
sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same here, because I had heard People Are People, because that was the first time. Then we did in North America, we didn't hear much unless you were already a fan until
Yeah.
Music for the Masses came out, and that's the first year I was in high school, and I could never stand kids my own age. So when I was in grade 1, all my friends were in grade 4. When I was in grade 5, they were in grade 8. When I was in grade 9, my friends were all in grade 13.
It was like
And all the grade
older
13
men, eh?
Always, but it was something. But it was the same thing.
Ryan.
Even at home, like at Christmas,
Yeah.
I'd like they'd put me at the kids' table and I'd eat as fast as I can, and then I'd leave there and I'd go sit on someone's lap at the adults'
Yeah.
table because they were talking about interesting stuff. The kids were just boring. The kids would bore me. They would just bore me.
I get that. I get
so-
that.
So, but when I got into high school, then you have like, it's the 80s, right? So you have all the cool people in black,
Yeah.
right? They'll hang
Yeah.
together. They got the cool stuff, and you know, like
mods?
black hair, the mods, right?
The
like
mods,
that's-
yeah.
And maybe
I love
some-
Chelsea cuts, bob haircuts, and pixie cuts. Oh, love that shit.
So and they were all wearing Depeche Mode sweaters.
I went to Supercuts.
and t-shirts like this. So I went out and got
We
the
were
album
poor.
Music for the Masses, not knowing anything about them. Loved the album, and it was just and that I was hooked.
How
from
did
that.
you enjoy shopping at Le Chateau?
That was great.
I did not. Disposable clothing. I would like you, Ryan. I was Poe.
Oh yeah, Pavas.
P-O apostrophe. So poor we couldn't afford the OR at the end.
Oh yeah. No, we were bargain heralds. We were bargain heralds and byway.
Byway,
that was our-
Giant Tiger. Yep.
Yep.
Those were my places. So
Yeah.
no, I didn't get
You guys remember bargain heralds?
we didn't have that.
I remember the name, but I don't remember the store.
Oh Christ, yeah. No, that was where and we'd get like the knockoff Adidas.
Abiba.
And it'd be like,
Oh
there'd
my
be
God,
like-
the
there'd be
two-stripe
like-
one.
There'd be like either 2 or 4 stripes on your shoes.
Sparks is one of them.
You'd
Sparks
have
was
to
two.
you'd have to like walk really fast past the judgers in the school so they didn't actually see what you were wearing on your feet. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
My mom tried to buy
Varney. You guys
me-
remember Varney?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, when I got my first Varney t-shirt, I thought I was the coolest thing.
Or hypercolor when you used to touch it and it would change
Yes,
color.
that too. Like,
Remember
because
those?
I was always the last to get, actually, here's a really interesting thing. This happy memory. Doesn't start out happy, but it ends happy.
Oh,
So when we were
fuck,
in
here we go.
no, but when we were in grade 5, when I hit grade 5, my foster
Varney.
parents' son
Varney
was about to
hypercolor.
go to high school, so we moved to a different neighborhood so he can go to a better one, which meant I had to change elementary school. Now, where I was, we were in the very poor neighborhood, so everybody else at the school was poor.
Yeah.
So all my friends were poor, I was poor, and if you happened to be a little bit smart, then all your friends really liked you because you were the one that was going to get out.
Right.
Right. So I go to this other neighborhood where everybody, gets a car at 16 and they're all wearing Polo and Benetton and Club Monaco, and their parents are taking them to Disney World or skiing in Vermont or Vail every March break. And it's like, this is so not my reality.
Yeah.
Right. Everybody's the son or daughter of a lawyer or a judge or a teacher or somebody or a doctor
Yeah.
or something. Right.
Yeah.
So I walk into school like with my byway stuff. Right.
Yeah.
I was not popular that year. I didn't have many friends at all that year. Grade 5 was rough. But there was one girl named Anik, and I had such a crush on her.
Okay.
Total crush on her. And she played tennis, which is probably where my love of tennis came.
I was going to say,
So-
sounds like a connection there.
A connection. So I saw that we had some old tennis rackets, like the old wooden ones down in our basement. So I went and grabbed one, and I kept hanging around the park all the time, hoping that she'd ask me to play.
Okay.
She had all the modern stuff, of course, right? But it's an old tennis racket. That never happened, but we did become friends. And then one year at Christmas, there was a doorbell that rang. And I go out, answer the door, and it's Anik and her mother. And they have a present for me.
Oh.
Yes. And I open it, and it is a Ralph Lauren Polo rugby shirt.
Holy shit. It's like $100 back in the day still.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They knew.
That's really sweet.
They knew.
That's really sweet though.
Like this. And from that point on, I fit in. I had one. So when Varney was all over in Ocean Pacific and all those,
Yeah. I remember OP.
oh God, I was always the last to get it. But when I finally did.
Give me a minute, guys. I'll catch up.
Yep.
What's oh wow.
Yeah.
So whatever happened to Anik?
Anik and I were still friends.
Today?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm friends with a lot of my friends from elementary school, actually.
That's wild.
Yeah, we're still friends. Every few years, all our elementary schools friends, we have a reunion. We all get together, and we go to a restaurant and we chat for a bit. And
I have one class.
Somebody
that's like that.
has a
Yeah.
hotel room or something like that. We all go there and hang out for the rest of the night and stuff.
Isn't it funny? I don't have a huge connection with my high school buddies. Like
Yeah.
we're still friends, and like
Yeah.
if I see them, we'll talk, and we're friends on social media. But my tightest core group of people were the elementary school kids.
Yep.
We're still to this day like people are like all up in each other's business, knowing
Yep.
what's going on.
Natalie,
Reunions.
Isabelle, Denis, Michel, Francois, everyone.
Crazy. Yeah, it's
And I
wild,
guess-
how that works.
And the first time we got all together after was like many, many years after elementary school, right? And so a lot of people had kids, and
Yeah. Yeah.
we all got together. It was like not a moment passed between all of us.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the way it is with our little tight group, because after grade 8 I left
Mhm.
that area of the city and went kindergarten to grade 5 I was in Hamilton. You have the Hamilton Mountain, and I went to school on the mountain.
Okay.
We moved down to the east end of the lower city from grade 5 to grade 8.
Mhm.
Still had friends in the mountain, whatever, but like you're kids, it's not like you're going out to bars, you're fucking 8. So when I came back to the mountain in grade 9, all those kids that I went to school with, ended up in high school with. So it was like a huge reunion of buddies. It's like, holy shit, we're doing it again. And that like kind of solidified the deal there.
Mm.
And yeah, it was crazy. It's nuts. I think it's funny how the people that you hold on to, like college and stuff. They didn't give a fuck. Don't, not that they don't give a fuck. It's just like one of those, like, whatever. It's a passing acquaintanceship now. Those kids from grade like 5 to grade 8, still to this day, I need to know when you have kids. You have to send me pictures. We got to talk. Like, it's fucked up. It's weird how that worked.
Can I comment on one thing that you just said, Ryan?
Yeah.
Elementary school, to this day, not including my kids or whatever, like, keep that shit out of it, but like, the best decade of my life was kindergarten to grade 8. Like,
and that's what we were just saying.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Like, it was just to boil it down, the difference between elementary school and high school, the social pecking order was less aggressive. The teachers were better. Like the ability to learn at an emotional level and an educational level was more adjacent with one another.
100%.
Like high school, everything got flipped and turned on its head. Like, it was like you were losers if you were in grade 9. Teachers didn't give a fuck about your personal development as an individual and all that.
Barely knew your name. Yeah.
But if you're going to be in like a Western democracy, education should be something that like whatever that magic was in elementary school, and I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
But there was something about, like, I can recite my elementary school teachers in order. I knew who was in my classes. And just like you said, the people that I can count on one hand in my life right now that I consider to be my good friends, that I talk to, who know me, they're all elementary school friends.
Isn't that wild? I wonder if that's the same. Like, I wonder that I'd love to know if that's a thing, because there's 3 of us here talking about it.
Yep.
And we've all got the same experience when it comes to that. I'm wondering if that's actually a thing. And you're right. I think it's a social construct when it comes to Western education style, because when you get to high school, it's literally, you are on your own, son. Figure it out, or you will get left behind. And when you're in elementary school, there is somebody there kind of, so it's almost like that care is lifted off your shoulders. There's somebody there to guide you. And I get why they do it. It makes a person out of you, but it's almost like you build that camaraderie around that, that freedom of not having to worry about that part of it. So you have the opportunity to build those social connections rather than worrying about everything else that's going on around you. Right. So I wonder if that's a thing around not just Western, but I mean, like say like Finland, because Finland's always like revered for their education systems. Right.
Yeah.
I wonder if people in their, say, 30s, 40s, 50s have that same memory, that same experience to draw back on.
I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that like I remember like I went to a Catholic elementary school. I remember so there's certain things like First Communion, like there's certain things that trigger memories because they were big events, right? Like, so First Communion was one of them. I remember like the Stephanie Gushu in during First Communion, being really nervous before she took the host for the first time. Right.
I still have the first $5 bill the father gave me when I went down on him. It's still framed in my bedroom. It's
okay. Little left fieldish, but that's a good. Usually, I'm the guy that does.
It wasn't the new bill; it was the old bills. Remember the old paper bills? It was.
I'm just happy it wasn't me, Ryan. Really?
Yeah, no.
That's all I'm saying. It's a first for everything. That's the first here on Casual Friday. It wasn't James. Welcome to another episode of It Wasn't James, starring Ryan Lindley.
Father O'Malley had the best candy.
Father Murphy had the best. Like, it was just a gripping session whenever we got together. Like, sorry, what were you saying?
His milkshake brought all the altar boys to the yard.
His eyebrows were raised.
So yes, I was brought up in a Catholic school system as well. I totally understand.
I visited. I was one of those guys. Listen, I'm a sentimentalist. I think, like at the end of the day,
Yeah.
I really am. I know, I like the joke, but I sentimentalize a lot of things. That's why I'm so good at like obituaries. I've written a lot of obituaries over the years. I'm not
Just
kidding.
random. That's pretty fucking random. Okay.
Listen, I wrote for the Huffington Post. I wrote a Gord Downey thing that went viral. I've written like I wrote another thing for the Huffington Post about my friend Dave Hanley, which went viral just because he was such a nice person. I just write good obituaries. I don't know what it is.
All
but,
right.
like,
Hey, that's
I'm a good
weird
death,
flex, but okay.
Yeah, it is a flex. It's like being a movie critic and you're really good at it, and you're just like, listen, I don't know how to tell you this, but
I don't do very well at reviewing dramas, but horror movies are my jam.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Or in this case, writing about living people, I'm okay. Writing about dead people, oh, I'm dope. Dope as that.
right.
If you ever know any dead people,
Because there's
you
no
just
pressure
tell-
that they'll ever read it.
Maybe that's what it is, but like
I know that's what it is because I did that Anthony Bourdain special, and I referenced that right in the beginning of my opening of the show, and I said I feel a lot better. Like the imposter syndrome kind of dissolves a bit because I know Anthony Bourdain will never hear it, and that's what it was.
I think you might be right about that. Like I just have a way with words when people are dead. Like even when Kobe Bryant died.
I am dying. I'm so dying right now.
Yeah.
Watch me. I'm dying.
You sound like Joan Rivers.
I'll give you a topic. The Roman Catholic Empire wasn't Roman. It wasn't Catholic.
Why do you need my bra?
It wasn't an empire. Discuss. Discuss.
I'll give you a top.
But
Linda
what I
Richmond.
did yesterday.
Coffee talk.
Two days ago, I rewatched the first season of True Detective with Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey.
I saw that. That was
Oh my
actually the
God.
only season I watched.
One of the greatest seasons of television ever. And
It
then
really
I
was.
went to watch the second season, and at episode 2, I was like, "Oh yeah, this fucking sucks."
It really
Yeah.
did. It went from like a 10 to a fucking 4 like immediately. It was
Oh
so
my god, Vince Vaughn. Oh, he just took him.
Where'd he go?
A tornado just hit Ryan Lindley's house. But Vince Vaughn playing a like tough guy gangster. Like this was like literally right on the heels of Wedding Crashers, I think.
Oh my. Okay. Yeah.
Like it was 2015, maybe something like that. Yeah, not a good look. Because do you remember season 1?
No, I'm not familiar with it whatsoever.
Oh my gosh!
I missed
Okay,
the show completely.
season 1 of True Detective, starring Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey, was like the most visceral, psychologically impactful, dramatic series I had ever seen on television ever.
Okay.
Like, it was gritty and dark, and the score was like weirdly just perfect, and it was just such a good series. It wasn't like The Sopranos. Sopranos had like really comical moments,
Okay.
and The Wire, was different. Like my favorite series are like The Sopranos, The Wire, the first 4 or 5 seasons of Dexter, right? Like those were good. The Oz, which is something I just watched in the last year, really good. There are a few series that hit, and True Detective, you didn't know it at the time, but you were watching it and you were like, holy fuck, this is gritty and dark, and the writing is amazing, and holy shit, the character development is so good. And it was just like the greatest thing ever. And then the second season came out, and you're just like, wow, this is like Police Academy. Like it went from NYPD Blue to
Did they
Police
change
Academy.
the actors?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
So they changed the entire cast, right? Like
Oh.
so it wasn't like it didn't follow a story or anything, which I guess would have been fine. Like in the way that Black Mirror is a good series. But this one just It didn't work. It says second. And the third one, the second one was so bad that I didn't even go to the third one to see if it was any good, even though it was a whole new slate of actors, and they could have learned their lesson. But I was like, no, I'm not going to take that chance.
Oh. Yeah, have you ever checked out Bates Motel as a series?
No, is it good?
Really good.
Does it give you that like feeling in the original Psycho movies of the shower scene? Does it give you like any frights like that?
Um, yes, but differently. Um, because it's Norman Bates while he's still living with his mother. So
Oh,
as he's becoming Norman Bates that we see in Psycho, and the television show eventually gets to the shower scene, and they do something to make it a little more modern or make it a little different, so it's not exactly the same as the movie, but there's a twist on it that's really cool. But it really is the relationship between the mother and Norman.
so how
And
Norman Bates became like a crazy person, beholden to his mother, even though she was dead.
yeah, and it has Freddie Highmore
Who's
plays
that?
Norman Bates. Freddie Highmore, who's now on the Good Doctor, who was in the movie August Rush. British actor, really, really, really good.
What's his name?
Freddie Highmore.
Say it again.
Freddie DDIE Highmore. And his the lady who plays the mother is, I believe, Vera Farmiga, who's an incredibly good actress. Incredible. I am surprised that neither of them had received an Emmy at some point along the way for it.
Really?
Yeah. And it's yeah, as Mel says, it's more psychological. So there's a tension, and there's this weird. It's never acted upon, but there's this really weird, seeming sexual tension between the mother and the son.
Oh, really?
But there is
Like-
there is nothing sexual, like not even close. And yet the entire time you're watching it, you're thinking like, it's going to happen at some point in the series, right?
Is it eye language?
Just the way that she's so protective of him and but tries to give him anything but tries to control him, but then
Like a
she's
covetousness
single.
rather than like a typical protection. Covet.
It's almost like she's single by that point, so it's almost like me and you against the world type thing, but it gets a
ride or
little unhealthy.
die. Yeah,
Yeah, but it gets a little unhealthy.
gotcha.
Like you can tell you're watching it and you're thinking like, okay, this is some like, okay, season 3, something's gonna happen, right? She's gonna touch him or he's gonna touch her, and she's gonna say, "No, Norman, why you don't do that?" Or but something's gonna happen. That never actually happens, but the entire series you keep on thinking at some point it's gonna happen because there's just something weird. It's unsaid, it's unspoken, it's never acted upon. But you're.
It's funny how
expecting at some point it was gonna happen and it never did.
it's funny how television has changed since when we were kids. Like HBO, like I would say HBO's like Sopranos and Oz and those shows probably like really changed the culture of what television was like. Because before that, it was like what NYPD Blue or like something like that. That was like
Dennis
the
Franz's butt shot was like the most.
most edgy or racy or whatever,
Yeah.
right? But then Sopranos and Oz and all that kind of stuff came out. Like what you're describing is like that like do you remember Game of Thrones when the Lannister siblings were lovers, or Boardwalk Empire where Domity's mom, who was basically a prostitute at a young age, whose husband was the commandant or whatever of the that area, and I guess it was like Atlantic City before it became like a big thing. And you know, and the sexual tension between the mother and the son in a series like that, where they made it obvious, but also they made it taboo and like wrong. But what you're talking about sounds almost like it was like open and it was almost subjective.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, but it was like one of these things. Like, is it are are they going to do it? Is it some control thing? Is it a cat or mouse thing? Like
Am I kink
because,
shaming someone right now by having these thoughts?
yeah, because but because you're watching it, and then sometimes you're thinking like, oh my God, she's such a good mother. Look at how far she's going, like to protect her. She knows that there's something wrong with her
Yeah.
child of some kind like this. And then at other times you're like, it's like, she is really messed up. Like, this is way not normal. No wonder he went psycho. Like
Yeah.
this, and it's not like she was beating him or anything. Like, it's not like this thing, right? Like the child is like so terribly abused, and then they go psycho. It's trying to have as normal a mother-son relationship as it can when you know something's not right with your son, and you're probably not right yourself.
Was it David Parker Ray or Dennis Nilsson? Like, he was based after a real serial killer, right? Like Norman Bates.
Oh, I didn't know.
The one in Texas. Sorry, if someone else can look it up, that'd be great. I just tried. What did I? Serial killer stuffed heads is what I Google searched. But there's a famous serial killer who, I think, dug up graves of
Okay.
recently deceased people, and then taxidermied them and put
Oh,
them as decorations around his house.
oh my.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember what serial killer that was, but it was somebody. I would Google it, but I don't know. Apparently, my Google search. When does the Google Facebook rule of no news come into effect? Do you know
That
that?
should be pretty soon, isn't it?
So,
Next
did
week
you
or
watch
something? We're
Michael
talking?
Geist on Blundell show?
No, not yet.
Okay, C18. Before we go, are you tired?
Uh, I could go for a bit. Yeah.
Okay, this will be our last point of the conversation. But I was just wondering because I think we feel a little bit differently about Bill C18. So why don't I just ask you, how do you feel about it, and what do you think it accomplishes, and what do you think its shortcomings are?
Um, for I don't see. I didn't C18. I'm less familiar with because I didn't read it. I read the other one. Um, the online news site.
C11.
C11 I wrote. C11 I'm fine with. I have no problem with that. From what I can tell, it just seems like some straightforward amendments for things. I know that there's one sentence in something that something refers to that has a lot of people going upset, but I see no past behavior of that, and I don't foresee. I don't see who would benefit from any future behavior that's being suspected. The one about C18, um, it's really interesting. I'm not as familiar with it, but I get. For me, the thing is that there's many competing interests at play, and everybody speaks from only their own interests. So, for example, you have a whole bunch of people on the web who don't want any regulation whatsoever at all. It's the Wild West. It's free space like this. Anything you do is censorship on that, and they'll break out all the words, and that just makes me think, "Boy who cried wolf," right?
I get that.
So you are never going to have a world where there are no adults in the room. There's always going to be adults in the room. There's going to be some regulations. So just, that's always going to happen. I understand also that local media is dying and that we have to do something has to be done because a democratic country without local media. Because if all we have is one national media and everybody's getting the national stuff and nobody's getting any local stuff, there's a lot of shit that's going to happen to people that they'll never hear about. You got no local
Right.
media, you got no provincial media. So you need that. Yeah, for well-functioning democracy, you need an informed public. And the government has a role in a democratic country in ensuring that the public can be informed enough. It doesn't necessarily mean that the information has to come from the government, but they have to do something to make sure that that is there, or else you're losing one of your main pillars, right? So, to me, C18 is that. Now, is there anything else in it? Because when you write a law, people put other things in it. like this. But for me, C18 is somebody needs to do something to make sure that we still have some local, provincial, regional news. And if the government just says, well, all local ones, we're going to give you this, we're going to give you this, we're going to give you this, well, then that opens the door, PR wise, for optics. Oh, well, you're just buying all the media, whether it's true or not. It allows people to say that. And as soon as there's one positive story about, see, you bought the media, one negative story about me, see, you bought the media. So
Isn't it about?
the best way to do it is to try to get other people to pay for it. That's not the government. And this is what I'm seeing here is you've got these groups that have come on. And I understand that you have the argument that goes both ways, right? You go on Facebook, you see an article, you click it. I assume that brings you to the site of the article so that they can get some benefit of it, and get some money. But you're probably spending much more time on Facebook than you are on the site. Like let's say I'm going on Facebook or I'm on Twitter and I'm seeing all these articles that I want to read. Oh, there's one in the Ottawa Citizen. I click it. I'm on the Ottawa Citizen one for about like 5 seconds or 5 minutes or whatever it is that I read the story. And then I click and I go back to my Facebook. I don't say, it's not like I open the Ottawa Citizen and I read a story and then I might read another story and see an ad and see an ad. I'm just going to see that one. Right. And I may not see anything else on that site. So yeah, they get
like when sometimes you click on a link from
click. But
sometimes you click on a link from Facebook and you look in your browser what the URL complete line looks like. At the end, you'll see where the Facebook code comes in. Because it'll be like globeandmail.com/politics/something. And if you just go to that story from Google, it'll stop there. But if you go from Facebook, it'll be like some /FB //
Okay, so
right?
which makes me think that those things are not bringing you to the site.
Well, no, they're bringing to the site, but it's a way for them to tag that that traffic hit or that page view or whatever you want to call it originated from Facebook and not Google or not email or not something else, right? That's why they do that. So it's a way for them to like, it's like a cookie or how they tag it or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But that's kind of what I find really the fatal flaw of the internet is this insistence that algorithms have to have such a domineering role in our internet experience. Like, I don't understand that part. Like why aren't there politicians being like why can't I go to Facebook and if I click my homepage, there should be a button, and this should exist on Twitter and TikTok and Instagram and everything, where you can just click this thing and everyone understands that it's when you click it, it's opting out of an algorithmic experience on the whatever platform you have to be on. And if you want to go to Sage Francis or Eager Beaver or Dean Blundell, you have to search for it and go if you opt out of the algorithmic experience. Why doesn't that exist, you think?
That's a good question. I have no idea. Probably because nobody thought there was a vested interest yet to have it.
Yeah, well,
because I assume that everything is organized somehow, right? Everything has to be organized somehow in some way. So is it possible to have an internet without an algorithm?
I don't know, but I feel like, there is because Twitter, before Elon Musk took over, he tweeted something out, and I'm paraphrasing, where he was like, if you want to have an authentic experience on Twitter, click the option on your home feed that allows you to just see the latest tweets rather than the algorithm. Yes. And then when he took over Twitter, he took away that option.
Yes.
So that would be an example.
With a For You that's filled with all the most hateful junk in the world. Like we'd want to see that.
And Facebook used to have that too.
Yeah.
Where you could go latest versus whatever. I can't remember what the other one was called, but it was either latest or whatever it was for you. Tailor-made, algorithm, whatever.
Yeah.
And they take away that option. And honestly, like, I notice it because I go to YouTube. So I use YouTube for a few things. One is take care of my YouTube page. I go to YouTube to hear instrumentals that I sing or rhyme over, and then I go to YouTube for like documentaries. Those are literally the three things that I go to YouTube for. And when I go to the reason why I understand why the algorithm is bad is because when I'll go to YouTube and I like certain instrumentals. Let's say I like 6 instrumentals last month that I listened to the most, that I rhyme to the most. They'll put that in my selection options to the right because I click on it a lot. But what I've noticed is that when I watch a documentary, I don't want to watch it again. But the algorithm will try to make me watch the documentary again. So it actually just the algorithm that I get
Yeah.
for whatever reason just repeats what I've already watched. It doesn't actually suggest new things. It does, but sprinkles it, I guess, because
Yes.
whatever. And I'm just like, well, that's what I feel is wrong about algorithms. Like it's trying so hard to give you what you wanted. It's like Oliver Twist for
Yeah.
some reason liking porridge. And then just the headmaster just keep on giving him porridge.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. One day you say, "Hey, I love porridge," and then you get porridge for the rest of your life.
Please, sir, may I have some more algorithms?
Yeah.
Please? Yeah.
And so on that part, all the algorithm, the collection of data, and all that kind of stuff. Definitely something needs to be done about that. But that again, as soon as you do about that, right? It's like, okay, we're going to change the algorithm or remove the algorithm, while anybody who was benefiting from the algorithm now claims censorship, right?
Well, yeah. But I mean, like when you
Like
take away.
it's an absolute no-win.
Well, I mean,
Because
if someone's winning
you're
right
gonna
now,
piss off someone no matter
if
what.
so, you just described someone winning right now, and if you took away the algorithmic system or whatever you want to call it,
Yeah.
that person would no longer be winning.
Mhm.
I mean, that's not a loss per se. That's a very weird
No.
kind of
What I'm saying,
capitalistic argument for a
but
loss.
what I'm saying is that somebody is going to be losing capitalistically, I guess. And if the person
Someone's going to be losing the leg up that they got for having this generous system
yes,
to begin with.
but if that person happens to be
It's like Rihanna
well
and Eminem.
financed,
There's
well,
like
whatnot,
5 people that exist in that tier.
yeah, but if they're well financed and whatnot, right? That's where you get the trouble, because they're the ones that lead the charge, right? So it's
Fair enough.
you're supposed to do the right thing, right? That no matter what, that's the
That's
problem.
subjective.
I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to be the case here, but I understand that the government in this particular case has like 3 or 4 or 5 different loyalties that it has to meet in doing that, right? And
Yeah,
responsibilities in doing that, and they have to touch a little bit. So it's inherently a problem, which whatever solution is going to happen is probably not going to make very many people happy at all.
Can I
But
can I
it's
ask
probably
you?
necessary.
But can I ask you what part about the bill do you think is like, oh, this is like a necessity for the government to be involved in this particular thing? What
necessity
is that?
to me, the part that's necessary is making sure that we have enough local and provincial that we don't have just one national news that removes anything that can be individual from a region, for a province, where you can't get your local news, you can't get your provincial news, you don't know what city hall is doing, you don't know what your provincial government is doing, really. Like this, if you, it's like just imagine, that like there are no community papers at all, right? Where do you get your news local about the little league team? Where do you get the news about the bake sale? Where do you get the news about so and so's place? All the things that you need in a smaller town. That's not there anymore, right? Or your
Okay.
local or neighboring community. So you need that.
Is that like in
absolutely-
everything is the CBC argument?
Well, let's put it this way, right? When you add the fact that Bell Media says, do we really need to do local news, and do we really need to do Canadian content at all? And then Facebook, when you're saying, well, you need to be treated like every other company and pay a certain share. I mean, the big mistake was to give them tax exempt status right off the bat, right? Not having to pay for content from the bat, not on the bat. Now they've gotten used to this and they don't want to pay it now. So they say, okay, well, we'll just cut you off from news. Google does that, and Facebook does that, and Instagram does that. Well, right now the CBC is looking pretty good now, isn't it? I'm just saying, the more these companies are doing this, the more I'm liking the CBC right now.
Well, I mean, the argument is either everyone should get free money or no one should.
My thing, I don't think it's, well, I mean, it's indirectly about money, but it's, for me, the primary question is, should everybody have full ability to make informed decisions as much as possible when it comes to their democracy? And if you don't have a healthy media system that gives you local, regional, provincial, national, and international news, you can't do that.
Okay.
Now, I know
But-
that there are people who would rather you not have that information.
Well, the
And if
problem.
you ask me, the reason why I'm hearing, because right now you've got the Bloc, the NDP, and the Liberals all on the same side. It's only the Conservatives that have a problem with this.
Well,
And
that's
it seems to
actually.
me-
That's
and it
actually.
seems-
I think the point that I think. I don't know if anyone's making this point. Okay, like I don't come at it from like a left or right side or even a moderate side in this. Like, I just like as a spectator. I'm watching. So the CBC gets 1 point something billion a year as their budget as the state broadcaster. I don't have a problem with that ideologically. I think journalists, like individually, have a tendency to lean towards pretty left wing kind of like sensibilities or whatever.
But
So
I think that's just a
so
function
so
of
hold
the
on.
crowd.
I think that's why conservatives paint them as a liberal slanted media. But I actually just happen to think that like journalistic ethics and fact finding and research just happens to align with a more progressive starting point than a conservative one.
But it only does because conservatives today even have a problem with the scientific method. So, I mean, here's the thing with journalists.
Well,
Journalists
it's
tell
more.
people-
It's
no, hold on. Journalists
sorry.
tell people stories,
Mhm.
right? And they often tell stories about things that nobody should see or hear.
Right.
Of course, it's a higher EQ, higher social, higher get to know different people, higher go. Of course, the right, the rabid right, doesn't want that to happen, right? And I'm looking at whatever algorithms we have now. It's very clear that they're pumping very right wing, lots of right wing stuff. I guess so. I'm thinking, well, gee,
I don't think they're
is it-
pumping. I don't. I think they're pumping. It's not about right or left when it comes to algorithms. It's about. It actually is customized to you and me, but it's customized in the nefarious way, meaning it'll feed only two parts of Douglas. It'll feed the part that he fucking totally agrees with, and he'll feed the part that he fucking hates. And
Right.
that's all of our algorithms are based on that equation, and that's
but you
what
get-
makes it
but you
dangerous.
get more of the things you fucking hate now.
Hate and love.
No,
It's
not
literally
hate,
it's
not
turning.
literally.
No, okay. Well,
Not
me
literally.
it does. Like because in my Twitter feed, for example, I get like 50% of what I get in the For You category are people like Karima and yourselves and Dean.
Mhm.
And those are the people that I like engage with the most.
Right.
So that's
So that's
what
going
they
to
give me.
appear. Yeah.
Right.
But the other 50%, like this, it's
Is what you hate.
no, but yeah, but all these people like I'm an alpha male and I'm a and it's like there's why do you think this is for me? It's like it's actually written for you. It's like this is not for me. This is because you really want me to see this. One, because I'll be outraged and I'll click on it, or you're hoping that the more I see it, you'll convert me.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm not seeing like the and I see the people that I interact with a lot, but I'm not seeing that third thing, independent stuff that doesn't come from people I already know,
Yeah.
that doesn't come from the right, that would make me happy. That
Yeah.
gets completely eliminated.
Moderate.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Centrists always get hated by both sides. It's just
Bingo.
it has different incarnations
Right.
over the generations or whatever. But make no mistake, there's plenty of contempt for people who view
can see
people
both
that
sides.
that are centrist as if they are fence sitters or whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
And it's like, and it's not that I'm a fence sitter, it's that I can see both sides. I see that government has a responsibility to make sure that we're informed, but I also know that government can have a lot of power. And if you use that in a bad way, yes, it can lead to censorship and whatnot.
I always thought that it
It's
was
what you
good
do with
to.
it.
A good rule of thumb would be if you're a regular citizen or individual, and you see and say you're a progressive and a conservative government is in power, and they want to pass a law that gives the government certain powers, and you're like, holy shit, no! Like Pierre Poilievre with this power would be disastrous. Conversely, if you're a conservative and you know Justin Trudeau's in power, and Justin Trudeau wants to enact a certain law that goes against your libertarian sensibilities, say for example, and you're like, holy shit.
Yep.
And the liberal who supports the law isn't thinking about what happens if Pierre Poilievre gets into power. Like,
Yep.
does that create like an interesting paradox? Because the case that comes to mind, or not the case, but the legislation that comes to mind was when Barack Obama signed the National Defense Authorization Act, which was when he was allowed to independently and unilaterally choose targets for drone strikes,
Yep.
even if it was American citizens.
Yep.
And I'm just wondering if you think that there is there an adjacent to what what you would consider something that we could look at now as being sort of like a parallel to that?
Not in this.
No,
Not in this. I mean, but the
like
United
nothing,
States
like
is a completely
the
different
media
reality
being
than we
public,
do
the
militarily, though.
media being publicly, the media being publicly funded feels like once you change governments, the landscape of what that public funding looks like is going to
change.
inevitably change.
Yes, and that's
And
and
yeah,
that's why I'm saying that these types of systems have to be arranged with some type of arms length external body and all these types of protections. And this is why I'm saying that whether it would be much easier for the government to say, Google, Meta, Twitter, all of you, this anything that you have news like this, you got to listen. All the advertisers are going to you rather than the newspaper because they're spending more time on your platform than the other platform because you only go to the news to read the news, and you only read the sections and the articles of the news that you're interested, and then you put the paper down. Facebook, you're there many times a day. Like this, while you're talking about your grandkids, you see this thing. Oh my God, look at what Trudeau did today. While you're sharing a recipe. Oh my God, look at what Oliver did today. Like this, but it's there. It's being put in front of you all
is
the time.
the traffic on Globe and Mail or Global or you might not know the answer to the question, but is there a number that we can attribute the Globe and Mail's traffic to links on Facebook? Like, is their traffic going to decrease or increase because of this maneuver by the government?
I would say that they're, again, see, this is a really odd one, right? Because you get people that when it's on Facebook and it's on Twitter and Google and all, like if Google, you have to search it.
Yeah.
You see it. Now you'll see when you see one, you might see others, and you decide, okay, I think I'm going to read the CTV one rather than the CBC one, like this. But it's still the same story, just different treatment, different editorial bent. But on the Facebook, what happens is that, like, if you're there to do something else, like when I turn on Facebook and I go on, if I'm on the home page, maybe sometimes the first thing I see is not what I'm there to go do, but oh my God, a friend of mine, their dog died. Oh, I'm so sorry. Like this, and you go down. Oh, someone got. Oh, Biden's doing what? Oh, hi, you did that. Oh,
He
look
fell
at this
down
recipe. I'll take that.
the
What
can?
Trudeau did? What like that?
Yeah.
That's there, and then you'll click on that because it happens to be put in front of you. Right.
Right.
So that bonus traffic you won't get.
But
right?
there's a lot of people that
But-
get that traffic that don't
But
want
if you
it.
go directly to the CBC site, CBC Politics, and you see all the stories that are in CBC Politics, you might end up clicking on 3 or 4 there, rather than if it just got right into the article.
Right.
So
Okay. I
the
see.
time you'll spend on the CBC site will probably be longer, which means you're more likely to see advertisers on the CBC site than the Facebook site. So therefore, it becomes more profitable for advertisers to be on the CBC site, and they get the money. That's where the money stuff is going along. So while Facebook is saying they're like us, well, we're not taking your money. If people want to get their news here, they want us to curate the news for them. Well, why should we have to pay extra for that? I mean, when you click
But
it, it
is
goes
it?
to your site.
But Facebook and,
But you don't
and
get to visit.
Google, Facebook and Google are both paying into our revenue system of taxation like hundreds of millions of dollars. Like it's not like, sorry,
Not that much. I think there was a whole bunch of provisions for a lot
it's like
of these.
390 million or something, which is like so much more than what the all of these individual funds that make up the public, funding of arts and film and all that kind of stuff and media. It's not like these companies like Google and Facebook are not contributing to our
No,
economy.
they're not.
But they're not. But no, they are. But they're
No,
just not. But
yeah, I mean, it's not that they're not. Sorry.
yeah,
It was
no,
incorrect.
but they're categorized as something other than CanCon, for example.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, it's like that money that they do contribute towards this system that goes towards whatever
But
is
see,
completely discounted as if it doesn't exist. Right?
but see,
Like,
to me, I don't see the difference between that, like what happened with Netflix. Right, Netflix came in. We weren't charging PST on it. We weren't charging any tax. They weren't contributing to the CanCon fund. They weren't traveling, I guess. And then the government turned around and said, like Canadians have to be able to see some Canadian programming on Netflix when they tune in. Like this, you have to create some things here and you have to put on some content. And Netflix didn't like it at first, but then eventually did because there was a market in it.
but
This
that
is-
was
this is a
like
similar
that was
thing.
very, very watered down version of what Bill C-18 is.
Well, yes, because this one is just these ones are just cultural products, right?
But it's very
with the exception of the documentary fund, right?
right.
But
Well, but it's still very subjective in how it's viewed. Like a lot of it comes down to the parameters that make up the definition of what Canadian content really is. And what people think it is. Like
That needs
and
to
there's
change.
a massive disconnect between those two
Yeah.
things. Like sometimes eligibility is based on things that you would not expect.
Yeah.
I don't know what the eligibility was on my next door neighbor when I lived in the annex in 2002, and there was a harpist, a woman that played the harp in the apartment next to mine. It was in the annex, and she got, I think it was like $28,000 to like play the harp or and record for like a month, and then the album would come out and whatever. And she sold like literally like 84 CDs and was given $28,000. So there was a lot of us that had seen firsthand as to what it looked like when the government system of like tax credits and grants like gave money to people that had literally no promise of a discernible return. And it just seemed like money being flushed. And that could be anecdotal, Douglas. That I don't know what the percentages of good deals versus bad deals are, so I'm not trying to say that, but
Yeah.
it is a very difficult system to
Oh, absolutely.
navigate. No,
Absolutely. That's why I say I don't envy the government whatsoever. But they're counterfactual. They're counterfactual is a Canada with no local news.
yeah. Well, I
That's
think
not good. That's not good for anyone.
local
So
news is
we're at the
massive.
moment. Yeah, we're at the moment where we're doing trade-offs on things that could be good or bad as a result of this. We're going to have more of this and less of that. Less of that is worse for some people and it's better for other people. And that's what I mean. I have a hard time seeing something really nefarious. Now, that doesn't mean that the law can't be poorly written as well, but intentionally nefarious, because I know governments can change, but this particular government, if there was something nefarious afoot, wouldn't they have done it when they had the majority?
Well, yes and no. Here, gun to my head, this is what I think. I think that the Trudeau government wanted to pass this law because the enactment of this law will manifest in such a way where it censors Rebel News and True North and Alex Jones
But is
on
it
Google.
censors or will actually ask them to adhere to some journalistic standards, which they do not now?
Well, two things.
Because
First of
because
all,
to
that's a
people,
good that's
because
a
to
good
people who don't
question.
want to follow the standards, then that's censorship, right?
That's a
I
good
can't say what I want. You're putting rules.
that's a good question. I would say that my personal answer would be, and I listen, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how like the law works. I don't know if what I'm about to say flies in the face of
Mm.
anything legally speaking. But what I would say is that um, I would want a system that would be able to I want to be very careful with how I
Mhm.
say this. What was the last sentence that you just said before I was about to go off on my tangent just now, Douglas? Go.
About the crap. I had it and I lost it.
You got it.
If there's anybody listening, help me. Uh, uh, the counterfactual government. Oh yeah, sorry. Whether or not they're going to, whether or not these rules are actual censorship or trying to bring in uh, media that calls themselves
That's right.
journalism, even though they're not,
So
into our
the same way that like listen, I believe that Fox News was created out of a misperception that the news was slanted towards
yes.
liberals. I just happen to think that journalistic ethics and processes happen to align
Mhm.
better with progressives than conservatives.
Yep.
This is how I feel about
It
it.
probably is true. Yeah.
Yeah. So when there comes a period in time where the credibility of the media company has to be taken into consideration. I feel like the way that ideology has been placed on top of factual information
Mhm.
it is such a detriment to
Yep.
news itself
Yep.
that it's going to be like that is really difficult, especially now that media is profit motivated. It doesn't seem like any type of mainstream media can actually help us in receiving the information that we need in order to
But
make an
but
informed decision.
but the news in general, from what I remember from my university studies, now we're talking about like over 20 years ago, 30 years ago now, almost now, is was not never intended to be profitable
Yeah,
in the first place. It's a service. Media, television news never was profitable until CNN happened.
yeah,
And
yeah.
then all of a sudden said, "Oh, we could be profit," and then that's when all the media
Was it the
changed.
O.J. Simpson case that
I think that was the one that really
profitized?
drove it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I guess. And then all the rules changed. Then it became about making the
Greta
profit
Van
rather
Susteren,
than being the service.
the Greta Van Susteren era
Yeah,
of cable news.
rather
Yeah,
than being the service. So if we were still in the area where we were in the service, there probably wouldn't be so many people upset that the government is giving media money.
yeah.
But
Fair
now
enough.
that we're in a different dynamic, right?
Yeah,
So it's I keep on my thing on this is I I assume, and maybe it's Pollyannish, that even if our government wanted to engage in censorship, they're too busy. There's not enough people. I mean, think of it. Think of drug approvals for medicines. In the United States, there's 5 scientists for every medicine. In Canada, there's 5 medicines for every scientist to review. It'll probably be the same thing when it comes to content. There's not enough people out there to monitor everything that you're doing to single you out and whatnot. Now, if we're
yeah.
talking
But
about,
you and I have something in
but if we're
common, though.
talking about writing these rules to sort of like
Yeah,
put the toxicity of rebel and whatnot a little much to the side, right? I would prefer it if the government just actually came right out and said it. You have to describe yourself as either a media organization or a journalistic organization. And if you're a
I
journalistic,
agree.
you choose, because everybody's saying, who's the government to decide? Okay, we're not going to decide that. We're not going to decide. Rebel Media, you can't come to our press conference because we don't consider a news organization. Who are you? You have to decide, are you a journalistic organization or media organization? If you're journalistic, you have to do this. If you're media, you have to do this. If you're media, you don't get to come to our press conference. If you're a journalist, you do. But you decide which camp you're going to be in and which ones you're going to adhere. That would probably work.
I think we would agree with each other. But I would word it like this. You know how like when the financial crisis happened, the main difference between Canadian banks and American banks is that the Glass-Steagall law that was repealed by the Clinton administration made it so that investment and commercial banks could be one and the same, like a hybrid.
Yes.
But Canadian banks, even though Harper tried to make it happen,
Yep.
failed at making the same type of hybrid situation happen in Canada. So when the financial, I know you know this, but
Yeah,
I
we
don't
had a
think
decoupling.
a lot of listeners know this. But when the financial crisis happened, Canada fared a lot better because we did not amalgamate our commercial with our investment banks, right?
Right.
And it seems to me that this, it follows the same formula. When we look at it like the way that the media covers certain news events, it feels the same way. It feels like the funding has a lot to do with the slant and all
Yep.
that kind of stuff. And
But we
I
also
don't know,
have the dynamic where the media, a journalistic organization and a media organization, now the lines are getting blurry,
yeah.
right?
So when if Pierre Poilievre becomes prime minister one day, and all of the money that's going to Press Progress and the Tyee or Torstar or whatever the fuck, Blog.to, I don't know. And all of a sudden Poilievre gets in, he directs those funds to Post Media and the Rebel and this and that. Like, so I feel like, are there, maybe I'll just ask you this, are there people that are looking at the sort of macro view of what that could look like with a different ideological government after your government is
Yeah, you
voted
have
out?
to. You have to write that's the whole thing. These processes and these systems have to be written in such a way that they can survive both. Right. That's when you're passing these laws, right? You have all these people like throw them, we need to do this. We put this extreme thing. Okay. But what if it, like strong mayor, for example, right? Doug Ford was all for strong mayor when he knew he was going to have Sutcliffe and Tory, but now he's got Chow, and all of a sudden it's like, crap, what did I do?
That's very,
Right.
but by the way, that's the most interesting political story of 2023 so far is Olivia Chow winning the mayor of Toronto.
Mhm.
It
Yeah.
really is.
So for the media stuff, it just like the messy part seems to be because the government is involved clearly, and it's media and it's basic information. So that's why I'm saying it's something has to happen. Either that there are, like I said, we create categories that are specifically defined, and organizations decide where it is you're going to sit. Which criteria do you want to meet like this? But if you want to go to the national press pool, if you want to do like this, then you have to be actual journalists and you have to agree to do these things. Without which you don't get in, you get media accredited, but you're not journalists. So
how do you
you
define
can come take pictures, but you can't ask questions or something like that. Or you
how
have
do
to
you
cover
define like actual journalists?
That's where people smarter than me will have to do that. But I mean, with journalism, you have a deontological code that you have to adhere to.
Well,
there is an overall
yes,
organization of journalists and press association and whatnot that sets standards. Rebel doesn't adhere to that. True North
you know
doesn't
what though?
adhere to that.
Like okay, as a person who freelanced from like 2001 to 2018, so like 17 years.
But you adhere to those standards. as a
No, I
freelancer.
was like guerrilla guy. Like I trespassed. I did a whole bunch of shit because I couldn't. Like seriously,
But the
because I
writing
couldn't.
met journalistic standards.
Well, sure, the writing, but the access to the location in order to base your story and write about something is dependent entirely on whether or not you can either do one of two things: secure a media pass, like legitimately,
Yep.
or fucking guerrilla that shit
Yep.
and figure out a way to do it. Like
Yep.
I did with oh
But that's
shit,
always been the case. So I think that will always exist.
uh
Because
Flaherty.
Woodward and Bernstein didn't get a media pass to go check that, right?
No, but Jim Flaherty.
Yep.
I'm from Whitby. I was born in Montreal, grew up in
Flaherty used to
Whitby.
live in my building in Ottawa.
Right. And Flaherty was my MP in Whitby. I think I don't remember what years, maybe 99 or something like that onwards. I could be off by a decade for all I fucking know. I can't remember. But he was my MP. And it it was interesting because when he passed away, I just happened to live near it was St. James Cathedral. I think that's what it's called in Toronto. And I just wandered onto the property really early and just kind of sat in a corner and like drank a juice box and ate a sandwich. And then when the funeral was like an hour away from starting, I just kind of meandered to the front of the church and I interviewed Tom Mulcair and Jason Kenney and fucking like this person and that person. I got pictures of Harper that looked really good coming out of the limo with his green tie because Flaherty was Irish.
Yep.
I got interviews with Peter MacKay and Justin Trudeau and all this shit. And it was great, but I didn't have any pass to get
Yep.
there. Like
That's
I
fine.
had to guerrilla that shit.
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
and the reason why I'm even bringing this up is because the media fund creates at least a reasonable perception that the media groups that are being funded that are more friendly towards the government of the day will probably be received better than those that do not. And if you picture Polyev in power and you see that exact scenario I just described, I'm pretty sure you can completely understand how unfair that would be. And so then the question becomes, are we equating the arguments? Right? And obviously, like to be an anti-vaxxer and to be pro-science are not even positions. So you have to give one side or the other the go ahead in viability. So like in that argument, it's like, well, vaccines are scientifically proven. Listen, anti-vaxxer, what you're saying is propaganda, and here's why. And so you win that argument. But we live in an era, I think, where we have to spend more time thinking about those
Yes.
choices.
Yes,
And
we
I'm
do.
wondering if you agree.
Yes, we do. Because these are not easy choices. They're not easy choices, and each situation is different. And like I said, yeah, and even you have freelancers who are indeed journalists who practice journalism. There's a code, there are standards, there are things they do, there are things that they will never do.
Yep.
Yes. And then right? And then you have some people who like you got the Kean Bexties, for example, because you happen to show up somewhere with a camera and then create a scene and walk out with your hands behind your back pretending like you're being arrested or something like that and then film it like this and then you call that journalism. That's not journalism. There's nothing about that that's journalism. I mean, if you actually go to a journalism school, there's nothing about that that's journalism. I'm sure he has a camera, sure he films things, sure he says what he saw, sure he writes it, but it's not journal. It doesn't come from the same place. He's not looking to inform.
Do you think that
His first priority is not to inform; it's to self-aggrandize.
I'll leave you I'll leave it with this because I think this is an interesting question, but only because back in the day, I don't know if it was Oliver Stone's JFK or if it was a documentary or if it was reading about something dealing with that time. But the mistresses that JFK had in the White House and how the press had sort of like a quiet nod understanding that they wouldn't report on shit like that because what's the point? Do you think that like modern times and our adherence toward like tabloid reporting is such a antithesis to what it used to be like that it creates more problems than it solves.
Oh, wow, that's a big one. Oh, I would have to think on that. I don't think I have a ready answer for that. That is a deep question.
Can you just make something up so for the quality of the clip?
Okay, I'm about to bullshit you if you're watching, because I don't know. No, uh, yeah. In some ways, I think it makes things more complicated. Um, I don't know. That's one of those things. Like I can see the cases where it be complicated, and I can see the cases where it make life more difficult. And I think it's just a situation where you have to end up putting them on a scale and which balances out, because these are one of these trade-offs you're going to have. Like
Yeah.
it's not going to be the same thing, but I think about it like when we were talking about electoral reform, right? And
Right.
that Compass survey came out, right? That said, would you, and they would put two things, right? You know, what's more important to you, having an MP that you know specifically, or having equal representation of what that the share of the vote represents the number of seats, for
Right.
example. And then you would pick one. And people say, "Oh, well, these questions are weighted or loaded." Well, no, they're questions about trade-offs and trying to figure out what's more important to you.
Yeah.
If we get rid of first past the post, there are certain things we will not have anymore that we might like. And if we bring in, let's say, proportional representation, there are certain things in there that we have that we will like, but there are certain things we won't like about that, and there are certain things about the other one we will miss. So, which is more important to you, this one or this one? Well, I think
Promise.
I like this one.
The promise,
And then
Douglas.
but what I'm
Last
saying is,
first past the posts.
but what I'm saying is that when you get to a situation where it's not only a gain or a loss, but you're evaluating trade-offs,
Right. But how many
it's a
people do
whole
that though?
different game.
How many?
The only way
like,
to really do it is to get people in a room and have them discuss the trade-offs. And it's like, well, how far are you willing to go, and how far? And it's a long, messy process.
the
It's a long,
research
messy
and
process, and a lot of
PR.
people get their feelings hurt.
Yeah, that's very
A
true.
lot of people get their feelings hurt because almost everybody gets their say, and almost nobody gets their way. So everybody leaves somewhat dissatisfied.
The world's a dangerous place. Noam Chomsky once said to me, actually, I said to him, Noam, is the world run by gangsters? And he said, of course it is.
Yeah, of course.
I was just like, I feel really stupid.
No, but it's one of those things, right? Because people ask that of me too, right? Because I'm hardwired for optimism, or maybe hope would be the better word. But I'm not like walking around with rose-colored glasses and Pollyanna and saying like this,
You're a realist who's empathetic somehow still.
and hopeful.
Yeah.
Hopeful. So it's like, I understand that if you're living in a democracy, G7 democracy, there's a grease factor. In order for me to be gay and live openly and be able to marry and have kids,
You
for
have
us
to
have
put up
healthcare,
with free
for us to be-
estimates being
like this.
disputed. Totally.
right? There's a certain amount of grease. I understand that some politician somewhere is probably going to get a little kickback somewhere. Some businessman's going to kick it. But you know what? If that's the price of living in Canada,
Fuck it.
this is where I can marry the person that I love, and I'm okay with the grease tax.
It's better than a breadline, right?
I'm okay with the grease tax.
Yeah.
Because I'm not so pure and idealistic. I mean, an ideal system, there would be no grease tax whatsoever.
I'm
and all
just
our money
laughing
would
at
be
pure.
ours like this. But
You don't have to
let's
tell
be
us that
honest.
you weren't
There's
pure.
grease.
Like we
There's
knew.
grease.
We fucking knew.
Come on. There's grease. Just accept it.
Douglas Connors.
So long as they leave something nice behind and build something better for the rest of us and don't get so greedy and take it all, good.
You
When
sound
they
like
start getting
this.
greedy and taking it all, that's when you talk about it and say, hey, listen, we need to have a talk.
You sound like Tony Soprano explaining to AJ that his generation built that church that's in Newark.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Pretty much.
We built this
Yeah.
fucking house.
Yeah, it's like the mafia passing it down to my kid who's underage and shouldn't be exposed to this shit. Fucking right it is, James. All right. Good.
That's life. It's reality.
Douglas,
That's why I like talking to Dave Wallace, because it's like my mind doesn't work the way his does. I don't have a criminal mind. So like I haven't been with the underworld. I do not know what they do. I have an idea, but my mind can't go that far. I'm not that creative, and I'm not that right. So so he tells me things, and I'm like, my eyes open. It's like, oh my god,
the underworld,
me, man.
the underworld.
But I
just
know
want
it
to let
exists.
everyone know that like what Douglas just said is that he wants to get in contact with the quote underworld, where Charlie the tuna hangs out with a bunch of other people. That was hilarious.
Come on, Satan. Let's have some fun. It's the underworld. Come on.
Dude, that's my $1 million idea that hasn't been realized yet. I think that should be a Netflix miniseries.
Satan. Whoa. Here, Satan.
Douglas
Fun.
Holmes,
Let's fuck.
I love you.
I love you too. This was fun. I missed this so much.
I know, me too. I have to let you go now because
Absolutely, we did a marathon here.
I'm very tired.
Me too.
I'm gonna fall asleep, and I love you. Goodbye.
I love you too. Mwah. Bye, everyone.
We'll see you next time. Wait. Fuck. I gotta get a thing. It's over here. Let's go. BB intro. Oh, wait.
Blackballed. 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 Blackballed.